Chapter 1830. A stone pillar suddenly collapsed, but I didn't see the two of them. Strange, what's going on? Could it be that someone can survive a fall? On top of the stone pillar, the three elders from the Devil's sect looked at each other and felt that it was a little difficult to understand. The sudden collapse of the stone pillar had attracted the three of them here. However, after looking around, they did not find anything. As for going down, however, the sovereign personages from the three great demonic Tao sects all had their own thoughts. The two sovereign personages from the Blood Demon Royal Hall and the Fantasy Cloud sect would definitely not take the risk. Although the two were sovereign personages, their physical bodies were not heaven-defying. If they fell, they would not fare much better than those holy venerates. As for the Heavenly Eagle Castle's sovereign personage, Xiao Chan was confident that he would not fall to his death. But how to get up was a problem for him. He also had to worry about whether the other two people up there would trip him up. If he was trapped for 10 or 100 years, that would be too much of a loss. Brother Hong, the demonic cultivation techniques of your Heavenly Eagle Castle mainly cultivate the physical body. How about going down and taking a look? An old man holding a ghost pennant greeted the Heavenly Eagle Castle sovereign personage rather politely. Bullshit. How is that ordinary gravity? It's clearly the legendary heart force. I might be fine if I go down, but how am I going to come up? The rather stout Heavenly Eagle Castle sovereign personage shook his head, showing no intention of going down. It's probably a mess now. If the two of them were really down there, even if they didn't fall to their deaths, they wouldn't be able to come out. If we really want to break this heart force, only if the sect masters of our three sects join hands will we have a chance. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's sovereign personage seated on the underworld ghost bird said softly, "The foe god flame is sufficient for the three sects to work together. However, what if there is no one down there?" The three sovereign personages discussed endlessly, unable to come to a consensus. In the pitch-black abyss, the little monk and Xiao Chan were unable to see or hear the situation above. He could only feel a few terrifying wills piercing through the obstruction of his heart force and scanning the area several times before leaving. "Big brother, what should we do?" the little monk asked nervously. Xiao Chan said calmly, "After they leave, we'll split up and see if there's a way out." In fact, even if he couldn't find a way out, Xiao Chan still had another risky method to keep as a record. "All right." Xiao Chen's calmness infected the little monk. Yin Chen's nervousness eased significantly. The vast space was like a labyrinth. To Xiao Chan and the little monk, each of the stone pillars was like a heavenly pillar. Looking up, he couldn't see the top at all. Half a day later, the two of them met under the divine flame precious pillar. They spread their hands, but neither of them came to a conclusion. "I didn't come across any fortuitous encounters." The small monk rubbed his bald head and said gloomily. Xiao Chan cursed in his heart. "Do you think that opportunities are like cabbages that can be found anywhere? Let's take a break and continue searching." The space was very big. Since the two of them had not finished walking, they might still have a chance. "Yes." Xiao Chan sat down cross-legged and swallowed another healing pill, mobilizing his true essence to speed up the recovery of his injuries. After breaking through to peak early stage star venerate, Xiao Chan had not checked his cultivation properly yet. When he looked inside with his spiritual sense, he saw that the space within the 9-star primal core had expanded significantly. The 9 spots of starlight carved on the primal core had also become increasingly resplendent, vaguely showing signs of breaking out, forming the scene of 9 stars revolving around the primal core. When Xiao Chan entered the primal core, the demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy maintained a balance. However, they could not fill the entire primal core space like before, being everywhere, leaving no gaps. How to balance the two veritable essence energy in the future would be a headache for Xiao Chan. Although the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had a strange origin, it was a bona fide righteous Tao cultivation technique that absorbed spiritual energy. Demonic Tao cultivation techniques also absorbed spiritual energy. However, the origin of demonic Tao cultivation techniques was comprehended from the ancient great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Demonic Tao cultivation techniques were completely different from righteous Tao cultivation techniques. They walked the path of being vicious and tyrannical, benefiting only oneself. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques required several times, even 10 times, more veritable essence energy than righteous Tao cultivators. However, when one advanced to the early stages, it was extremely horrifying. Due to the vast amount of veritable essence energy, it was hard to avoid remnant impurities and other energies. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques suppressed the demonic Qi veritable essence energy, pitch black, tyrannical, and horrifying. The pros and cons of such a cultivation method were very clear. It opposed righteous Tao cultivators. It was just like the relationship between humans and great desolate and ferocious beasts. It was unavoidable. Right now, what Xiao Qian needed was a demonic Tao cultivation technique. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Qian sent his consciousness into his soul pool. Compared to veritable essence energy, what he valued more was his soul energy. Xiao Qian already understood the importance of soul energy when he was in the major primal core realm. After advancing to the star venerate realm, Xiao Qian's consciousness could easily inspect his soul pool. His soul pool was as vast and boundless as before. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by his soul hovered in the center. The surroundings were vast and hazy, with a layer of white fog spreading. Many bright spots of light in the sky looked like stars, lighting up his soul pool. The star venerate realm was also known as the starry sky realm. This was because the sky in his soul pool was filled with spots of light. This was a mysterious phenomenon that would appear only after one advanced to star venerate. When starlight flickered in one's eyes, it was like the many stars decorating the sky. Then one's will of soul could fly out. The strong could even let their will of soul truly roam the starry heavens. It was like the primordial spirit of an immortal leaving his body. When Xiao Qian opened his eyes again, most of his injuries were already healed. Then he had a simple conversation with the little monk. The two continued exploring the surroundings. When they met again, they returned empty-handed. 3 days later, "Big brother, it looks like the two of us will really have to grow old alone here." The two had already explored the space at the bottom of the stone pillar. The surroundings were all dead ends. After obtaining the result, the little monk became more open-minded. Being able to die here with Big Brother Xiao is pretty good. After leaving the temple, aside from Master, I met many people. Either they ran when they saw me or they saw that I was young and wanted to cheat me. Yin Chan mumbled a lot. First it sounded normal. However, as he spoke, tears started flowing out. In the end, the little monk was still young. His eyes had not matured yet, and the childishness on his face had not faded. Thinking about death, he still found it hard to feel happy. Speaking of which, little monk, how old are you? Sob. 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 17. What's wrong? The little monk said in a somewhat choked voice. 17. Xiao Qian knew that Yin Chan was not yet 20. However, he was surprised. He was not even 18. That made sense. In the end, Yin Chan was only 17. How could he let go of the thought of dying here? If it were Xiao Qian, he probably would not be able to do it either. Wait a minute, 17 years old, Silver Buddhist Light. Master said that my birth is the greatest blessing. He suspects that I am the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. My comprehension ability and talent are even more terrifying than that of a demonic genius. Suddenly, many scenes flashed in Xiao Qian's mind. The fragmented memories of the dragon race expert's faux god flame suddenly appeared. The silver Buddhist light did not represent the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. Instead, it was the reincarnation of a Buddha, the reincarnation of a Buddha from the previous epoch that rivaled an immortal. 17 years. When Xiao Qian thought about the time, he happened to match up with that Buddha. Mahasvara Buddha. Mahasvara Buddha. Suddenly, Xiao Qian felt somewhat excited in his heart. There was an answer to all these questions. Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I saw some Buddhistine essence in you. Perhaps we can meet again. In that instant, Xiao Qian recalled the words of the Mahasvara Buddha before he passed away. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. The little monk's body was covered in killing and sin. One could say that he was covered in filth. However, his heart was pure, clean, crystalline, and transparent. Great freedom. Everything about the little monk was now firmly in line with these 3 words. Buddha is in my heart, and Buddha is a true Buddha. If there is no Buddha in my heart, how can I find a true Buddha? With Buddha in one's heart, even if one committed overwhelming sin and killed boundlessly, one can still be free and unfettered. Xiao Chan pressed his palms together and solemnly bowed to the little monk. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. Venerable, you are right. Thank you. Whether it was the Adumbra Buddha on the Emperor's Road, you saved my life Xiao Chan, or the Buddhist sect's magic skill Dharmic World, which allowed me to escape danger several times, or the various instructions you gave me before you passed away, or now, when the Sarira entered my body and suppressed the demonic nature in my body. Both of them received a bow from me Xiao Chan. Chapter 1831. Xiao Chen's inexplicable bow immediately confused the little monk. He smiled between tears and said, Big brother, I am not an esteemed monk or a Buddha. It is useless for you to bow to me. The two of us will still be trapped here until we die. However, right after the little monk spoke, he saw the image of a large Buddha behind Xiao Chan. This Buddha pressed his palms together and smiled, exuding a supreme Buddhist might. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that the little monk actually felt that this large Buddha image was smiling at him. Who said that the two of us will die here? Xiao Chan looked up at the little monk and smiled faintly, feeling a sense of familiarity. That's not it. Big brother, I saw a Buddha behind you earlier. The little monk felt incredibly shocked. Fearing that Xiao Chan would not believe him, he emphasized, It's true. It really is a large Buddha. It even smiled at me. Of course Xiao Chan believed it. However, he would not tell the little monk the reason. Illusion, illusion. Illusion? However, that is clearly not the case. That's right. Big brother, you said earlier that we don't have to die here? The little monk exclaimed in pleasant surprise as he suddenly recalled something. Xiao Chan nodded. I never said that we will die here if we cannot find the way out. We just have to take some risks. What method? The little monk asked curiously, feeling interested. Xiao Chan did not answer. He only took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and held it tightly with both hands. Then he closed his eyes and sensed the black cutlass cruising the vast sea. His essence, blood and soul had already merged with the immemorial demon soul formation. No matter where the black cutlass was, as long as he focused, he could sense it. This was because the black cutlass was already a part of him. I see it. I see it slowly. A scene appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. In this scene, Xiao Sua and the others were cruising the sea on the black cutlass. People came and went on the ship. The strange black cutlass gave off a layer of scarlet mist as it bobbed up and down in the waves. Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly sank in. Soon he saw the immemorial demon soul formation in the compartment. There was a terrifying heartbeat in the depths of the scarlet demon soul formation, thumping continuously. Within the hazy blood mist, one could vaguely see an extremely terrifying, evil, and ferocious beast grinning. The little monk who was standing on Xiao Chan suddenly felt a terrifying demonic aura coming from his body. Xiao Chen's long hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were pitch black and full of devilishness, causing others to not dare to look directly at him. Slowly, this wave of demonic might continuously strengthened. If it wasn't for the heart force here stopping it, it might have already rushed into the heavens and caused a great phenomenon. Not good. The little monk's keen senses told him that something was wrong. He rolled on the ground. With a loud bang, a demonic ship shrouded in a bloody mist appeared out of nowhere. As Xiao Chan stood at the bow of the ship, Xiao Sua and the others rushed out of the deck, putting up their guard and feeling suspicious. When Xiao Chan, who was at the bow of the ship, saw him, his expression relaxed. Young Master Xiao, what is going on? Elder Tang and the others asked in confusion. We'll talk about it later. Xiao Sua, come here for a moment. Xiao Chan turned around and withdrew his demonic might, returning to normal. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Sua. Xiao Sua felt that something was wrong. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen to him. Big brother, what's the matter? Xiao Sua asked as he looked at Xiao Chan, showing a nervous expression and feeling somewhat nervous in his heart. Xiao Chan did not say anything. He opened his palm, and the faux god flame that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind slowly appeared, hovering in the air. Senior, what do you think of this person? This is the person you chose for me? His talent is ordinary, and he is rather old. Just when Xiao Chan thought that it was hopeless, the faux god flame changed the topic. Its voice rang out in his mind again. However, he does have a pure pirate's heart. something that you do not have. However, this is what I value the most. Back then my talent was also ordinary. As long as one maintained a pure pirate's heart, one could become a legendary pirate king. That would not be incredible no matter what era it was. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Indeed, it was as he expected. Back then, when the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings will said that he lacked something, Xiao Chun recalled that he lacked a pirate's heart. He realized that what he lacked was a pirate's heart. Xiao Chun's ambition was not this. How could he have a pirate's heart? This was very normal. Xiao Sua, this clump of flame represents the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Today, I will pass this fortuitous encounter to you on behalf of Senior Scarlet Blood Pirate King. I hope that you will not bring disgrace to the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's name in the future and persevere in your pirate's heart. Xiao Chun enunciated every word seriously as he looked at Xiao Su. Big brother. This fortuitous encounter is too great. I cannot accept it. I am not too ambitious. I just want to drift on the sea for the rest of my life. Big brother, you are... Xiao Sua still wanted to say something, but Xiao Chun interrupted him. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Don't say any more. Back then, even I misjudged this Scarlet Blood War banner at the auction. It was you. You were the one who personally won this war banner. This is the will of the heavens. This fortuitous encounter was prepared for you, Xiao Su." Before Xiao Sua could reject, the faux god flame in Xiao Chen's hand directly entered Xiao Su's forehead. Whoosh! A fierce flame immediately blazed on Xiao Su's body. An incredibly vast aura surged out from his body. Without exception, Xiao Chun and the others on the deck were all knocked back by this aura. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang, who were more knowledgeable, immediately petrified on the spot, feeling startled. Faux god flame. This is the legendary faux god flame. The Iron Hand Yama muttered. It really is a faux god flame. Furthermore, it is the faux god flame left behind by the legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Suddenly realizing something, the Iron Hand Yama looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Xiao Chun, did you snatch this from Yinjia?" Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "No." Indeed, Xiao Chun had taken it from under the noses of 10 odd holy venerates, including Yinjia, and the many demonic Dao sect true inheritors. What about Yinjia? Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama looked around, feeling cautious and fearful. Clearly, Yinjia left too great an impression on them, nearly leaving a barrier in their hearts that they could not overcome. I killed him with one saber strike," the little monk Yin Chan said with a cocky expression as he ran over with a smile. "Where did this little bald donkey come from? Just chant the scriptures properly and stop messing around." The Iron Hand Yama looked over speechlessly, not believing Yin Chan at all. If it were in the past, he would have directly pushed the little monk away when he was in a bad temper. Xiao Chun said softly, "I did indeed die at his hands. Without him, I would not have survived until now. Let me introduce you. This is Yin Chun, a Buddhist sect expert from the Central Great Realm. He is known as..." Cough, cough. The little monk coughed and Xiao Chun recalled. He smiled and said, "His nickname is not important. What is important is that Yinjia did indeed die at his hands. You don't have to worry about Yinjia appearing again in the future." The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang showed shocked expressions as they looked at the little monk in disbelief. However, since this was what Xiao Chun said, it was absolutely true. It was nothing much. Seniors, there is no need to be too shocked. The little monk Yin Chan smiled faintly, showing the demeanor of an expert. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Xiao Su's aura on the deck suddenly withdrew. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and a brilliant light flashed in them. Xiao Sua did not open his cultivation. However, his gaze was deep and calm. Everyone could sense that Xiao Sua was no longer the same as he was in the past. Envy flashed in the eyes of the Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang. Of course, the two would not hold any grudges. Xiao Chun had risked his life to obtain this faux god flame. The two would not mind who Xiao Chun gave the inheritance to. However, they could not help but feel disappointed. Big brother. Xiao Sua leaped into the air and landed before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded slightly. "I already obtained the complete memories of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Although the treasures in this stone pillar are very difficult to take out, the entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. However, The entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. What we have seen now is just the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Sua's aura turned much steadier. While he spoke of shocking matters, he was now incredibly calm and steady. Xiao Chun was not surprised by Xiao Sua's words. In his opinion, the entire 100,000 Great Peaks were the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. Just this body alone was already so valuable that it was immeasurable. Right now, Xiao Chun was not concerned about this. He nodded and said, "Right now, there are still some sovereign personages in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. We are trapped here, unable to get out." Xiao Sua smiled calmly and said, "That is simple." Xiao Sua gently snapped his fingers, and a mark appeared in the bodies of Xiao Chan and the others. In the next moment, Xiao Sua snapped his fingers again. He smiled and said, "It's done. I have already sent out all those without the scarlet blood mark in their bodies. The cave entrance is also closed. They have inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Even if sovereign personages gather here, they will have to obey the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Come, let's go to the blazing sea of blood. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's worship is there." Chapter 1832. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will, Xiao Sua was like a monarch in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. He could easily do many things that were unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. For example, with 2 snaps of his fingers, he could easily move those sovereign personages away. With a thought, the black cutlass carried everyone into the blazing scarlet sea like it teleported. The problem that had troubled Xiao Chan and the small monk was easily solved just like that. How miraculous! It came out just like that. On the deck, the little monk stood at the bow of the ship. As he looked at the boundless blazing sea of blood, he sighed ruefully. Boom! 10,000 li ahead, the scarlet flame waves parted, revealing a majestic scarlet pirate ship. With a tremendous pressure, it rode the wind and broke through the waves. Scarlet Blood Worship. The pirate crew of the Black Cutlass immediately felt excited. However, when the Scarlet Blood pirate ship got closer, they discovered that the ship was in ruins. It looked old, as if it had gone through a heaven-shaking battle. It had already been tens of thousands of years, and they hadn't had the time to rest. Xiao Chen saw it clearly. Not bad, the skeleton is still there, and the formation is not damaged. You just need to repair it slowly. I don't think you can afford to give you a legendary battleship all at once. Xiao Sua nodded. Before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King died, he seemed to have purposely arranged this. Regardless, it's not too bad. It has a solid foundation, and with enough resources, it will become a legendary battleship sooner or later. Xiao Chun sighed lightly, and only after a long time did he say, "It's time to part ways. Both of you can enter closed-door cultivation here for a while. There are still many fortuitous encounters in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. After cultivating here for half a year, he will definitely gain a lot." Xiao Sua knew what Xiao Chen meant. The moment the Black Cutlass completely demonized, it was no longer suitable for the crew to remain. "Big brother, thank you," Xiao Sua said solemnly as he looked at Xiao Chan. For a moment he did not know what to say. Xiao Chan smiled casually and said, "Don't stand on ceremony with me. It's settled then. What about you, big brother? Do you need to go into seclusion here? There's no need for that. The biggest thing I've understood here is that I've broken the demon barrier in my heart. I've already wasted too much time, and I can't delay any longer. I have to go to the place I want to go. Take care." Xiao Sua did not force Xiao Chun to stay. He called out, and everyone on the Black Cutlass came over to say goodbye to Xiao Chan. After this parting, he really did not know when they would have the chance to meet again. Luo Nan and Fei the young couple, Elder Tang, and the Iron Hand Yama were much more saddened than the others. "Big brother Xiao Chan, take care. Fei will miss you too." Fei was still the same as before. Every time they parted, her eyes would be filled with tears. On the other hand, Luo Nan appeared rather calm. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Big brother Xiao, although I do not know what you are going to do, I can sense it. This trip of big brother Xiao's was not easy." Xiao Chan was very satisfied to have such a group of friends to send him off when he was leaving. "Goodbye," Xiao Chan said with a cupped fist salute. He felt some reluctance in his heart. He did not know when they would meet again. At the bow of the Scarlet Blood Warship, Xiao Sua held up the Scarlet Blood War banner and ferociously waved it. Then, an irresistible force sent the Black Cutlass out. This was because Xiao Chan had specifically instructed the Scarlet Blood Warship to be sent as far as possible, lest they ran into the people of the three great demonic Dao sections. When the Black Cutlass reappeared, Xiao Chan did not know where it was either. Looking at the little monk beside him, Xiao Chan smiled and said, "It's just the two of us again. Hee. Speaking of which, big brother, are you going to the Central Great Realm?" "Yes." "Where exactly?" "The Central Great Realm is incredibly vast. There are 4 dynasties, 8 empires, many tribes, and all sorts of desolate places. It is simply too big." "The dragon race." "That is the Divine Dragon Empire. That is a good place. However, I have never been there before and am not very familiar with it." Xiao Chen felt excited. The little monk before him came from the Central Great Realm. He could ask the little monk for advice on how to get to the Central Great Realm. "Oh right. Little monk, I still have not asked why you came to the Ash Gray Sea?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. The little monk scratched his head and smiled. "There is a heavenly book scholar in the Yinwu dynasty. He is good at divination and knows the dragon-seeking art. He is known as the Book of All Things. There is no fate that he cannot divine. Many people seek him out to divine their fortuitous encounters. I was curious, so I sought him out as well. Then, he said that the greatest fortuitous encounter of my life is in the Myriad Star Mountain. Then I came here in a daze." "The heavenly book scholar? The Book of All Things? Interesting. If there is a chance, I should see for myself. I can get him to divine for me and see if he is really that divine. However, the Ash Gray Sea should be very far from the Central Great Realm. How did you get here?" Compared to the heavenly book scholar, Xiao Chan was more concerned about this. How to get to the Central Great Realm? There are trans-realm transportation formations. The Ash Gray Sea has them as well. However, they require a lot of spirit jades, and there is a limit to how long they can be activated. They are all ancient transportation formations that require frequent maintenance. "Good. Bring me to the trans-realm transportation formation. That should not be a problem, right?" "Hee. Leave it to me. Although I am rather unlucky, I don't think I have ever gotten lost." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. As he looked at the little monk's confident expression, he thought to himself, "I still have to prepare another backup plan. I cannot place all my hopes on the little monk." Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Chen's figure vanished and reappeared in his cultivation room. With a casual wave, the 8 supreme treasures that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame appeared one by one. "That's not right. There are only 7 now. I gave one of them to the little monk, the Kasaya." After subduing these supreme treasures, Xiao Chan had not had time to look at them. Actually, Xiao Chan had been anticipating them for a long time already. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on the peak-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chan thought to himself, the value of the peak-grade spirit jades already surpasses that of spirit jades. They are treasures of the world. Even a sovereign personage would desire them. Everything else aside, just the spiritual energy contained in the peak-grade spirit jades could allow Xiao Chan to break through to middle-stage star venerate without any difficulty. The most important thing was that the spiritual energy in it was exceptionally pure and dense, not containing any impurities. If Xiao Chan relied on it to advance, he would not need to spend time consolidating his veritable essence energy. However, it was too much of a pity to use it now. Furthermore, he could not maximize its value. After putting it away, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on the medicinal pill that was clearly for ferocious beasts to consume. This medicinal pill was about the size of a chicken egg. It was bright red, and a flame burned on its surface. One could easily feel its ferocious and tyrannical medicinal energy without even consuming it. Clearly, Xiao Chen had no use for it. If the demon blood vulture were here, he could consider letting it consume it. After all, it had followed him for a long time. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not know where it ran off to. He could only put it away for now and think about it in the future. Next was the pipa. As Xiao Chen gently plucked it, a melodious sound rang out, sounding exceptionally clean. This was also a soul tool. It was very valuable, but Xiao Chen could not tell how valuable it was. After all, Xiao Chen was not proficient in everything. He knew very little about musical instruments. Suddenly, Xiao Chan thought of a person, and his lips curled up in a smile. It was not headliner Ling Long but his martial nephew, Ling Yu. Didn't Ling Yu already admire headliner Ling Long for a long time and even set a 5-year time limit with her? Xiao Chun decided to keep it for Ling Yu. When Ling Yu went to ask for her, he would use it as a betrothal gift. The remaining items were a ghost pennant, a treasure bow, a secret manual and a mutated fruit. These were the 4 supreme treasures that Xiao Chun valued the most. These 4 items were of direct help to Xiao Chun's strength. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chun grasped the treasure bow. Then, he looked at it carefully and saw 3 words carved on it. God's Shadow. It turned out that this bow was called the God Shadow Bow. Did it mean that the arrows it fired were like the afterimages left behind by a god? Just this name inspired Xiao Chen's anticipation and excitement. In the past, Xiao Chen also liked using bows. Back in the Sky Dome realm, that Soul Slayer had helped him kill many strong enemies. There was a bow but no arrows. However, there should be some arrows in his storage ring. After searching, Xiao Chen found many arrows. However, they were all high-quality arrows forged in the Sky Dome realm. He did not know if they could be used with the God Shadow Bow. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He circulated the heavenly heart art, and a strand of heart flame soared up from his palm. This was a simplified version of heart force formed from soul energy. Xiao Chen thought back to when the little monk easily shattered an ancient stone pillar with the heavenly heart finger. The might of the heart force was still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind. At that time, he had been worrying about how to use this heart flame. Now that he had a bow and arrows, Xiao Chen immediately thought of how to use them. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he put away the God Shadow Bow. Then he went to look for the little monk, Yen Chan, with a smile on his face. Big brother, why are you smiling so happily? What's the matter? The little monk asked out of curiosity, not knowing that danger was approaching. After you comprehended the heavenly heart finger, you have not had an opponent to practice with. I thought about it and decided that since I have nothing to do, I might as well help you practice with it. Xiao Chan showed a calm expression, not showing any fluctuations as he spoke softly. The little monk smiled and said, "Haha, Big brother really understands me. My hands have been itching for the past few days. After I comprehended my unique secret technique, I could not find an opponent to practice with. It was very frustrating. However, the heavenly heart finger is very mighty. Furthermore, I just comprehended it. I will not take responsibility if I accidentally injure Big brother." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. Just do your best." The two went to the deck and pointed to the sea. Then the little monk leaped off and flew 1 kilometer. A little further. Whoosh! The ash-gray sea moved like it was flat ground. The little monk flew 5 kilometers away and shouted, "Is that enough?" Still not enough. After moving 100 kilometers, Xiao Chun verified that the little monk's vision was somewhat blurry. Then he took out the God Shadow Bow and knocked an arrow. "Why does it feel like something is wrong?" the little monk said, feeling it was strange as he scratched his head. Chapter 1833. On the deck, Xiao Chun knocked an arrow on the God Shadow Bow. Then he grasped the bow handle. In that instant he felt a connection with the bow. Suddenly, a mysterious perception came from the God Shadow Bow. Xiao Chen's field of vision zoomed in. This was the power of the God Shadow Bow. He did not circulate any veritable essence energy or open his heavenly eye. The instant Xiao Chun grasped the bow, his field of vision zoomed in. It felt like he was only 1 kilometer away from 50 kilometers away. He was so close that he could see everything clearly. The perception from the God Shadow Bow was still searching for its target. When the God Shadow Bow saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, the God Shadow Bow's perception quickly searched for its target. When it saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, a vague question immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. That was the God Shadow Bow's consciousness, asking Xiao Chun if he was the target. This was probably the feeling of being connected by heart and flesh. After the God Shadow Bow obtained Xiao Chen's confirmation, the perception in front instantly focused on the little monk's body. The little monk, who felt that something was wrong, moved quickly, flashing about. The little monk's movement technique was so terrifying that even a regular holy venerate would not be able to catch him. However, no matter how the little monk moved, Xiao Chan could see all the trajectories clearly. A formless line shot out from the god shadow bow, firmly locking onto the little monk. Between the 2 points and the line, Xiao Chan, you do not need to do anything else. You only need to draw the bowstring. Even if you hide to the ends of the world, it will be useless. Buzz! Xiao Chan slowly drew the bowstring. He immediately felt his soul energy flow into the bow like flowing water. However, the bowstring did not move at all, showing no intention of moving at all. I can't draw it. Xiao Chan immediately felt startled. He felt that he had gone overboard. He had underestimated the might of a soul tool. Furthermore, the bow in his hand was no ordinary soul tool. The 8 supreme treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had purposely collected were all very special. It was very likely that the little monk would really die after this arrow was shot. Not to mention using the heart flame. Just shooting this arrow made Xiao Chen's heart pound. However, there was no turning back. Little monk, I can only let you down. After draining a third of Xiao Chen's soul energy, the god Shadow Bow's bowstring finally drew back by 1 centimeter. Boom! Just as Xiao Chan was about to let go, the arrow knocked on the bow exploded, unable to withstand the immense force. A huge hole instantly appeared on the deck of the demonic ship. The huge force sent Xiao Chan flying on the spot, and his body directly crashed into the observation deck. With a bang, Xiao Chan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. His face was extremely weak. The bowstring was still vibrating slightly, and the remaining energy exploded in all directions. Bang! Bang! The defenses of the black cutlass appeared extremely weak before this power. One after another, huge holes were blasted open. Waves rolled in all directions, causing the entire ship to shake violently. A moment later, the entire demonic ship was blown up, leaving only its skeleton. Xiao Chan struggled to get up. He let out a bitter laugh when he saw this scene. This time he had indeed gone too far and played himself. There was a reason why soul tools were called soul treasures. No wonder only rank 6 demonic sects knew of them. Ordinary people could not control them as they pleased. The price of a mistake would not be as simple as death. Big brother, what are you doing? Why don't I understand? The little monk heard the terrifying explosion and rushed over. The scene before him stunned him. The completed black cutlass was riddled with holes. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale and weak. For an instant earlier I felt death approaching. No matter what I did, I could not shake it off. That nearly scared me to death. Big brother, quickly tell me what martial technique you use the heavenly heart art to research. I really do not understand at all. The little monk said excitedly, not understanding what was going on. He thought that Xiao Chan had used the heavenly heart finger to comprehend an extremely terrifying martial technique like him. In the end, the little monk did not grasp the degree of control, resulting in failure. Xiao Chan said indifferently, if you can understand it, am I still your big brother? Quickly go and capture a ferocious beast for me. The more ferocious, the better. Okay. Yin Chan scratched his head and left to carry out the order. How unlucky. As Xiao Chan looked at the black cutlass, he felt like crying but no tears came out. However, after being with the little monk, his heart had already become very strong. He was mentally prepared for any misfortune. Fortunately, this black cutlass was now a demonic ship. It only needed one ferocious beast. After the immemorial demon soul formation absorbed flesh and souls, the ship could slowly recover. There was no need to worry. Holding the god Shadow Bow, Xiao Chan carefully put it away. He made up his mind not to use it unless he had no other choice. The god Shadow Bow was a great killing tool. He could not test the might of the heart flame. Instead, he might as well use an ordinary bow to test it. After rummaging through his storage ring, Xiao Chan took out the dust-covered Soul Slayer bow. Then he gently patted the bow to get rid of the dust. When he saw this bow, he could not help thinking about the past in the Sky Dome realm. He remembered that this bow could bring out a lot of might based on how much vital chi one had. Its origins were very mysterious. One could draw this bow only with pure vital chi. However, Xiao Chen knew that there was no such thing as a limit in this world. The Kunlun realm had not tested this bow's limits yet. Now was a good time to test it out. Boom! Xiao Chen knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and drew the bowstring. When Xiao Chan used one cauldron force, it startled him slightly. To think that he did not draw the bow to its fullest. Xiao Chun continued to pour in more vital qi. Soon it reached 10 cauldron force. Xiao Chun discovered that the more vital qi he infused, the more horrifying the resistance he faced. He could not help feeling startled. What exactly was the origin of this Bao? Now that he was in the Kunlun realm, he still could not draw it to its fullest. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Xiao Chun could only say that when forging this Bao, the formation he infused in it might have been an immortal Dao formation from the previous epoch. The strength of the formation made up for the Bao's inferior material. By the time Xiao Chun used 20 cauldron force, the bowstring was still not drawn to its fullest. Dragon roars rang out endlessly in his body. As Xiao Chun drew the Soul Slayer Bao, his aura soared continuously. An item from the Sky Dome realm gave him a pleasant surprise. The heavenly heart art slowly circulated, and a strand of heart flame appeared at the tail of the arrow. Then it spread out and merged with the entire arrow. Whoosh! Xiao Chun let go, and the arrow infused with heart flame soared into the sky. The arrow immediately pierced through a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast in the sky. It cried out miserably as it fell into the sea. The black cutlass pounced over like a hungry tiger. The immemorial demon soul formation activated, and scarlet demonic chi spread out, quickly swallowing up the ferocious beast. As the black cutlass swallowed up the ferocious beast, the blood mist spreading out thickened. The holes in the black cutlass slowly healed. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding the Bao, entering deep thought. It seemed to be weaker than the little monk's heavenly heart finger. However, it was much faster. Furthermore, the drain was negligible. Xiao Chun took out another arrow. However, this time he knocked 3 arrows at the same time. The 3 arrows infused with heart flame tore through the sky. In the next moment, 3 miserable cries came from the sky as 3 ferocious beasts fell into the water. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Without a doubt, this simplified version of heart force is the most perfect combination with the Bao and arrow." Then Xiao Chun knocked another arrow. Using only 1 cauldron force, he drew the bowstring and opened his heavenly eye. Immediately, Xiao Chun's vision expanded. Using his heavenly eye, he allowed the Soul Slayer Bao in his hand to reach a level similar to the God Shadow Bao. Xiao Chun wanted to test the limits of the heart flame's range, and might when infused with an arrow. Soon his vision extended to 500 kilometers. Then Xiao Chun locked on to a towering mountain. Boom! The instant Xiao Chun let go, that towering mountain turned into dust and vanished from the vast sea. This development stunned Xiao Chun. In the next moment he startled awake. What fast speed! This was already a power that the Soul Slayer Bao could not achieve. Heart Force, even the simplified version of Heart Force, had a flabbergasting might. The faster one's heart was, the faster one's arrow would be. The farther one's heart was, the farther one's arrow would be. Suddenly, Xiao Chun gained some comprehension of Heart Force. He vaguely felt like he had touched something. Heart Force is indeed unfathomable. Back then, when I saw those stone pillar spaces in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body, I felt that they were boundlessly vast, comparable to the starry heavens. Perhaps they were influenced by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart force. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and muttered to himself, no matter what, he had figured out how to use this simplified version of heart force just like the little monk. The little monk was the reincarnation of a great Buddha. His horrifying comprehension ability could not be judged by the standards of ordinary people. The heavenly heart finger was not created by just anyone. Even without Xiao Chun's comprehension ability, he could still find a way to use heart force that was not inferior to the little monk's. It was already something to be proud of. Satisfied, Xiao Chun put away the Soul Slayer Bao. There were still 3 supreme treasures that he had not looked at carefully. One was a secret manual, one was the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, and one was a wondrous mutated fruit. Just by smelling the mutated fruit, Xiao Chun felt a comfortable chill. He felt an urge to burn his bloodline. This was a mutated fruit that strengthened the physique and improved the power of one's bloodline. Its ability was the same as the life juice source that Xiao Chun once obtained. However, its effects should be vastly different. It was not time to consume it yet. Xiao Chun put away the mutated fruit and looked at the ghost pennant. Since Xiao Chun had the experience of using a soul tool before, he took a quick look at it. Then, He only left his mark in the ghost pennant before placing it in his storage ring. Just thinking about the god Shadow Bow, he knew that the ghost pennant's might was not far from it. Finally, there was only one secret manual left. The words "Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art" were written on the cover. Xiao Chun gave it a cursory look. This was an extremely tyrannical demonic Dao cultivation technique. The demonic clouds that lingered in the starry sea formed because the Scarlet Blood Pirate King cultivated this demonic Dao cultivation technique. After flipping through it, Xiao Chun carefully put it away as well. Indeed, he lacked a demonic Dao cultivation technique. Although this demonic Dao cultivation technique was tyrannical, it did not require one to eat humans or absorb souls. It was directly comprehended from the ancient ferocious beast, the demonic cloud bird. Its origins were extremely ancient. Then. Xiao Chun made up his mind. The demonic Dao cultivation technique that he would cultivate in the future would be this demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. However, speaking of which, the little monk has been gone for so long. Why is he not back yet? The black cutlass had swallowed a few ferocious beasts and had already recovered. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, I'm back. I found a huge bird for you. It is definitely very ferocious. I nearly let it run away. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking, the little monk's familiar laughter came from the distance. He saw the little monk in a somewhat sorry state, with some horrifying wounds on his body. However, he had a smile on his face. The little monk dragged a huge scarlet bird as he walked on the surface of the sea, slowly heading towards the black cutlass. Nearly all the feathers on that huge bird had been plucked clean, looking very miserable. He struggled ceaselessly and let out miserable howls, but he just couldn't break free. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Why did this bird's voice sound somewhat familiar? Furthermore, that figure and silhouette seemed familiar. Chapter 1834. Big brother, this bird is very ferocious. It is really foolish. Ha ha ha. It purposely fled a few times and then turned back to sneak attack. Did it think that I did not know? The little monk was very ruthless. He forcefully folded the wings of the huge bird together and tried to grab it. Just like that, he dragged it over the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Xiao Chun found this somewhat familiar. His figure flashed, and he landed on the surface of the sea to observe it closely. Aside from the feathers on its tail, the scarlet bird had lost nearly all its feathers. It was bald, and its huge body now looked pitifully thin and weak. This startled Xiao Chun. To think that it really was the demon blood vulture. Initially, he only found it somewhat familiar. After careful observation, he finally confirmed it. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Chun could not help laughing loudly. Where did you catch it? The little monk answered honestly. It charged over on its own. I did not go far before I saw it flying in our direction. Its entire body was filled with killing chi and a strong demonic nature. I felt that it would not be easy to deal with, so I was about to give up. Who knew? This despicable bird pecked me on the head and left with a strange smile. I really could not endure it. Look, you nearly got pecked through. With one look, there was indeed a clear mark on the little monk's shiny bald head. The demon blood vulture, which the little monk caught, wept in its heart after it completed the trial of its race. After completing the experiential training of its race, its strength had soared again. Without even thinking, it immediately came out to seek revenge on Xiao Chun. After wandering around for a long time, the demon blood vulture sensed the aura of the black cutlass and gave chase. Along the way, the demon blood vulture saw a bald head on the surface of the sea. Out of curiosity, it pecked at the bald head. Unexpectedly, it caused such huge trouble. Even after using all its tricks, it could not defeat this monk. After being caught, the demon blood vulture was in a sorry state. The little monk, whose head had never been injured before, plucked out all its feathers in a fit of anger. The more surprising thing was yet to come. The little monk actually brought the demon blood vulture to Xiao Chun. This was a great humiliation. Originally, the demon blood vulture wanted to appear awe-inspiring and teach Xiao Chun a lesson. Who would have thought that he would turn into a General Five Hairs, appearing in such a sorry state? This made the vengeful demon blood vulture want to find a hole to hide in. Its pitiful reputation was ruined just like that. Let it go. It's my familiar. Xiao Chun could not help smiling as he looked at the demon blood vulture's appearance. The little monk exclaimed, This is Big Brother's demonic pet. How is this possible? I am the King Blood Vulture, the King Blood Vulture. How could it be someone else's magic pet? Don't listen to it. The demon Blood Vulture cried out in its heart. Don't let me go. This great me is not anyone's demonic pet. Naturally, Xiao Qian and the little monk would not care about what it was thinking. The small monk stammered. Big Brother, I'm really sorry for stripping your demonic pet. Xiao Qian smiled casually. It's fine. Go and rest first. I have something to say to the demon Blood Vulture. Big Brother is really magnanimous. Then I'll leave first. He had accidentally left Xiao Qian's demonic pet in such a state. He was too embarrassed to continue staying here. Feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, the little monk quickly left. Now only Xiao Qian and the featherless demon Blood Vulture remained. One man and one beast watched quietly. The demon Blood Vulture was the first to give in. It continuously cursed Xiao Qian in its heart. When it saw Xiao Qian's eyes, it always felt fear. This was especially so in its current weakened state. When it flapped its wings weakly, it discovered that it could not fly at all. Xiao Qian stepped forward, and the demon Blood Vulture retreated in a fluster. Then it advanced again and retreated again. Plop! The demon Blood Vulture stumbled and nearly fell, nearly getting swept away by the waves. Strange, what's wrong with this silly bird? I'm just treating its injuries. Why did it get so agitated? Xiao Qian rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat confused and suspicious. Did it really become stupid? It looks like I have to reconsider the mysterious beast list that I intend to give it. Don't move. Boom! Xiao Qian extended out his will of soul, and finally used a forceful method to restrain the demon Blood Vulture. The demonic nature in Xiao Qian's body activated, and the demonic nature veritable essence energy in his primal core spread throughout his body. His eyes turned pitch black. It's over. It's over. It's really going to eat me. The demon Blood Vulture was frightened into trembling. However, in the next moment, Xiao Qian used his demonic qi veritable essence energy to treat its injuries. Black demonic qi entered the demon Blood Vulture's body, and its injuries slowly healed. Feathers quickly grew back all over its body. What a strong recovery speed! What fortuitous encounter did this demon Blood Vulture encounter? Xiao Qian felt startled. Although his demonic qi veritable essence energy was vast, it could not produce such a great healing effect. It looks like this demon Blood Vulture must have encountered something when it disappeared. When the demon Blood Vulture's wings were fully feathered, Xiao Qian took a closer look and discovered that the changes were rather great. First was the tail feathers. There was a golden line in the middle of the scarlet tail feathers. Then there was a faint golden light flickering in the demon Blood Vulture's eyes. This fellow's bloodline is mutating. Xiao Qian felt startled. Fortunately, it was the little monk who ran into it. If it were anyone else, it would have eaten them already. Suddenly, Xiao Qian recalled the little monk's words. The demon Blood Vulture had taken the initiative to fly towards him. Furthermore, it had come in a ferocious manner, radiating killing qi. With this thought, Xiao Qian stopped what he was doing and looked at this demon Blood Vulture with a strange gaze. Could it be here to seek trouble for me? The demon Blood Vulture, which was plotting in secret, suddenly saw Xiao Qian's suspicious gaze. It was startled and quickly lowered its head. Boom! Just at this moment, a demonic might swept out in all directions. Demonic clouds churned in the sky and quickly covered the sky above the black cutlass before stopping. Big Brother, a sovereign personage expert is here, the little monk said anxiously from the deck. He was somewhat worried that the sovereign personages of the three great demonic Dao sects had caught up. Xiao Qian frowned slightly. He ignored the demon Blood Vulture and returned to the demonic ship. Who knew when the demon Blood Vulture saw the demonic clouds in the sky, it became even more afraid than Xiao Qian. The demon Blood Vulture flew up in a fluster and hid in the spirit beast platform of the black cutlass. Something's wrong with the aura. It feels like a ferocious beast, Xiao Qian said softly. The one that came did not seem like a demonic Dao cultivator but more like a terrifying ferocious beast. The little monk said softly, a ferocious beast is also a sovereign personage ferocious beast. It will die an even more miserable death. This was true. The means of ferocious beasts were much more brutal than cultivators. Xiao Qian did not say anything. He only took out the god shadow bow and knocked an arrow. This time, he learned from the previous lesson and merged the heart flame with the arrow in advance, preventing it from exploding from the god shadow bow's strong force. A soul tool. The little monk exclaimed in sudden understanding. Big brother, were you trying to use this soul tool to shoot me earlier? I was wondering why I could not shake off the feeling of death looming over me. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he countered indifferently. How can that be? Am I that kind of person? You are. The demon blood vulture thought to itself as it peeked its head out from the spirit beast platform. The little monk scratched his head, wondering if he had wronged his big brother. Young man, put away the soul tool in your hand. Cannot injure me. I do not have any malicious intent either. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, startling him. What a terrifying, ferocious beast. The thought broke through his heart's defenses and forcefully appeared in his mind. Cannot injure me? That is hard to say. However, I believe that you do not have any malicious intent. Xiao Chen put away the god shadow bow and did not prepare to attack. He saw a pair of terrifying eyes at the limits of his vision. The owner of those eyes was also a demon blood vulture. However, this demon blood vulture possessed terrifying strength, far greater than the one on the black cutlass. This demon blood vulture gave Xiao Chen the vague feeling that it surpassed sovereign personage, appearing somewhat unfathomable. However, this was not surprising. The demon blood vulture was a special ferocious beast in the first place. As long as it absorbed enough demonic nature, its strength could increase infinitely without any special bottlenecks. Of course, this was not the reason why Xiao Chen stopped. The main reason was that Xiao Chen felt a bloodline connection between the demon blood vulture and the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture hiding on your ship is my youngest son. It has a mischievous nature and does not like to live in groups. After disappearing for half a year, it suddenly returned to participate in the sovereign trial. To think that it managed to defeat its older brothers. Its bloodline even mutated, something unprecedented in the history of my demon blood vulture race. However, after it ate my race's holy fruit, it slipped away again. So that is the case. After understanding the cause and effect, Xiao Chen asked, So, I want to see who exactly is the human who caused it to change so much. Xiao Chen said indifferently, Since you have seen it, then you should know that I do not have any malicious intent toward it. I did not sign a blood contract with it or forcefully tame it. If you want to take it away, I have no objections. However, if you want to attack me, I will not just stand there and wait to be captured. No. You misunderstand. I want it to stay by your side. I will help you form a blood contract with it. When the blood vulture king heard Xiao Chen say that he wanted it to take away its youngest son, it became anxious, saying no 3 times in a row. This reply stunned Xiao Chen. He did not know what to say. What kind of father would give his descendant to someone else to sign a blood contract with? Why are you not willing? In that case, I can give you some benefits. What do you want? A demonic Dao cultivation technique? Or a demonic Dao treasure? Or a divine item at the bottom of the sea? Or the essence blood of ferocious beasts? We can discuss it. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, the blood vulture king thought that Xiao Chen was unwilling. Xiao Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. Is this fellow's biological son? There's no need. Subduing a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline would be a great help to me. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Giving him a demon blood vulture for free was already a great gain. He was too embarrassed to ask for other treasures. Ha. Unexpectedly, there is such a good person like you in the human race. In that case, I will let this unfilial son follow you for 100 years. The mysterious blood vulture king in the distance seemed to execute some secret technique. Then, the demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform cried out miserably. The demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform released its demonic nature and turned into a beam of red light soaring into the sky. In the next moment, the demon blood vulture quickly descended towards Xiao Chen. Then, this beam of red light turned into a ring on Xiao Chen's index finger. Kase. Xiao Chen vaguely felt an additional appendage to his soul. This attachment was placed on the scarlet ring on his finger. Goodbye. The horrifying demonic clouds in the sky came quickly and left even faster, going far away like the receding tide. What are they doing? They left again? The little monk asked, feeling it was strange as he rubbed his head. Xiao Chun looked at the ring on his finger. Then he looked into the distance and said, "They are here to sell their son." Chapter 1835. What? Since the Blood Vulture King only communicated with Xiao Qian, the little monk could not figure out what was going on. What does he mean by selling his son? Xiao Qian smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His gaze fell on the scarlet ring on his index finger, and he revealed a playful smile. Finally, Lin Fan had some means to control the Blood Demon General. As long as he wanted to, he could turn the Blood Demon General into a ring at any time and lock it in his hand. He could boldly increase the Blood Demon General's strength without worrying about a backlash. "Where's my dad?" Just at this moment, a young but aged voice rang out in Xiao Qian's mind. That was the Demon Blood Vulture's voice. Previously, he had not signed a blood contract with it, so he could not communicate with it. Now, he could use his thoughts to communicate. This was the first time Xiao Qian heard the Demon Blood Vulture's voice, which surprised him. "Your dad left." "Left? Haha. That scared this old man to death. I thought that old bastard would take me back and lock me up again." Xiao Qian's expression immediately turned petrified, not knowing what to say. "What's going on? Why can't I move? What's going on?" Xiao Qian patiently explained what happened earlier to the Blood Vulture King. "Damn! That old bastard even sold his own son. Is there any justice in this world? Does he still have a conscience? No. Send me back." Xiao Qian entered deep thought. He seemed to understand why the Blood Vulture King was willing to sacrifice himself to give this demon Blood Vulture away. The Blood Vulture King was simply a little demon king. To put it nicely, he was unruly. To put it bluntly, he was a fool. Ignoring the demon Blood Vulture's hooting, Xiao Qian asked the little monk, "How much longer will it take for us to reach the Transrealm Transportation Formation in the Ash-Gray Sea?" The little monk took out the sea chart. After studying it for a while, he replied, "It is still far away. When we were sent out from the Myriad Star Mountain, we deviated too much. It will take at least 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months? That was acceptable. The Ash-Gray Sea was vast, and the Myriad Star Sea was just a corner." Xiao Qian recalled that when he went to the Starlight Sea, it took him 2 months. This time, it would only take him 3 or 4 months to reach the Transrealm Transportation Formation. Furthermore, Xiao Qian indeed needed 3 to 4 months to consolidate his strength. Now, it is time to discuss the matter of exchanging the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique with me. The two of them each had an incomplete manual. Only by exchanging it would they be able to maximize their profits. It was beneficial to both of them. The little monk giggled and said, "All right, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I was just waiting for Big Brother to speak. I have grasped a total of 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower and merciless killing. But so far I've only focused on 1 move in the world. It's better not to bite off more than I can chew for a saber technique of this level. You have to choose a move and understand it thoroughly before connecting it with other moves. Then your progress will be very fast." Xiao Qian couldn't agree more. Right now, he was only focusing on severing the mundane, and was in the process of turning simplicity into complexity. This move was broken down into a set of dreamlike mundane world saber techniques. There were a total of 3 moves: creating dreams with the saber, entering dreams with the saber, and using dreams as saber. After thoroughly comprehending this saber technique, he would be able to comprehend breaking the mundane by simplifying it. As for the other moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, the prerequisite was that he had sufficient saber manuals. The two exchanged saber manuals and immediately grasped 6 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After Yan Chun obtained Xiao Qian's saber manual, he said joyfully, "I heard from Master that this saber technique has a total of 11 moves. This way we can find most of them in one go. In the future, we might be able to collect the complete saber technique. If we trace it back to its source, we might be able to practice the foundation of all the martial techniques of my hidden spirit temple, the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm." Xiao Qian found this strange. He asked, "Could it be that we cannot directly practice the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm?" The little monk shook his head and said, A primogenitor-grade cultivation technique is simply very difficult to directly practice. There is only one move, and it is as vast as smoke, materializing the many powerful techniques of the hidden spirit temple. You can imagine how difficult it is to directly practice it. The foundation of all the martial techniques in the world is the 3 primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques. The Buddhist sect's Gautama Divine Palm, the Taoist sect's True Martial Divine Sword, and the demonic sect's Primal Chaos Demonic Scripture. Even though many cultivation techniques that rival primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques appeared later, they cannot be called primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques, as they are unable to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques. Feeling confused, Xiao Chun asked, "In that case, even if we create our own cultivation techniques, we will not be able to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques." That is natural. Without the 3 primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques, there would be no martial epoch. That is the source. Since you and I are in the martial epoch, we cannot shake off this restriction. This is rather interesting. The little monk truly lives up to being from the central great realm. There are many things that Xiao Chun has never heard of before. Then, which of the 3 primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques is the strongest? The little monk quickly replied. Without a doubt, the Primal Chaos Demonic Scripture is the strongest. Don't ask me why. That is what the ancient books agree on. However, there is no point in thinking so much. The primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques are no longer complete, having vanished in the long river of time. There is no way to make up for them. For example, the Buddhist sect's Gautama Divine Palm only has 4 palm strikes left. The 4 great Buddhist temples each have 1 palm strike. Only 3 of the True Martial Divine Sword remain in the hands of the 3 Taoist sections. As for the Primal Chaos Demonic Scripture, it is even worse off. I heard that it is already completely destroyed, not even a complete move remaining. Think about it. Not a single move of the Primal Chaos Demonic Scripture remains, but the entire demonic Tao is already boundlessly strong. If someone grasps every move and reorganizes the demonic Tao, the world will experience a great calamity. Hence, there is no doubt that the Primal Chaos Demonic Scripture is the strongest. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. Could it be that the loss of the demonic Tao's primogenitor-grade cultivation techniques caused the demonic Tao to deviate from its original meaning? The little monk continued smiling. Hee. As long as we find the remaining 5 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, we can learn the Gautama Divine Palm and move unhindered in the Great Thousand Realms. Ha ha ha. The little monk fell into some sort of fantasy, a boundless fantasy. Xiao Chun asked, "Has anyone collected all of them?" I don't think so. Has anyone practiced the complete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique? The little monk scratched his head. It seems like aside from the Creator, no one has succeeded. Did he rely on the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to practice the Gautama Divine Palm? I don't think so. The creator of this saber technique has always been a taboo in the Buddhist sections. There are no records of when the saber technique was formed. Once it was formed, it suffered many setbacks. It was lost several times and it is now completely lost. I have never heard of anyone restoring it. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Hence, it is not realistic to rely on this to practice the Gautama Divine Palm. It is more reliable to directly cultivate and comprehend it. Even if one cannot successfully cultivate it, one can rely on the Gautama Divine Palm to comprehend a cultivation technique or martial technique that suits one." This blow dealt the little monk a heavy blow. He stopped thinking. Then, he took the incomplete manual that Xiao Chun wrote for him and went back to study it. Like the little monk, Xiao Chun returned to the cultivation room and started studying it. Although he would not immediately start cultivating it, he still needed to read it. He would more or less gain some comprehensions. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower, kill without mercy. As Xiao Chun read, he felt the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's vastness and heaviness. He felt somewhat curious. What kind of genius was the creator of this saber technique? However, Xiao Chun had too many things to do now. He did not have time to think too much or spend too much time thinking about it. He needed to consolidate his cultivation. It was time to cultivate some of the cultivation techniques that were previously restricted by his cultivation realm, after breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. First was the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. This ice-attributed medial-grade earth-rank cultivation technique could already be cultivated to a higher level. The Ice Feather Divine Incantation had a total of 6 layers. Xiao Chun, who already cultivated the 3rd layer, prepared to cultivate it to peak consummation of the 6th layer in one go. He wanted to see if he could merge the 6 layers and cultivate it to the hidden 7th layer. However, since this was a medial-grade earth-ranked cultivation technique without any restrictions, it was best to cultivate it to consummation as soon as possible. Xiao Chun took out spirit jades and placed them in the spirit gathering formation under the prayer mat. Then he started cultivating. 3 days later, Xiao Chun successfully broke through and cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation to the 4th layer. After another 7 days, Xiao Chun successfully cultivated the 5th layer without any difficulty. He discovered that his physical body could cultivate the Ice Feather Divine Incantation rather quickly. However, he exhausted a lot of resources. In less than half a month, he had exhausted 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. The 6th layer took longer. He spent half a month before he managed to open all his meridians. Whoosh! After successfully cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's 6th layer and completing a major cycle, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. He slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. His black hair had already turned white. Vaguely, Xiao Chun felt that the additional ice-attributed energy in his body had a good suppressive effect on his demonic nature. No matter what, he could maintain a clear mind, like ancient ice, unaffected by the various negative emotions. When Xiao Chun looked into the average-sized cultivation room, he saw a chill. Crystalline ice feathers drifted down like snowflakes. It looks like this Ice Feather Divine Incantation has some tricks up its sleeve. It is not as simple as I thought, Xiao Chun muttered to himself. He did not say anything more, preparing to give it a try before continuing his closed-door cultivation. He wanted to merge the 6 into one and break through to the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's hidden 7th layer. That would be of great help to his comprehension of the Ice Tao. Half a month later, the little monk, who was playing with the demon blood vulture on the deck, suddenly felt a horrifying chill. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly soared into the air. The demon blood vulture, which was too slow, was very unlucky. Before it could react, the cold chi struck it. In an instant, the entire black cutlass and the demon blood vulture were sealed in ice, turning into ice sculptures floating on the surface of the sea. What a strong will of ice! Big Brother's improvement during this period is somewhat terrifying. The little monk in the air felt flabbergasted. Personally witnessing Xiao Chen's rapid improvement in the ice-attributed energy was indeed shocking. Whoosh! A figure charged out of the ship. This figure had white hair, white robes, and white robes. It was Xiao Chun. Congratulations, Big Brother. You are one step closer to grasping the Ice Tao, the little monk said with a smile. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, although I have cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's hidden 7th layer, I am still far from the Ice Tao. However, my improvement during this period is real. How about we exchange a few moves? Fighting spirit flashed in the little monk's eyes. He smiled and said, that is exactly what I was thinking. The two instantly exchanged moves. However, they forgot about the demon blood vulture, which was still sealed in ice. Chapter 1836. On the surface of the sea, the rumbling sound did not stop. Xiao Chun and the little monk exchanged blows quickly. Both of them did not draw their sabers and only fought with their fists and feet. They fought back and forth, competing with each other. It was obvious that the little monk was holding back. He did not use the movement technique that he was proud of or the horrifying might of the way. He felt that since he could even kill holy venerates, he should not need to use his full power to deal with his big brother. But thinking like that caused him to suffer greatly. Xiao Chun raised his hand and waved. A chill filled the air, and ice feathers fluttered in the air like snowflakes. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the surface of the sea was covered in a layer of cold air. At first, the little monk did not pay much attention to it. However, he soon discovered that the chill in his body was growing stronger and stronger. Even his blood felt like it was going to freeze. His speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, Little Yin Chan, this Ice Feather Divine Incantation's 7th level is not that simple. The chill may seem harmless, but in reality, it is accumulating at every moment. It is not easy to expel. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen closed in on him step by step. The little monk fought head-on. However, Xiao Chen forced him back step by step. After a while, he was horrified to discover that the cold qi in his body actually turned into ice crystals, solidifying into something solid. They looked crystalline, translucent, and beautiful. However, they were like ice spikes that constantly hurt him. Great Diamond Fist. The little monk roared angrily. He activated the true essence in his body, and for the first time, his Buddhist might burst out completely. Boom! As he punched out, his entire body shone with golden light, and all the ice crystals in his body were shaken out. The surface of the sea surged, and a huge wave surged towards Xiao Chen like the roar of a tsunami. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had finally used his full strength. Swinging his palm left and right, he stirred up the chill around him. Then he unhurriedly sent out a palm strike. The ice quintessence in Xiao Chen's body surged out. Boom! The surging wave that contained the rage of the Buddhist sect's guardian deities shattered under Xiao Chen's palm strike. The seawater instantly solidified into ice. Big brother. Looks like I've really underestimated you. As Yen Chan stood on the huge frozen wave, he looked at Xiao Chen. The fighting spirit in his eyes blazed like fire. Xiao Chen gently took 3 steps back and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget that your true strength only rivals that of a holy venerate." Back in the stone pillar space, Yen Chan relied on his movement technique to prevent the many holy venerates from surrounding him. From the beginning to the end, he had been fighting one-on-one. In the end, he had relied on the little devil monk Silver Saber's fame to scare away the group of demonic sect elders. Although his combat prowess was already extremely horrifying, Xiao one did not overestimate. However, big brother, you are only a peak early stage star venerate. I don't believe that big brother can last 3 moves against my full power attack. The little monk felt strong confidence. His Dao might appeared, and a silver light soared into the sky. Then he pointed the Buddhist monk's saber at Xiao Chen. Now that Xiao Chen was an early stage star venerate, he wanted to know what his current combat prowess was. Xiao Chen's battle hunger soared in his heart. He looked forward to the little monk's next attack. One saber strike. The little monk laughed loudly and spread his arms. A silver light flashed, and the instant his figure vanished, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. A horrifying saber might instantly burst out. Although Xiao Chen had 2 kinds of Dao might supporting him, he still could not block it and ended up at a disadvantage. Clang! Xiao Chen's arm trembled. This saber strike forced him to take a few steps back, causing him to lose his footing. Boom! 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 With every step Xiao Chen took, huge cracks appeared on the surface of the sea. After 10 steps, the seawater under Xiao Chen's feet shattered and surged in all directions. Another saber strike. A silver light flashed, and the little monk tore through the sky like a heavenly eagle. Xiao Chen used his consciousness to check, but could not catch the little monk's figure. Xiao Chen could only sense some blurry trajectories, unable to make an accurate judgment. Dang! Xiao Chen only managed to circulate his veritable essence energy and block this saber strike when the little monk suddenly charged to his side. This saber strike directly knocked Xiao Chen into the air, nearly knocking the tyrant saber out of his hand. Interesting. After landing, Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. Now, he finally understood how sullen the holy venerates who fought the little monk were. Such a strange movement technique speed was simply terrifying. The explosive Dao might was also very troublesome. The little monk's Dao might was simply too strong. The little monk's understanding of the saber Dao surpassed Xiao Chen's. With just the pure saber great Dao, the little monk managed to suppress 2 of Xiao Chen's great Dao. One more saber strike. The little monk giggled. Then he pushed off the ground and sent a final saber strike at Xiao Chen. Heavenly Eye. Xiao Chen quickly opened his heavenly eye, and his vision immediately became 100 times stronger. He could even see the microscopic particles floating in the air. I see it. I see it. With the help of the heavenly eye, Xiao Chen finally captured the little monk's movement trajectory. The little monk's movement trajectory was extremely fast, making it very hard for one's vision to grasp. Xiao Chun attacked decisively. He could not guarantee that he could lock onto the little monk in the next moment. Divine Lightning Eye. Suddenly, rapidly spinning purple petals appeared in Xiao Chun's heavenly eye. 10 bolts of tribulation lightning instantly gathered from all directions. Then, they gathered above the little monk's head before raining down a thick bolt of tribulation lightning. Electric light flickered, and the little monk's body went flying amid an explosion. "This is the moment," Xiao Chun shouted coldly. Then he infused the Thunder Great Tao into the Tyrant Saber, instantly bringing out the Tyrant Saber's full might. The Tyrant Saber in Xiao Chun's hand changed shape, and a layer of purple lightning fire spread out on its surface. Boom! When Xiao Chun swung his saber, it triggered a bright electric light. The little monk, who just got blasted away, appeared somewhat confused. The saber strike that Xiao Chun quickly followed up sent the little monk flying. A wound appeared on his chest as he fell somewhat miserably to the sea. Ha ha ha! Big brother is indeed big brother. I really did not expect this move. After the little monk stood up, his fighting spirit soared as he laughed without end. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "Let's fight again tomorrow." "Don't." Yin Chan immediately vomited blood. He had just suffered a great loss, and now Xiao Chun actually said that he was not going to fight anymore. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not continue fighting. He had already seen the little monk's strength, which made him understand his many weaknesses. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun thought of several perfect ideas that he needed to digest and comprehend. Furthermore, he should stop while he was ahead. The first time the Heavenly Eye and the Divine Lightning Eye merged, Xiao Chun obtained miraculous results. However, that might not be the case if he continued fighting. 3 moves are over. Remember not to boast next time. An existence that could instantly kill a holy venerate was indeed extraordinary. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat troubled. The little monk walked over with his head hanging low. Xiao Chun consoled him. "We'll continue tomorrow." "It's a deal then." Yin Chan immediately perked up. His eyes lit up as he giggled. Youths were indeed driven. However, Xiao Chun did not know that he already had a vague idea on how to curb Yin Chen's speed. One day was sufficient to change many things. "Big brother, we seem to have forgotten something." Yin Chan suddenly thought of something. The two arrived at the still ice-sealed black cutlass. Only then did they discover that the pitiful demon blood vulture had already fainted from the cold. Finding it strange, Xiao Chun asked, "What's going on?" The little monk scratched his head and said, "I dodged too quickly. When I left, I seem to have been careless and kicked it. I don't remember it clearly." Xiao Chun melted the ice and checked it. Then he relaxed and said, "It won't die. Take care of it." "There's no need. Master, I'll just stay in the spirit beast platform." Upon hearing that Xiao Chun wanted Yin Chan to take care of it, the demon blood vulture dragged its stiff body and stumbled into the spirit beast platform. After spending some time together, the demon blood vulture had no choice but to acknowledge Xiao Chun as its master. Then, the demon blood vulture tragically discovered that compared to Xiao Chun, staying with the little monk was clearly more unlucky. "Stupid bird! How dare you look down on me?" How could the little monk endure this? He roared ferociously and chased after the demon blood vulture into the spirit beast platform. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he smiled faintly and sighed in his heart. He did not know how long such peaceful days could last. The closer he got to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation, the closer Xiao Chun got to the Divine Dragon Empire. What kind of changes had happened to the dragon race? Would he be able to meet Ryue? Would his identity as a blue dragon bloodline cause trouble? What were his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Xiao Chun's future was destined to be bumpy. After entering closed-door cultivation for one night, Xiao Chun started to diligently cultivate the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. The Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's first layer cultivated the dragon veins. The second layer cultivated the dragon bones. The third layer cultivated the dragon blood and tempered vital qi. The fourth layer cultivated the dragon wings. After cultivating it to perfection, one could sprout dragon wings on one's back. With a thought, the blue dragon divine wings would spread out. At that time, the little monk's speed would no longer pose any trouble to Xiao Chun. The fourth layer was the Star Venerate Realm. It was much more difficult than the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Xiao Chun did not think of succeeding in one go. He only wanted to cultivate it to small perfection before arriving at the trans-realm transportation formation. The sun rose in the east. As promised, Xiao Chun and the little monk fought again. This time Xiao Chun did not use his heavenly eye or the divine lightning eye. However, the little monk was shocked to discover that when he approached Xiao Chun, his speed slowed uncontrollably. A strange force field surrounded Xiao Chun. It looked gentle but was actually incredibly ferocious. It was like he was stuck in a quagmire. The more he twisted his body, the deeper he sank. The little monk, who came into contact with the Taiji force field for the first time, suffered greatly. After 10 moves, he still could not gain an advantage over Xiao Chun. The little monk took the initiative to give up and return to closed-door cultivation to study how to break Xiao Chun's Taiji force field. The little monk truly lived up to being the reincarnation of a Buddha. On this day, he managed to think of a way to break it. The little monk infused his Buddhist might into the surroundings, forming a similar force field. When he approached, he used his Buddhist might to clash head-on with Xiao Chun's Taiji force field. Although the little monk did not break the Taiji force field the instant they clashed, many openings appeared in the Taiji force field. Seizing this opportunity, the little monk attacked 3 times, successfully sending Xiao Chun flying. Just like that, the two exchanged blows, fighting every day and discussing after the fight. As Xiao Chun continuously perfected the Taiji force field, the little monk did his best to think of various ways to break it. Both of them improved rapidly. This continued until one day, when Xiao Chun suddenly spread out the 30-meter-long blue dragon divine wings on his back and executed thunder dragon steps. After beating up the little monk no longer brought up the matter of challenging Xiao Chun to a fight. Xiao Chun's blue dragon divine wings reached small perfection, and he was only 3 days away from the trans-realm transportation formation. Chapter 1837. Just as Xiao Chun thought this, a huge wave surged over from the bottom of the sea, carrying a terrifying force. The wave instantly tossed the black cutlass high into the sky. The world spun around. The little monk and Xiao Chun felt their chi and blood surge. Xiao Chun released the arrow, and the bowstring trembled slightly. The demonic hell trembled and crumbled bit by bit, rumbling endlessly. The black lotus demonic Buddha statue, which was chanting scriptures with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes and roared ferociously. Then it ferociously threw a palm strike. "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" However, the mask in his hand did not hold back at all. Everything had a limit. Xiao Chun originally wanted to see how many batches of these boundless evil spirits could come out. Xiao Chun found it somewhat difficult to calm down. He fiddled with the mysterious mask that he obtained from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, the exquisite white mask that looked like porcelain. The third secret technique was the mask clone. Could create a perfect clone. Even a sovereign personage would not be able to tell the real from the fake. A Buddhist proclamation resounded in the sky, echoing over the vast sea. A Buddha statue appeared in the clouds, sitting on a black lotus throne. Many Buddhist halos appeared behind it, filling the sky with a black Buddhist light, spreading over the vast sea. Xiao Chun looked around. It was like a small world had appeared out of nowhere. There were no signs of illusions at all. Layers of Buddhist light layered behind it. A horrifying Buddhist might spread out, appearing boundless. The resentful spirits and evil spirits here were simply the best food for the Yazi beast demon soul. "Little monk, help me buy some time. I have a way to destroy him." Before the Buddha became a Buddha, evil spirits came to stop him. The Buddha did not get angry, sad, joyful, or hurt. He touched the ground with his hand and turned the evil spirits into ashes. That's not right. The aura of this ship feels somewhat familiar yet strange. It is very strange. I have never had such a feeling before. Soul tools were known as soul tools. Xiao Chun had already experienced the price of failing to use them rashly. Both of them vomited a mouthful of blood, significantly injured. There must be a way to break it. There must be a way to break it. He had collected nearly all the spirit jades that few people cared about in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. Xiao Chun took out the God Shadow Bow, and his soul energy poured into the bow like a flood. The number of medial-grade spirit jades in his storage ring was even more horrifying. Xiao Chun and the little monk drew their sabers in an instant. Saber lights flew everywhere, and tens of thousands of evil spirits were turned to ashes on the spot. Boom! It was his bad luck that brought such a strong enemy to Xiao Chun. However, the Sea of Misery was a vast sea of vengeful spirits and evil spirits. It gathered countless negative emotions, and it was impossible to kill them all. Kill! The two of them were in unbearable pain from the burning, unable to retaliate at all. In the sea of bitterness, they were like evil spirits, causing the resentful spirits in the surroundings to laugh. Amidst the pain, Xiao Chun transmitted his voice with great difficulty. Yin Chen's thoughts raced as he thought of all sorts of methods. This was a Buddha statue and not the real Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The blue dragon divine wings reached the small success stage. Xiao Chun's speed increased by more than 10 times after he unfurled it. Returning to the divine dragon empire was perfectly normal. The little monk's expression changed drastically, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Big brother, this is the demonic world's hell. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor personally created it. To think that someone could summon the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. It must be the Black Lotus sect venerate personally coming. The little monk suddenly appeared beside Xiao Chun. When he saw Xiao Chun in a daze, he asked softly, "Now is the time." Xiao Chun slowly discovered that this thought was somewhat naive. There were still 3 more days before they arrived at the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. The little monk Yin Chen's expression changed slightly, revealing a confused expression. A fierce flame blazed in the two's hearts, burning them to the point of pain, causing them to wail in anguish. However, during this period, the little monk had been in closed-door cultivation, thinking about how to defeat Xiao Chun again. Xiao Chun found this strange, but he did not overthink it. Perhaps the scriptures on the mask were just random additions. More importantly, after the divine dragon war body spread out its wings, it reached a mental state. The piercing Buddhist light forced the Black Lotus demonic ancestor to close his eyes, not daring to look directly at it. Some ancient scriptures were carved on the mask. The two fought to the point of exhaustion on the ship, sinking into an endless massacre. Xiao Chun glanced at it and did not care. There are ships coming and going on the ash-gray sea. This is not strange. A huge black palm rushed over on the vast sea, looking like it wanted to crush both the two and the ship. Xiao Chun carefully sensed that the mask covered up all of his aura. This included all of his vital signs, allowing all sorts of information to enter his mind. Now, Xiao Chun understood that the various incredible functions of the mask were exceptionally miraculous. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's strength actually more than doubled in an instant. No matter how many came, there was no need to fear. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's gaze locked on Xiao Chun and the little monk. With just one look, the two sins started burning. This mask was called the Death God Mask. It had 3 secret techniques. The first secret technique was Void Shadow. It allowed the wielder's physical body to immaterialize once a day, blocking all attacks. The wielder's martial techniques would be useless. Xiao Chun, who was preparing to go down, entered deep thought when he heard that. Then he stopped. Without even thinking, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and touched the ground with his left. However, he found it hard to calm down. Xiao Chun kept having a bad feeling in his heart that he could not get rid of. The mask was different from other soul tools. It was not an offensive mask. One did not need to be strong to wield this mask. All the aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were instantly extinguished. Burning karmic flame. The little monk blamed himself in his heart. It's me again. I harmed Big Brother again. Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The little monk made up his mind. He did not hesitate to glare at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Your sins are boundless, and you are not sincere in your devotion to Buddha. Only the Black Lotus Buddha can pardon you ignorant, filthy people. The cultivators who died at the hands of the two were vaguely visible in the fire, turning into aggrieved spirits and laughing malevolently in the surroundings. With a thought, the great desolate Aeon ferocious beast, the Yazi beast demon soul, appeared in the black cutlass. It opened its mouth and sucked in the countless aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits. The little monk smiled in shock. That can't be. Big Brother always looks calm and collected, unfazed in the face of danger, giving others the feeling that he is unfathomable. Do you also have moments of confusion? The amount of sin on the little monk's body was far greater than Xiao Chen's. At this moment, his sin was burning, and he was in even more pain than Xiao Chun. Standing in the sea of bitterness, Xiao Chan looked at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. He truly did not know how to face the enemy. Unfortunately, the scripture was written in an ancient language of Buddhism, which Xiao Chan did not understand. In addition to the 3 secret techniques, the mask also had many auxiliary functions, such as immunity to illusions and mental attacks, waiting for Xiao Chan to slowly explore them. His cultivation was stable, and he could break through to middle stage star venerate at any time. His combat prowess rivaled that of a holy venerate. Xiao Chan held many soul tools, a mutated fruit for improving his bloodline, and a beast core for strengthening his demonic pet. As the chanting sped up, the horrifying Buddhist might grew stronger. Even Xiao Chan and the little monk found it hard to endure. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chan now possessed the capital to head to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, he still found it hard to calm his heart. When Xiao Chen's left hand touched the sea of bitterness, he extinguished the karmic flames covering his body, and a golden swastika appeared on his chest. A resplendent and dazzling Buddhist light burst forth from his body, instantly illuminating this dark space. Demon subduing ground imprint. With a thought, the karmic flames descended. The scene around them changed. Xiao Chen and the little monk felt like they were in hell, surrounded by layers of illusions. The black cutlass charged at the huge palm. The countless malicious spirits in the sea of bitterness suddenly showed ferocious expressions as they pounced at the two from all directions. The little monk suffered from this. Buzz. I'll do my best. As I heard, the dead are already dead. Why bother about the mundane world? There are many things in the mundane world, the past. However, reality did not give the two a chance to catch their breath. The little monk said quickly. A look of despair flashed in his eyes. He had not expected that he would meet such a terrifying enemy. Death God mask? Is there such a thing as a death god in Buddhism? Compared to the god Shadow Bao and the Chongqi beast ghost pennant, this was simply inconceivable. The black cutlass was from the abandoned land's blue dragon clan. Returning to the dragon race was like returning a dragon to its homeland. As the black cutlass flapped its wings, his bloodline surged. He could feel the surging power and ancient dragon might of the blue dragon bloodline. All the filth of the world cannot live forever. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor hovering in the air seemed to be separated from Xiao Chan by a boundless distance. He was right before Xiao Chan but also far away, unable to attack. As the scriptures purified the formless Yazi beast demon soul, the scarlet light on its body slowly separated. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "It's not that I'm confused. I'm just feeling somewhat rueful." When the advantage of a great desolate Aeon bloodline reached a certain cultivation realm, cultivators without a bloodline would be at a disadvantage. Amid a loud sound, the black cutlass broke through that huge black demonic hand like a sharp knife. After putting away the mask, Xiao Chan went to the lookout. He looked at the vast ash-gray sea and looked into the distance, letting his thoughts wander. Xiao Chan somersaulted and landed on the deck. Then he stomped heavily on the deck, and a scarlet mist gathered on the ship. Xiao Chan allowed his heart to roam the boundless sea. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. Xiao Chan said honestly, I feel anticipation and nervousness in the Divine Dragon Empire. It is somewhat complicated. I don't know what I'm thinking either. Xiao Chan and the little monk's figures flashed wildly. The shock waves could not avoid knocking them back. At this moment, the sea for 5,000 kilometers around turned into a sea of bitterness filled with vengeful spirits and hungry ghosts. When Xiao Chan put the mask on his face, he instantly felt like the mask had merged with his flesh and blood like a piece of human skin. Just at this moment, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor in the sky suddenly chanted scriptures to purify the Yazi beast demon soul. The second secret technique was the Grim Reaper scimitar. It could summon the mysterious Grim Reaper in the mask to attack, turning his will of soul into the Grim Reaper scimitar. Xiao Chen's body ached, but his heart ached even more. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, looking at the two coldly without any expression on his face. Xiao Chan knocked an arrow, and the heart flame merged with the arrow. Then he slowly pulled the bowstring back. With the help of the god Shadow Bao, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor, who felt boundless, instantly locked onto him. Yin Chan looked into the distance and said with a frown, It seems like a ship is heading towards us. Perhaps I should ask the little monk for guidance. Could it be the Black Lotus Church? Whoosh. I have to think of a way. No matter what, Big Brother cannot die here. The gigantic Yazzie beast demon soul shattered on the spot. In that instant, all the vengeful spirits and malicious spirits that the Yazzie beast demon soul swallowed earlier turned into scarlet light and soared into the sky. Familiar yet strange? In that instant, Xiao Qin's crystalline heart of 7 apertures, devoid of any filth, burst forth with a pure Buddhist light. Compared to before, it was a completely different matter. Boom! Chapter 1838. It was just some peak major primal core cultivators. Even if he had less than half of his strength, he would still be able to deal with them easily. Master your body, Xiao Qin thought to himself. Although he was severely injured and could bring out less than half of his strength, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. However, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. Xiao Qin, my master is coming personally. Do you think you still have a chance to flee? The Holy Sun Mingxian prepared to attack again. However, the Black Lotus sect Venerate said indifferently, "Let him come." The Black Lotus sect Venerate had a special Black Lotus mark on them that could dodge the Black Lotus sect Venerate's attack. Little monk. The Holy Sun Mingxian stepped forward from the bow of the ship and appeared before Xiao Qin. Whoosh! Die! Now he was even more injured, his survival unknown. A gloomy look flashed in the Black Lotus sect Venerate's deep black eyes. The Black Lotus sect Venerate formed 9 hand seals in an instant. Each hand seal turned into a different demonic Buddha image that appeared before Xiao Qin. The demonic bone relic was left behind by the sacred ancestor when he passed away. Why would it appear on him? The Black Lotus sect Venerate no longer had many trump cards to use. The Buddhist light continuously extended forward. In a few breaths it would catch up to Xiao Qin's black cutlass. All the outstanding talents and older generation heroes of the Kunlun realm died in the demonic calamity. Damn it. It's fine. It is just life and death. Master has already seen through it. As long as we obtain the demonic bone relic, my Black Lotus Church can rise again at any time. Xiao Qin looked into the distance and saw the Black Lotus Church's banner at the bow of the ship. He could even vaguely make out some figures standing at the bow. To think that a peak major primal core cultivator could not even block a palm strike from him. Surprise flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He recalled that he had clearly killed this fellow in the fiendish demon battlefield. The first one held a demonic trident, had 2 legs, and had only 1 eye. Pooh! With a wave of his hand, Xiao Qin threw a palm strike. Primal chaos, veritable essence energy surged out. The first thing the little monk said when he opened his eyes was to ask if the trouble had been dealt with. The little monk, who had fallen on the surface of the sea, was very weak. On the deck, Xiao Qin was fighting with the 4 Vajra protectors. He was covered in wounds and his aura was weak. He could not unleash his full strength. Set the formation. The bowstring vibrated and space collapsed. However, the 4 guardian deities were not injured at all. They landed firmly on the surface of the sea. Master. A soul tool was on a completely different level from an inherited Dao tool. Black Lotus Church. On the throne, the Black Lotus sect Venerate Xiao Qin remained expressionless, not surprised at all. I already said long ago that the best opportunity to kill him would be when he first arrived in the Great Thousand Realms. Once you miss it, the longer it takes, the more troublesome it will be. In the short span of 2 years, Xiao Qin had actually grown to such a terrifying level. The little monk who executed the touching demon subduing imprint burst out with a Buddhist light that did not belong to his realm and cultivation. Xiao Qin locked his gaze on the Black Lotus sect Venerate, who sat on the throne. Then, he snorted coldly and quickly charged over. Worry appeared on the Black Lotus sect Venerate's face. The other guardian deities and the black-clad Arhat all showed anxious expressions. This disciple has failed. The cold mask obscured Xiao Qin's expression. Only his eyes shone with a terrifying golden light as he looked at the surroundings. When the vertical eye opened, a demonic light shot towards Xiao Qin. The strong palm wind swept through the deck like a hot knife through butter. The black-clad Arhat immediately shattered all the bones in his body, unable to put up any combat prowess. Master. The karmic flame had already extinguished. However, the injuries inflicted would not recover in a short time. Stubbornness flashed in the Black Lotus sect venerate's eyes. It seemed like flames flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Even this Black Lotus sect venerate was much weaker than the Black Lotus demonic ancestor of the demonic world. Xiao Chun turned his head back to look. When he saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. He looked around and saw that he had already returned to the ash-gray sea. The activation of his great desolate Ian bloodline had a limit. After the limit, his injuries would worsen. Good timing. Damn it. I'm about to die and you still ask this? In that instant, the Black Lotus sect venerate unleashed the might of a sovereign descending upon the world. A terrifying Buddhist seal instantly surged out, and the black cutlass exploded into pieces. However, at this moment it was not worth mentioning to Xiao Chun. It's you. Kill. The expression of the Holy Sun Ming Xian, who was beside the Black Lotus sect venerate, changed slightly. Incredulity appeared in his eyes. However, the Holy Sun Ming Xian only had 3 seconds. He had to kill this Black Lotus sect venerate in 3 seconds. Purple flames burned on the tyrant's saber. When Xiao Chun swung his saber and thrust, the one-eyed demonic figure instantly exploded. It's not your fault. This time, no matter what, he will not be able to escape. The Holy Sun Ming Xian still remembered that these black-clad arhats were all boundlessly strong back in Purple Sun City. The Holy Sun Ming Xian felt ashamed as he quickly lowered his head. With injuries piling on top of injuries, he would fall on his own before the Black Lotus sect venerate even made a move. Without a sound, the terrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor exploded into countless pieces, turning into black lotuses that floated in the air. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor nearly shattered the Yazi beast demon soul with a palm strike, and the ship suffered damage in many places. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth, hatred burning in his heart. He did not hold back and fully activated his blue dragon bloodline. The Holy Sun Ming Xian frowned slightly and stepped forward, wanting to make a move. The divine concealment arrow had already entered the Black Lotus evil ancestor's body, and exploded instantly. The Black Lotus sect venerate's eyes were as pitch black as ink. He gave off a terrifying aura, but he was extremely weak, looking like he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Moreover, he was extremely weak, much weaker than Xiao Chun himself. However, he didn't have any time to waste. Once the effect of the bloodline power wore off, he would be killed. As Xiao Chun looked at the Black Lotus sect venerate on the throne, old and new grudges surged forth. Boundless murderous intent flared in his eyes. He looked around and found the little monk floating on the surface of the sea. The little monk had already fainted. Boom! Xiao Chun remained calm and unperturbed. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw a black ship blocking the way to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. However, Xiao Chun could not wait any longer. When he saw a rather large crack, he carried the little monk and leaped out. Xiao Chun could place all the blame on Xiao Chun. The rebound from the god Shadow Bao reverberated in Xiao Chun's body, causing him endless pain. What was even more unbearable was that he had drained most of his soul energy, making him look incredibly weak. Xiao Chun unleashed a peak strike with his weakened body. The 4 great guardian deities before him were not worth mentioning at all. Sect Venerate. The moment the two leaped out, a wave came crashing over from the surface of the sea, crashing into them. The Holy Sun Ming Xian led the way. A faint white Buddhist light spread out from his body, making him stand out among the black Buddhist lights. The Holy Sun Ming Xian took the risk of drawing the god Shadow Bao, draining his soul energy. The god Shadow Bao rebounded, injuring his physical body again. 7 kill seal resolving the mundane die. After putting down the little monk, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to repair the ship. He turned the ship around and quickly fled far away. Now Xiao Chun actually appeared alive again. Capture him. The 4 great guardian deities and 100 black-clad arhats soared into the air and charged towards the black cutlass. The Holy Sun Ming Xian asked worriedly, "To think that he can break through the demonic world's hell. After him. We must catch up to him. This is the last chance to capture him. Otherwise there will never be another chance." Black Lotus sect Venerate. After the many black-clad arhats boarded the ship, they immediately launched themselves at Xiao Chun. "I can't escape." However, the Black Lotus sect Venerate pulled him back. That ship is somewhat strange. The ship moved amid the treasure light, completely ignoring the influence of the ash-gray sea's huge gravity. It moved like a beam of light moving quickly. Xiao Chun turned around and protected the little monk, using his back to block the heavy strike of this wave. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun took out the death god mask and wore it. When the demonic light shot over, a ripple-like black light appeared on the mask and dissipated it. Right after the Black Lotus sect venerate spoke, he suddenly made a move. He lowered his right hand and stuck his thumb and middle finger together, forming a miraculous hand seal. As the Black Lotus sect venerate chanted scriptures, a beam of Buddhist light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating a treasure path in front of the ship. After the god Shadow Bao fired the arrow, Xiao Chun ignored his weakness and immediately leaped towards the little monk. After all, the weakest of the 4 guardian deities was a peak early-stage star venerate. The strongest guardian deity was a late-stage star venerate. Guardian deities black-clad arhats bring him over. Oh no! Quickly attack! In the demonic world's hell, that horrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor used karmic flames to burn Xiao Chun to death. Xiao Chun blamed himself as he looked around. The demonic world's hell was crumbling bit by bit. Everything was fated to gather on this person. However, every Black Lotus had a layer of heart flame that could not be dispelled, preventing them from reassembling. Xiao Chun swung his saber, appearing eternal and inextinguishable. In one breath he killed the 4 guardian deities. A golden light flickered in Xiao Chun's eyes, and his declining aura instantly soared to the limit. However, even when the 4 guardian deities worked together, they were at a disadvantage from the start to the end, completely suppressed by Xiao Chun. The thousands of Black Lotuses continuously gathered, trying to reassemble the Buddha image. Pusiai. The sudden killing move caught Xiao Chun off guard, sending him flying. Big brother, is the demonic ancestor destroyed? Xiao Chun was just about to get up anxiously when the 4 guardian deities appeared and surrounded him again. The expressions of the 4 guardian deities changed drastically. They quickly charged at Xiao Chun, not holding back their killing moves at all. Pusiai. Pusiai. Xiao Chun vomited a few mouthfuls of blood on the surface of the sea. Only the skeleton of the black cutlass remained. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chun collected it into his storage ring. Xiao Chen's figure flickered on the surface of the sea. Then, he leaped and landed on the dilapidated black cutlass. When he formed a hand seal, he slowly pushed it forward. That is, wearing the death god mask, Xiao Chun activated the tyrant saber's full might and broke through the 9 demonic images before landing on the ship. With just a slight pull of the bowstring, Xiao Chun shattered the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's Buddha image. Pusiai. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood as he tumbled a few times in the air. On the Black Lotus Church's ship, a withered old man on a lotus throne held a cracked Black Lotus demonic ancestor sculpture and vomited a mouthful of blood. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate revealed a strange smile on his throne, as if he had seen through all of Xiao Chen's trump cards. Doubt flashed in the Holy Sun Ming Xian's eyes, but he did not ask. There were many things that his master would not say. Even if he asked, it would be pointless. Blood flowed on the saber's tip and slowly dripped down. A terrifying demonic nature flickered in Xiao Chen's golden eyes. Then the fragments turned into a blood mist spreading in the air. The blood mist could only scatter in the surroundings, slowly being consumed by the heart flame. Right now the little monk's fate was unknown. If something happened to him, he would blame himself for life. Chapter 1839. 3. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Void Shadow, appeared. The attack that the Holy Sun Ming Xian had been preparing for a long time struck the immaterialized Xiao Chen's body with terrifying demonic might. The Holy Sun Ming Xian revealed a horrified expression as he passed through Xiao Chen's body. This peak strike did not stop Xiao Chun for even a moment. The Black Lotus sect venerate's smile did not fade as he continued to look at Xiao Chun coldly. He did not make a move, nor did his expression change. 2. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Mask Clone, appeared. A masked clone appeared in the air. When the secret technique was executed, Xiao Chun felt like his body split in two. No matter which one was destroyed, the other one would retain its strength and consciousness and continue living. Xiao Chun finally understood why sovereign personages could not distinguish the real from the fake. It was because both were real. 2 seconds passed. After passing through Ming Xian's obstruction, Xiao Chun was only 100 meters from the Black Lotus sect venerate on the throne. Xiao Chun locked onto Xiao Chen's aura, drove his veritable essence energy, and layered his great Tao energy. His dragon might soared to its peak. Xiao Chun waited for the final second to arrive. Under the mask, Xiao Chun showed a grave expression, revealing a pair of great desolate divine eyes. However, there was only a cold murderous intent and a strange demonic nature. Nothing else. How long could 1 second be? 1 breath, 1 blink. The moment one raised one's head, the moment one took a step, the moment one opened one's mouth, the moment one thought, 1 second passed by. However, in the eyes of experts, 1 second was enough to do many things. One could soar into the air and flee far away. One could swing 100 times. One could kill countless people. One could think of many things. One could do many things. The Black Lotus sect venerate only did one thing. He stood up from the throne. Some people stood up because they were tired. Some people stood up because they wanted to leave. Some people were simply restless. However, some people stood up for only one reason. They wanted to fight. Boom! Just as the Black Lotus sect venerate stood up again, a strong battle hunger surged out of his body and soared into the clouds. Then it turned into a fierce flame that burned half the sky. The clouds were burning and flames filled the sky. This battle intent was pure and simple, domineering and direct, and it caused the entire space to be locked down. The 2 clones were forced to a halt in front of him. Xiao Chen's thoughts froze. He couldn't move, he couldn't speak, and he couldn't think. The Black Lotus sect venerate slowly stretched out his hand. However, just as he was about to touch Xiao Chen, his hand slowly approached Xiao Chun. However, just as the Black Lotus sect venerate was about to touch Xiao Chun, the lower half of his body suddenly ignited. His hand stopped before Xiao Chen's forehead forever. The Black Lotus sect venerate revealed a bitter smile as he said softly, "In my life, I have fought sovereign emperors, sovereign personages, and killed countless holy venerates. However, I have never fought a star venerate before. You should be proud, Master." When the holy son Ming Xian saw this scene, he cried out hoarsely in pain. He quickly ran over, wanting to grab the Black Lotus sect venerate's hand. However, before the Black Lotus sect venerate could touch the remnant warmth in his hand, he turned into ashes. Then, he silently glanced at Ming Xian. The Black Lotus sect venerate's gaze was filled with anticipation and love. However, he could not continue looking. He only glanced at the Black Lotus sect venerate, who once moved unhindered, able to escape unscathed under the suppression of the 4 Buddhist temples. The Black Lotus sect venerate vanished from this world forever. Only the blazing fire that burned half the sky proved the Black Lotus sect venerate's glory and past. Whoosh! The 2 clones landed on the ground and merged back into one. The great desolate Eon bloodline ended, and Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. Injuries piled on top of injuries. Xiao Chun weakly fell to the ground. He did not know whether he won or lost. The holy son Ming Xian knelt on the ground and silently chanted scriptures. His spotless, untainted body gave off an incredibly pure Buddhist nature. Xiao Chun held a stalk of sword monarch grass in his hand. If he attacked at this moment, the sword monarch grasses might would not allow him to escape. With the sword monarch grasses might, the holy son Ming Xian would definitely die. In the end, Xiao Chun did not make a move. Then, he slowly stood up and left this place, landing on the surface of the sea. When Xiao Chun looked around, the surroundings were a mess. The corpses of the Black Lotus Church's protectors and arhats floated on the surface of the sea. Their blood mixed with the seawater, forming a pungent smell. That smell was tragic and stirring. The Black Lotus sect was a declining sect, a faction that once stood on equal footing with the 4 Buddhist sections. Now, only 4-star venerates and more than 100 major primal core venerates remained. Then they all died here. That person fought his entire life and died standing. Yi Zifeng's senior brother had said clearly not to make a move for 10 years. That person had staked everything on one throw and ended up in such a state. The blazing flame in the sky continued to roar. The waves surged and roared endlessly. The holy son Ming Xian piously chanted scriptures, and Buddhist sounds drifted out. The blazing flame was the Black Lotus Holy Venerate's laughter after he broke free. The waves were the cries of the souls of the sect's heroes. The Buddhist sounds were blessings and prayers for the next life. Some people were laughing, some people were crying, and some people were chanting scriptures. Xiao Chen ignored them. He slowly walked towards the little monk's body in the seawater. Xiao Chen's weak body swayed as he held the tyrant's saber. His footsteps were slow, as if he would drown in the huge waves at any moment. However, even though this heart had been hurt by parting, it did not fear death. Wearing white robes and holding a saber, he would let the wind and waves surge through this life. When a cold wind blew, Xiao Chen's thin body felt somewhat cold. When he looked up, sunlight shone down, welcoming his footsteps. Xiao Chen glanced back and saw that the wind had stopped and the waves were gone. The bodies of the Black Lotus Church members floated quietly on the desolate sea. The blazing flame in the sky extinguished. On the ship, the white-robed Holy Sun Mingxian looked coldly at Xiao Chen. New grudges and old grudges would be settled today. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any joy or sorrow at this moment. He only glanced at the person at the bow of the ship before silently turning around. Xiao Chen raised his leg and did his best to leap up. Then, he landed beside the little monk and picked him up. The scarlet ring on Xiao Chen's finger turned into a flash of red light. The demon blood vulture carried the two over the ship, continuing towards the trans-realm transportation formation. Xiao Chen held the little monk's right hand and checked his pulse. His aura was weak and his life force was indistinct. The little monk's life force was slowly fading. The demon-subduing ground-touching imprint was a horrifying Buddhist sect secret technique. It was the strongest seal that the Gautama Buddha left behind before he became a Buddha. Only the abbot or holy monk of the 4 great Buddhist temples could use it. Xiao Chen did not know where the little monk found the courage to execute it. Furthermore, he succeeded in doing so. However, the little monk had not expected that the price was not something that an insignificant novice monk could bear. The little monk also forgot that his physical body was already extremely weak from the torment of the karmic flames. The sins on the little monk's body were even more terrifying than Xiao Chen's. Holding the Buddhist sect's monk's saber, he was destined to spend his life living in sin. Xiao Chen showed a helpless expression as he took out the mutated fruit that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame. Originally, he had been saving it for when he went to the Divine Dragon Empire. Now he had no choice but to use it. I really owe you in my previous life. After opening the little monk's mouth, Xiao Chen muttered and fed the little monk this strong and mysterious mutated fruit. The instant the mutated fruit entered the little monk's body, his blood immediately surged. The originally weak signs of life became like that of a ferocious beast. The little monk's pale complexion also turned red. The better the effects, the more heartache Xiao Chen felt. Originally, he should have consumed it. However, it did not matter. It was sufficient as long as he could survive this tribulation. It was good that he was alive. Only by being alive would there be hope, only then could he have everything. When Xiao Chen looked back, the flames in the sky had already completely vanished. The burned clouds gathered once more. The final traces of the Black Lotus sect venerate in the world were gone. However, just at this moment, a Buddhist might surged out from that direction and soared into the clouds. Countless black lotuses descended from the sky, and Buddhist chanting spread in all directions. Even when it reached Xiao Chen, he could still hear it lingering. After a moment of comprehension, he became insufferably arrogant. Xiao Chen knew that the Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. However, he now had an enemy even more terrifying than the Black Lotus sect venerate. Xiao Chen also understood why the Black Lotus sect venerate looked at the Holy Sun Mingxian in the end. More importantly, the Black Lotus sect venerate did not want the Holy Sun Mingxian to make a move, as Xiao Chen still had means to perish together with the Black Lotus sect venerate. Only by living would there be hope. Chapter 1840. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the back. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead, leaving only the Holy Sun Mingxian. However, the doubts in Xiao Chen's heart had not been resolved yet. Why did the Black Lotus sect spend so much effort to capture him? Furthermore, that Black Lotus sect venerate clearly had many old injuries. 1 year ago, Yi Zifeng left him with new injuries, preventing him from fighting for 10 years. However, the Black Lotus sect venerate still forced himself to fight. First, he summoned the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Then, he destroyed his Black Saber demonic ship. Finally, when the Black Lotus sect venerate was forced to stand up, he exhausted all his life force and would definitely die. Under the suppression of the righteous Tao, the Black Lotus sect, which was like a stray dog, did not hide its strength and bide its time. Instead, it chased after Shao Chun. Why did the Black Lotus sect spend so much effort and time to lay a trap in the Kunlun realm? Perhaps this mystery would forever remain a secret. However, there was good news. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. In that case, there might not be any more restrictions on the Kunlun road in the Kunlun realm. It would probably be easier for Shao Chun to return in the future. Even if his old friends in the Kunlun realm wanted to come out, they would not end up like Senior Shao did, dying 9 times out of 10. Shao Chun collected his thoughts and checked the little monk's condition. After Shao Chun consumed the mutated fruit that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame, his complexion gradually improved. It seemed like he had even undergone some sort of transformation. This little monk seems to be getting more and more inexperienced. Shao Chun found it strange that the originally inexperienced little monk's eyebrows and eyes had yet to fully open had undergone a startling change. In just a short moment, the little monk's face actually started to grow in the opposite direction. What a strong mutated fruit. It was likely that this was the heavenly treasure that Elder Chai dreamed of using to extend his life. That was not right. It was not extending his life. It was growing in reverse. While it improved his bloodline, it also changed the foundation of his physical body. This was truly astonishing. How unfortunate. If Shao Chun had consumed it himself, his strength would have improved further. However, it would have been best if the little monk was still alive. Compared to becoming stronger and exchanging for the little monk's life, Shao Chun was very clear on what was better. Seeing that the little monk was safe, Shao Chun relaxed and started treating his injuries. The karmic flame burned his sins, injuring the foundation of his physical body. His soul energy was greatly depleted and would be hard to recover in a short time. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. 6 hours passed, and his true essence revolved in a large circle. Shao Chun's spirit improved slightly. Opening his eyes, Shao Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His injuries would probably take some time to recover. The main problem was that the karmic fire had damaged the foundation of his physical body. He was already lucky to be able to survive. Karmic fire was not something that ordinary people could control. It was similar to the faintly discernible objects in myths and legends. Furthermore, it did not have much power against ordinary martial artists. The sins of ordinary people would not be able to ignite their sins. Shao Chun and the little monk were 2 exceptions. Hey, when did I get a kid? Shao Chun was shocked to discover a child on the demon blood vulture's back. He looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. He was bald and wore a large monk's robe. After being stunned for a moment, Shao Chun reacted. It was the little monk Yen Chun. His fleshly body returned to its childhood. However, the feeling he gave Shao Chun was that he had become even stronger. Yen Chen's aura was very deep and heavy. This is too heaven-defying. Shao Chun felt incredibly shocked. Although Shao Chun did not know what benefits the little monk obtained, just this change alone caused him to regain his youth. Regaining his youth. Even a sovereign personage, no, even a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor could not do it. If this happened to them, they would wake up laughing even in their dreams. Shao Chun thought about the Black Lotus sect venerate. If he obtained this mutated fruit, not only would he be able to get rid of all his old ailments, but his physical body and bloodline would also be strengthened. His physical body and bloodline could also be strengthened, and the reversal of his physical body's origin was equivalent to being reborn. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. If Shao Chun auctioned this mutated fruit, he would immediately obtain a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor, who surpassed sovereign personages as a helper. The loss was too great. Shao Chun could not bear it. However, when the sky turned bright, Shao Chun woke up. After being stunned for a while, he revealed a playful smile. There was no more. The loss was too great and his heart ached. A tender baby appeared on the demon blood vulture's back. The baby appeared sleepy with delicate facial features and a shiny bald head. It was as cute as it could be. Fortunately, I did not eat it. Otherwise, I would not know how to face Lu Ruyue. This scene was too beautiful. Xiao Chan smiled bitterly and shook his head, not daring to think about it. Xiao Chan checked the little monk's body and noticed that the reverse growth finally stopped. Otherwise, if it continued to grow in the opposite direction, it would be quite troublesome. However, it seemed like the problem was already very big now. How should I explain it to him after I open my eyes? What a headache! Boom! Suddenly, the demon blood vulture seemed to be greatly shocked. It shook intensely, nearly flinging Xiao Chan and the little monk off. Damn! Don't scare me. Master, you gave birth? Suddenly, the demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. It turned out that it wanted to slack off. Xiao Chan closed his eyes and flew for an entire night. As he flew, he fell asleep. When the demon blood vulture opened its eyes, it discovered a baby on its back. It nearly fell off in fright. Xiao Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. He asked coldly, "Could your father have given birth to you?" "How can that be? How could my father have given birth to me?" The demon blood vulture did not even think about it, decisively denying it. Xiao Chan could not help laughing. Indeed, it was a silly bird. Turns out that you are not his. No wonder your father sold you to me. That's not right. That's not right. My father gave birth to me. My father gave birth to me personally. When the demon blood vulture heard that, it immediately retorted. This matter concerned the dignity of its bloodline and could not be spoken carelessly. Haha. Xiao Chen smiled but did not say anything. That's still not right. My mother gave birth to me. It has nothing to do with my father. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen guffawed endlessly. This silly bird was so silly that it was cute. Stop laughing. My father gave birth to me. It has nothing to do with my mother. That's right, right? The demon blood vulture paced around, thoroughly confused. It spoke until it nearly cried. When Xiao Chan saw the situation, he smiled softly and said, "Your father and mother gave birth to you." Right, right, right. That's right. Ha ha ha. This great me is really smart. I figured it out in an instant. When the demon blood vulture heard that, it immediately beamed with joy and roared ferociously. However, master, you still did not say who gave birth to this baby. Xiao Chan was still thinking about how to explain to the little monk. He felt that this silly bird was incredibly stupid. He said helplessly, "There are only the three of us here. Who do you think I gave birth to?" "Just the three of us." Suddenly, horror filled the demon blood vulture's heart. "Aside from the little monk, there is only me. Could it be that while I was asleep? What are you thinking about?" Xiao Chan heavily patted the demon blood vulture's head. "This is the little monk. He ate a mutated fruit, which is why he became like this." "That's good. That's good." The demon blood vulture heaved a sigh of relief. Then, it suddenly recalled that the little monk had turned into a baby. Then it started cackling strangely again. "Master, I'll help you take care of him. Go to the side." After another day, an island appeared below Xiao Chen's vision. According to the little monk, the trans-realm transportation formation was on the island. Given the little monk's condition, Xiao Chan could only send him back to the temple first. Xiao Chan gently pushed off the demon blood vulture's back, turning it into a ring and restraining it on his back. Xiao Chan looked at the baby-like little monk. Then he stretched out his hand, and a few saber lights shot out. Then, he turned the little monk's originally large monk robes into a small backpack. Then he hung the other party around his neck. Xiao Chan descended from the clouds and looked down at the island below. Soon the island appeared in his vision. The city on the island was vast and large. When Xiao Chan probed it, he could sense the auras of many experts. There were many star venerates and holy venerates. He could even vaguely sense the auras of sovereign personages lying dormant. Whoosh! Xiao Chan landed firmly at the city gates of this city. When he looked up, he saw the words "Withered Leaf City" above the city gates. In that instant, several gazes immediately landed on Xiao Chan. They pointed at him and whispered to each other. "Haha, there are so many strange things these days. To think that he is traveling around with a child. Is he not afraid of the dangers of the world? There are many demonic Dao sects and demonic Dao powerhouses who collect infants to refine ghost penance. This person does not look like a demonic Dao cultivator. Interesting." The people whispering did not have any fear. Xiao Chun heard all of it. He did not think too much about it as he headed straight for the city gates. After paying the entrance tax, the leader of the city guards could not help giving Xiao Chun another glance. "Sir, please wait a moment." Xiao Chun maintained his vigilance. He turned around and asked, "My lord, what's the matter?" The leader smiled amiably and replied, "It's nothing. It's just that I rarely see people bringing children to my withered leaf city. I have one more question. Would you like to leave your name?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and retorted, "If I don't say it, you won't let me in?" "That's not necessary." In that case, there was naturally no need to say it. "Goodbye." Xiao Chun turned around and left. He entered deep thought. This leader of the city guards was somewhat strange. After Xiao Chun went far away, the leader's expression changed slightly. He called someone over and whispered, "Send people to monitor this bladesman at the highest level. Do not alert him and expose him." Yes. After the subordinate left to carry out the order, the leader left the city gates and rode his horse, heading for the city lord's residence. When the leader arrived at the city lord's residence, he took out his medallion and quickly entered. Along the way he passed many checkpoints. Finally, he arrived at a heavily guarded pavilion in the city lord's residence. "Please inform City Lord Lu that the leader of the city gates, Bai Feng, has something important to report." Someone passed on Bai Feng's message. After a while, the leader received permission to enter. In an elegant room in the pavilion, a gray-robed old man sat and drank tea. He exuded a dignified might, exuding might without being angry. "Bai Feng, if there is nothing important, you would not have come personally to report. Speak, what is the news?" The gray-robed old man asked calmly as he put down the teacup with a gloomy expression. "Reporting to City Lord, this subordinate just discovered someone suspected to be the white-robed bladesman at the city gates." Bai Feng performed a cupped fist salute and reported respectfully. The eyelids on the gray-robed old man's calm face twitched. "Is it the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun who suppressed the 3 great demonic Dao sects and obtained the Scarlet Blood Race's inheritance? This subordinate does not dare to be sure. He was carrying a baby on his back, which is somewhat different from the rumors. I only sent people to monitor him carefully and did not act rashly." The gray-robed old man waved his hand and said, "Quickly withdraw them. If it really is that white-robed bladesman, it will be hard for you not to give yourself away." "That's not right. It's already too late." "That's all then. I will remember your contribution in this matter. Leave the rest to me." "Thank you, City Lord." After Bai Feng withdrew, the gray-robed old man revealed a smile. "Interesting. The entire demonic Dao sects of the Ash-Gray Sea are searching for you. To think that you actually came to my place. You are probably here for the Transrealm Transportation Formation." Chapter 1841. However, he didn't care too much about it. In his hands, it was only a matter of time before the imprint was dissolved. His joy was indescribable. In the city lord's mansion, there should be even more powerful existences in seclusion. But right at this moment, something unexpected happened. He looked at Xiao Chun and said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. You are also a smart person. This old man admires your boldness." Even if he knew that he was going to die, he would still fight for it. Otherwise, how unwilling would he be? It made him feel extremely comfortable, and his entire body felt refreshed. He felt that his strength had instantly increased by quite a bit. The Withered Leaf City Master casually flipped through the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing technique, then solemnly closed it and casually put it aside. To be able to confirm his identity so quickly, the Withered Leaf City Lord manner was indeed impressive. In the next moment, thousands of holes appeared on his body, and dazzling sword lights shot out from every hole. Only Bai Feng, Xiao Chun, and himself were left in the room. For a moment, not only was he overjoyed, but he was also incomparably proud of himself. He was the youngest leader of Withered Leaf City, and the most trusted subordinate of the city lord. He was in charge of one of the city's 3 main guards, the city guards. This untalented Bai would like to ask young Master Xiao to bestow a treasure to me. Therefore, you still have to give me a supreme treasure to make up for the pressure I've endured and the losses I've suffered. Furthermore, he also vaguely felt that he had gone too far. He felt somewhat guilty for bullying a junior like this. The moment this person appeared, it immediately caused a wave of low exclamations in the inn. With an excited expression, Zhang Xian quickly flipped through the secret manual. The more he read, the more shocked and excited he became. One could clearly sense that the style of this city was completely different from the other cities. After confirming Xiao Chen's location, Xiao Chen immediately brought him over. This was to avoid trouble if the other factions found out about Xiao Chen's whereabouts. Dong dong dong. The demon blood vulture's belly swelled up, and demonic qi surged from its body. It cackled strangely as it continuously refined the withered leaf city lord in its belly. The little monk in the bag had yet to wake up. Xiao Chen did not know why. I bet he's going to suffer. They truly lived up to being supreme treasures left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Every one of them was so mesmerizing. It had to be said that it was a little dreamy, and he was a little ethereal. It was a treasure that no one had managed to obtain. But Zhang Xian easily obtained it with just a few words. The withered city lord's eyes lit up. What a domineering beast core! If a magical pet were to consume it, it would immediately undergo a complete transformation. He was overjoyed as he thought about how the three demon sects had spent so much effort and lost so many people. All sovereign personages would fight to the death to obtain the supreme treasures they possessed. Once, there was a middle-stage star venerate expert of the demonic Dao sect who behaved atrociously in the city. After 10 moves, that middle-stage star venerate expert died. Demonic Dao cultivators had always been arrogant and unruly. If there was even the slightest conflict, they would start fighting. However, the order in the city was rather stable. There were practically no signs of fighting. What a grand lineup! He doesn't look like a demonic sect martial artist. Could he be a righteous Dao martial artist? He's actually carrying a baby. The withered leaf city lord still hadn't opened his eyes. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't say anything, he added. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He took off the blood-colored ring in his hand and handed it to Withered Leaf City Lord. Although Withered Leaf City was called a city, it could be seen as a strong rank 6 demonic Dao sect. Life was full of ups and downs, and not everyone could withstand it. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he stepped forward and put away the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, the Chongqi beast ghost pennant, and the blood-colored beast core. Originally, Xiao Chen had thought that the news would not spread very quickly after leaving Myriad Star Mountain. On the other hand, Xiao Chen remained expressionless and calm. Such boldness was indeed admirable. Xiao Chen's strength was unfathomable, even stronger than the leading elders of the 3 great demonic Dao sections. Xiao Chen remained expressionless and did not say anything. Then he decisively tossed down the Chongqi Beast Ghost pennant. It could only be said that Withered Leaf City had an extremely strong city lord's residence that managed it very strictly. Withered Leaf City's city lord opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to receive the Chongqi Beast Ghost pennant. Then he revealed a smile. You are indeed incredible. Unlike those pedantic seniors who lost their lives for wealth, only regretting it when death approaches. Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, the other customers in the hall all showed expressions of anticipation for a good show. After the matter was over, that cultivator sect did not dare to say anything more. Before that cultivator could react, the demon blood vulture opened its jaws and swallowed him whole. However, Withered Leaf City's city lord changed the topic and continued. However, activating the Transrealm Transportation Formation is not something that can be done overnight. If you want to activate it now, it will be somewhat difficult. The cost of repairing it after the matter is too high. This old man would like to ask young Master Xiao for a supreme treasure to offset the cost of repairing it. However, the method of operation was somewhat special. One could directly teleport to a Starry Heaven relay station. Then, using a small Starry Heaven relay station as a springboard, one could continuously teleport to the central Great Realm. By phone. At this moment, when Xiao Chen walked on the street, he found it surprisingly bustling. However, the people walking here were all demonic Dao cultivators. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. After some thought, he took out the remaining 6-sword monarch grass from his storage ring. Treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. The people from the city lord's mansion would probably arrive soon. However, there was one thing that left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said indifferently, not saying anything more. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He casually waved his hand and handed over the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, the cultivation technique that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King cultivated. There were also those people who had been following Xiao Chen in secret since he entered the city. He did not know what they were planning. Withered Leaf City's city lord rejoiced at obtaining another treasure. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he found that he could not think of any good excuse. Withered Leaf City's city lord said indifferently with his eyes closed when he saw Xiao Chen, not exchanging any pleasantries at all. This was Xiao Chen's first time in the Ash-Gray Sea, so he did not have any enemies or grudges. Unexpectedly, he was still one step too late. Withered Leaf City's city lord said directly after arriving before Xiao Chen. Hence, the majestic group followed behind Xiao Chen and Bai Feng, heading for the city lord's residence in a spectacular manner. White-robed King Xiao Chen, come with me. Even the items sold in the shops were all sorts of tools and materials that demonic Dao cultivators use to cultivate or food containing a demonic nature. How should Xiao Chen deal with this? This was a difficult problem. Goodbye. With these, Xiao Chen's strength would soar. Breaking through to Holy Venerate and advancing to Sovereign Personage was just around the corner. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about this, a person entered the inn. It was the city gate commander Bai Feng, whom Xiao Chen had met earlier. Bai Feng's eyes were wide open as he looked at Xiao Chen, dying with a remaining grievance. Bai Feng had watched for a long time but did not gain any benefits at all. He felt somewhat upset. At such a young age, Bai Feng already won the trust of Withered Leaf City's city lord. Furthermore, his cultivation was unfathomable. The six-sword monarch grass flashed with light and entered Bai Feng's body. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's heart. However, his expression did not change, and he did not say anything. It was like Bai Feng did not want others to know what happened in the room, even the city lord's residence's people. Withered Leaf City. How shrewd. Although this place was quite far away from the 10,000-star mountain and he wouldn't meet people from the three demon sects, what he had hoped for in his life was easily realized in a single day. However, he had purposely left a restriction in this room, isolating all information from the outside world. Bai Feng was initially unhappy, but he revealed a trace of joy when he sensed the sword intent contained in the imperial sword herb. Here. Along the way, he attracted the attention of everyone, and they discussed and pointed at him. The Withered Leaf City lord's eyelids twitched as he received the ring. He could sense that the demonic nature contained within the ring was extremely shocking. The Withered Leaf City lord, who was flipping through the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, was completely immersed in it. Who is this? How dare he speak to Commander Bai like this? But so what? He ran to Withered Leaf City like an idiot and was spat out all the same. The city lord of Withered Leaf City took the demon cloud heaven-swallowing art, and his hands trembled slightly. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, also opened wide. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen handed over the mysterious beast core in his storage ring. Aside from the rank 7 demonic Dao sects, only 10 cities in the entire Ash-Gray Sea had trans-realm transportation formations that led to the Central Great Realm. Eat your fill before you leave. Xiao Chen vaguely felt like he could continuously devour the demonic nature in the surroundings to strengthen himself. Xiao Chen and Bai Feng left the room. However, who could have imagined that Bai Feng would show a good attitude, smiling as he sat across from Xiao Chen? To think that I took the initiative to enter this wolf's den. Indeed, if I had such a supreme treasure, I would be in Xiao Chen's position. Thinking of this, Bai Feng could not help feeling happy. He looked at Xiao Chen with a gloating expression. The Withered Leaf City Lord was a swift and decisive person. It did not matter. Xiao Chen had already survived the tribulation of the Black Lotus sect Venerate. He was not afraid of this tribulation. Any of the treasures that Xiao Chen handed over was a supreme treasure. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chen discovered that the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant already had Xiao Chen's spiritual mark. It is probably not enough. The white-robed Xiao Chen slaughtered the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects before the 3 holy venerates. Bai Feng said casually, revealing all the information about Xiao Chen, expressing his purpose for coming here. Xiao Chen said indifferently, revealing a mocking smile on his face. Then he took out a medallion and handed it to Xiao Chen. Take my medallion and go to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation in the residence. You can activate it and leave immediately. This old man will keep his word. I will take one of your supreme treasures and guarantee your safe departure. Aside from this, if you want to go to the Central Great Realm, you can go to the Central Great Realm. Or if you do not agree, I will kill you and search for it myself. However, the world was vast. Sleeping came first and eating second. The Withered Leaf City Lord received the Scarlet Beast core and placed it beside the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. Then he said indifferently, "Right now, all the great demonic Dao sects in the Ash-Gray Sea are searching for news of you. Who knows how many people want to kill you? If I let you go, I will inevitably be criticized. After you leave, there is no need to care about anything. However, I will have to endure a lot of pressure." After casually choosing an inn in the city, Xiao Chun found out that the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation opened in the middle of every month. Here, Xiao Chun casually ate and drank a table full of food and wine as he muttered to himself about his fortuitous encounter. Withered Leaf City was one of them. How troublesome. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he could only assume that his experiences at Myriad Star Mountain had spread. Xiao Chun saw that more than 100 Star Venerate experts had already gathered at the inn's main entrance. Their clothes were uniform, and their eyes gleamed with killing chi. These were the elites of the army. This was how fate played with people. No matter how overwhelming one's luck was, if one was not careful, the situation could turn around in an instant. It had to be said that Xiao Chun was very astute and thoughtful. Then, he casually set it aside and continued, "I believe that you are here for the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. This Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant can spare your life. However, if you want to use the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation, you will have to give me a supreme treasure." This old man will get straight to the point. "I cannot take the inheritance of the foe god Flame. However, you have to give me one of the 8 supreme treasures that you obtained on the stone pillar with the divine flame. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to leave Withered Leaf City." The transportation to the Central Great Realm was not like the transportation between other great realms. Only extremely ancient transportation formations could allow direct transportation. 1 hour later, under Bai Feng's lead, Xiao Chun met with Withered Leaf City's city lord. Xiao Chun had just received the medallion when Bai Feng, who was at the side, turned anxious. It looked like Xiao Chun was about to leave. Bai Feng, who was fiddling with the sword monarch grass, showed a startled expression. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Chun stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Withered Leaf City's city lord's heart was already set on the supreme treasure that Xiao Chun gave him. He did not even raise his head as he said, "Take care. I won't send you off." This was a peak early stage Holy Venerate. It was opened only once a month, and it required an astronomical price of spirit stones. Bai Feng's gaze swept through the hall before landing on Xiao Chun. Then he walked over with a smile. Xiao Chun did not know much about Withered Leaf City. This was all he knew. Immediately, he put it on his hand and immediately felt an overwhelming demonic aura spreading throughout his body. Bai Feng's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side. He could not hide the greed in his eyes. The white-robed bladesman carrying the infant instantly became a mysterious person in Withered Leaf City. Chapter 1842. There was only one transboundary teleportation formation in the entire Soaring Dragon County, and it was located in a palace in the central plaza of Soaring Dragon City. The Transrealm Teleportation Formation here was not owned by the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The cross-border dimensional portal was a strategic resource. All the cross-border dimensional portals in Dynasty were controlled by the imperial family. The Yin Emperor Palace controlled, protected, and maintained them. At this moment on the Dao platform in the Soaring Dragon City's Interrealm Teleportation Formation, countless turbulence surged everywhere. The Daoist gate formed by the circular light screen was extremely unstable. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment. "Looks like there's a problem. The platform on the other side is in trouble." The few elders of the Waywood Formation discussed in low voices, but did not panic. This kind of matter was not strange at all. It was not strange at all. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was a teleportation array that could cross countless great realms and directly teleport one to the Central Great Realm. They were all ancient Dao platforms that were extremely unstable. They needed to be maintained frequently and carefully looked after. Even so, there were still a few failures every 10 years. I wonder which unlucky bastard encountered a malfunction in the Tao platform. How unlucky! A Saint Venerable would have a 30% chance of surviving. If it is a sovereign personage, there is an 80% chance. An old man asked, "What if it's a Star Lord? He's definitely going to die." The old man leading the group said with absolute certainty. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a white-robed man with a weak expression walked out from the broken Taoist door. He was carrying a baby on his back. Star-Lord, it really is Star-Lord. The eyes of the old men surrounding the platform were wide open. Each and every one of them was filled with disbelief. Xiao Chun wiped off the blood on his lips. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the leading old man. Might I ask, Senior, if this is the Yinwu dynasty's soaring dragon Mark 8? Exactly. The red-robed old man was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Ignoring the confused gazes of these old men, he walked straight out. After Xiao Chun left the palace, the group of old men collected their thoughts and began to discuss among themselves. It really is a Star Venerate. He managed to come out. This is too incredible. How did he survive the spatial reversal? That is something that even holy venerates do not dare to face. The most frightening thing is that he actually successfully arrived at the Soaring Dragon County, and was not transported to any other place. The leader of the group entered deep thought. Then he said, "We need to investigate this person. Immediately use the royal family's darknet to find out everything about him." Xiao Chun walked out of the palace and looked at the sky, sighing. It wasn't easy to escape from death. In retrospect, it was truly thrilling. However, things were different now. They had arrived at the Soaring Dragon Mark 8, the central great realm. That was birds flying in the vast sky and fish leaping in the vast sea. Is this the central great world? Xiao Chun looked around. Apart from being more prosperous, he didn't feel anything different. The only difference was that there were more experts in the city. Star venerates like Xiao Chun, who could move about the Grave Island Sea without fear, were not common on the streets. But from time to time he would run into one or two. Let's find a place to rest. After spending time with the little monk, his luck hadn't been good, and he kept getting injured. Xiao Chun would not believe that the little monk's body of misfortune did not affect him at all. After casually finding an inn in the Soaring Dragon Mark 8, Xiao Chun locked himself in and started to recuperate. This time Xiao Chun needed to return his body to its peak, to recover from all his injuries. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and many stars flickered in them. A certain shackle in his body had been broken. His spirit, chi, and energy had improved by another level. The number of stars in his soul pool had doubled. I broke through. Xiao Chun's cultivation, which had been stuck at early stage Star Venerate, broke through to middle stage Star Venerate without any bottlenecks. It was not strange for him to break through unintentionally. Xiao Chun had been stuck at peak major primal core realm for too long. His foundation was incredibly firm. The moment he broke through, he reached peak early stage Star Venerate. After that, he experienced several calamities. Taking advantage of the situation to break through was reasonable. After reaching middle stage Star Venerate, advancing to late stage Star Venerate was somewhat difficult. Xiao Chun walked out of the cultivation room and arrived at the guest room. The little monk on the bed still had his eyes tightly shut. The little monk showed no signs of waking up. Xiao Chun could tell that his bloodline was undergoing some kind of rebirth. It was hard to say when the little monk would wake up. Perhaps he would wake up in the next moment. Perhaps he would not wake up for 8 to 10 years. Anything was possible. It's just a small problem. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and pinched the little monk's cheek. Then, he placed the little monk in his backpack and left the guest room. It was time to go. I had to make good use of the time to send the little monk back to the hidden spirit temple. Carrying the little monk on his back, Xiao Chun left the room. Then, he found the innkeeper and paid for the room before leaving. Xiao Chun glanced around and showed a slightly stunned expression. Then, his gaze landed on a handsome bladesman. However, Xiao Chun did not remember this person. What a familiar aura. This person has the dragon race bloodline and is also a bladesman. It's him. It's that Jiang He who stole the dragon race's supreme treasure. and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. It was a small world. What a coincidence. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun ran into the other party here. Xiao Chun walked over with large strides and suddenly appeared. Then he sat down across from Jiang He and placed his saber on the table. Then, he picked up a wine cup and poured wine for himself. "Friend, I never treat strangers to wine," Jiang He said casually. When he inadvertently raised his head and saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was stunned for a while. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Brother Jiang He, we meet again?" After Jiang He recovered with much difficulty, his trademark mischievous smile reappeared. Come. It has been 2 years since we last met. Let me see our white-robed bladesman. What improvement did you make? Wow, how scary. Your cultivation actually reached middle stage star venerate. You really chased after me with all your might. Hey, you even have a son now." Jiang He turned around and stood behind Xiao Chun. When he saw the baby-like little monk, he immediately felt joyful. Come. Let me carry you." Jiang He carried the little monk out and sat down again. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "He does not look like you, little brother Xiao Chun." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "Whatever you say." Slowly Jiang He noticed something strange. His expression turned increasingly strange. This child is a little strange. How can he have such terrifying sins at such a young age? Xiao Chun looked around and put down his wine cup. This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Jiang He nodded. Let's go to the courtyard I rented. All right. After a while, the two arrived at Jiang He's courtyard. Xiao Chun gave a simple explanation of the little monk's origins. Damn, this is the little demonic monk silver saber? I'll return it to you. After learning about the little monk's origins, Jiang He was startled. He quickly placed the little monk on Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. It looked like the little demonic monk silver saber was indeed famous. To think that even Jiang He feared him. He is not just famous. There are too many things about him. In the Yanwu dynasty, people might not know who the crown prince is. However, everyone knows about the little demonic monk silver saber. Jiang He still felt some regret. He kept muttering to himself like a god of misfortune already haunted him. That's enough about me. Let's talk about you. Why did you come to the Soaring Dragon Market? You even used a disguise. Are you here to steal again? Xiao Chun was rather calm. He was already used to the little monk's existence. He did not care much about the so-called misfortune. When Jiang He heard that, he sighed. The matter of stealing the fairy basket was exposed. Now, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion are chasing me. That's impossible, right? Xiao Chun felt incredibly shocked. After that, he went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, but the other party had no clue. Jiang He frowned helplessly and said, "It's the Heavenly Book Scholar." The Smiling Daughter Pavilion spent a lot of money to hire the Heavenly Book Scholar to perform a divination in the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Originally, I had already erased the heavenly mysteries of that time. However, I ran into the Heavenly Book Scholar who calculated all lives. I could not do anything about it and I was discovered. So, Jiang He showed a smile on his face. He nearly caused me to die a few times. Of course I have to get back at him. I heard that the night cloud fan in the Heavenly Book Scholar's hand was his most prized possession, so I stole it for him. I showed him how great it is to scheme against me. Could the Heavenly Book Scholar be in the Soaring Dragon Marquis? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come all the way here? How about it? Do you want to meet this person with me? Jiang He urged as he looked at Xiao Chen's face, a hidden smile on his face. Xiao Chen wondered what Jiang He was thinking. Chapter 1843. These old bones are really unpalatable. The demon blood vulture said with some dissatisfaction as it spat out a storage ring. A holy venerate, withered leaf city lord was gone just like that. The demon blood vulture swallowed him whole, not even leaving scraps. He was truly pitiful. This pitiful person definitely had something hateful about him. He was so greedy, his desires inflated. Such an outcome could be said to be his own doing and could not be spared. If the demon blood vulture only extorted a Chongqi beast ghost pennant, and then sent Xiao Chun away, This would be a fair deal. The Chongqi Beast Ghost Pendant was a superior grade soul tool carefully selected by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Its value was very high, and the Demon Blood Vulture profited greatly. Upon seeing the medallion, the guards looked at Xiao Qian, and their expressions changed. This was a rare VIP medallion. Without an extraordinary background, one would not be able to obtain it. Young master, this way, please. One of the guards respectfully led Xiao Qian to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation in the City Lord's residence. After killing Withered Leaf City's City Lord in Baifeng, Xiao Qian showed a calm expression, not showing any openings. Instead, he even got the Withered Leaf City's City Lord's guard to respectfully lead him to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. It had to be said that this kind of psychological quality was not something an ordinary person could achieve. If an ordinary person killed a holy venerate, it would be impossible for it to not cause a commotion. The moment Xiao Qian stepped out of the City Lord's residence, he would be discovered. The result would be death. The City Lord's residence had many experts, far more than ordinary people imagined. The guard led Xiao Qian to a place in the City Lord's residence that was heavily guarded with many checkpoints. As this was not the time for the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation to open yet, there was no one here aside from the City Lord's residence experts. Senior Ma, someone is carrying the City Lord's VIP medallion and is going to use the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. The guard called out when he stopped at a checkpoint. Medallion. A cold voice came from behind the checkpoint, sounding simple and forceful. Xiao Qian took out the medallion and got the guard to bring it over. Soon he was invited over. After passing the checkpoint, a huge Dao platform appeared before Xiao Qian. It was made of ancient divine materials and gave off a faint glow. Flickering superior grade spirit jades filled the gaps of the Dao platform. The entire platform had a circumference of 1,000 meters, and its surface was carved with mysterious runes that formed a complicated formation. There were many experts near the Dao platform. The scariest ones were the 8 gray-clad old men guarding the surroundings. Without exception, they were all peak late-stage star venerates, existences comparable to holy venerates. A heavy aura floated in the air. Standing in front of this transboundary teleportation array, it made people feel an extremely uncomfortable pressure. The gray-robed man addressed as Senior Ma stood up. He was a holy venerate expert. He walked towards Xiao Qian and said, "The token is real. However, you are just an insignificant star venerate. Why did the City Lord give you the VIP token?" Xiao Qian's eyes burned like torches as he stared straight at Xiao Qian. The might of a holy venerate spread out indistinctly. The pressure it gave off was extremely strong. Xiao Qian did not feel pressured at all. He retorted indifferently, "Why don't you go and ask the City Lord yourself?" Senior Ma snorted coldly and tossed the token to Xiao Qian. "Humph! Don't give me that. In our eyes, the City Lord is just a representative. Quickly tell us where you want to go. We will send you there directly." Senior Ma had only asked casually, not truly suspecting Xiao Qian. When he saw Xiao Qian's unyielding attitude, he dropped the matter. Xiao Qian thought for a while before replying, "The Yinwu dynasty. The Yinwu dynasty is boundlessly vast. Aside from the dynasty's capital, there are 118 provinces. Each province is as large as half a great realm. Which province or county are you going to?" Senior Ma asked somewhat impatiently. Xiao Qian did not know which province to go to. If he went directly to the Hidden Spirit Temple, that was unlikely. A demonic Dao city definitely did not have a transboundary transportation formation that led directly to a large Buddhist sect. The two of them were sworn enemies. Soaring Dragon Province, Soaring Dragon County. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qian mentioned the only address he knew of in the Yinwu dynasty, the Soaring Dragon Marquis's conferred land. Xiao Qian recalled that Lan Luo's father, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, was the master of that province. No matter what, he would be completely safe after going to the Yinwu Great Realm. He could go anywhere he wanted. At that time when the little monk woke up, Xiao Qian would not have to worry about him anymore. Xiao Qian wanted to go directly to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, given the little monk's situation, he could only send him back first. After all, It would be much more convenient to go to the Divine Dragon Empire after arriving in the Central Great Realm than to the Divine Dragon Empire from the Ash Gray Sea. Send him over, Senior Ma said expressionlessly. Old Ma said expressionlessly. The 8 old men started forming hand seals together, and the magic arrays on the Tao platform activated one after another. A mysterious pillar of light soared into the clouds. After a long time, sweat continuously dripped down the 8 old men's foreheads. A circular door of light appeared in the center of the Tao platform. The light screen looked like smooth water, glowing like a mirror. Xiao Chan knew that he could reach his destination after passing through the door of light. Xiao Chan pushed off with his feet and gently drifted into the door of light. Just as Xiao Chan entered the door of light, someone suddenly rushed over with a flustered expression. We can't let him leave. The City Lord's life medallion shattered. Senior Ma's expression immediately changed. He turned around and said, Quick! Stop the transrealm transportation formation. It's too late. The 8 old men had weak expressions as they spoke with great difficulty. Damn it! Senior Ma roared, and his holy venerate will surged out and crashed into the door of light. Tiny cracks immediately appeared in the water curtain-like door of light. Boom! Senior Ma was not done yet. His aura soared as he threw a palm strike. The palm strike shattered the door of light, turning it into countless figures of light. Pussy-eye! The 8 old men maintaining the formations all vomited a mouthful of blood. They immediately suffered a huge backlash and fainted on the Tao platform. Speak! What's going on? Senior Ma shouted coldly, making the person who came to report tremble. The City Lord and Commander Bai mysteriously invited this person in today, and even laid a restriction. When he came out, he brought the City Lord's distinguished guest medallion. At that time, the City Lord's life medallion shattered, but we did not immediately suspect him. After all, he's just a star venerate. Furthermore, Commander Bai was there. The person who came trembled in fear, speaking in a trembling voice. Doubt flashed in Senior Ma's eyes. Even if it were him, he could not imagine that the Withered Leaf City's City Lord would die at Xiao Chen's hands. Even now, Senior Ma did not think that the murderer was Xiao Chan. However, there had to be some connection to this matter. It had to be related to Xiao Chan. Senior Ma was not satisfied with just letting Xiao Chan leave. However, the door of light shattered. Even if this fellow appeared in the Yanwu dynasty, he would not be able to escape death. However, the City Lord's death would become a mystery. Chapter 1845. The Book of Lives, the Heavenly Book Scholar. Xiao Chan thought to himself, as the saying goes, the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. Is he really that divine? Speaking of which, the dragon-seeking art that Xiao Chan once cultivated and the divination Tao both belong to the profound Tao. Xiao Chan believed in divination of the mysteries of heaven. Xiao Chan, who had reached the peak of the Kunlun realm, had already touched upon the Kunlun heavenly Tao. From there, he could see some of the mysteries of heaven and see the future, such as his fight with Chu Chaoyun. However, even if he knew, many things could not be avoided. This was how fate worked. Xiao Chan did not believe in fate. However, sometimes fate could not be avoided. How is it? Have you thought it through? Jiang He looked at Xiao Chan, revealing a look of desire in his eyes. He really hoped that Xiao Chan would go with him. Let's go then. Xiao Chan thought, the little monk has mentioned this person several times. There is no harm in meeting him. Let's go. It looked like Jiang He was already impatient to leave. The Heavenly Mystery Tower was a famous building in Soaring Dragon City. After leaving the inn, one could see the towering tower in the distance when they looked up. The tower's tip pierced the clouds, and a resplendent pearl was embedded at the top. The pearl gave off electric light in all directions, adding to its mysteriousness. Xiao Chan casually waved, and the cycle war chariot appeared. Then it turned into a black chariot and quickly carried the two to their destination. While the chariot looked very close, when they actually walked they had to cross several streets. The chariot traveled for 1 hour before finally arriving near the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Even with the cycle war chariot's speed, they still had to travel for another hour. However, they still had not left this area. This showed how vast Soaring Dragon City was, somewhat inconceivably large. When the two got off the chariot, they discovered that the Heavenly Mystery Tower's doors were tightly shut. However, A large group of people gathered in front of the tower. These were probably all people who wanted to meet the heavenly book scholar. Jiang He rubbed his chin and said, "This is unfortunate. The heavenly mystery tower is actually closed. Is there any other way in?" Jiang He looked around as if he did not want to take the usual route. Xiao Chun stopped him and said, "There seems to be something in front of the door. These people should be looking at it." "Is that so? Go over and take a look." Make way, make way." Jiang He squeezed in without saying a word, and those who were pushed away were furious. Still, as the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. Hence, Jiang He smiled apologetically, and hence led Xiao Chun to the front of the crowd. "It's a notice." There was a notice pasted on the door. It was very simple and clear. "Honored guests are here today. The heavenly book scholar will not see outsiders. The heavenly mystery tower will open at dusk." Xiao Chun looked up at the sky. It was not noon yet. If they waited until dusk, they would have to wait for more than half a day. What distinguished guest! Even if you do not want to meet the heavenly book scholar, you can meet the other fortune tellers. Why do you have to close your doors? This is really strange. Perhaps it really is an esteemed guest who has arrived and does not want others to know his identity. There is no lack of such major characters in Soaring Dragon City. Could it be someone from the Marquis's residence? When they saw the notice, the people from all over started talking all at once. If it was a distinguished guest, there was naturally no one in Soaring Dragon City who had a more distinguished status than the people in the Marquis's mansion. However, that was hard to say. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Yanwu dynasty. Who knew who it was, coming from afar to seek an audience with the heavenly book scholar? There had been such examples in the past. "Come out first." Jiang He led Xiao Chun out and arrived at a desolate place. Then he stared at the heavenly mystery tower and entered deep thought. Xiao Chun observed Jiang He's expression and said, "You can't be thinking of sneaking in, right?" Jiang He retorted boldly, "Of course. In my plan, I have already taken into account such a situation. When an esteemed guest arrives, it is the time to focus on divination. To me, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Xiao Chun shook his head, not thinking much of it. Just by looking at this heavenly mystery tower, one would feel that it was not simple. Aside from the doors, there were no other entrances. The walls of the tower were tightly sealed, not leaving any gaps or even windows. It was basically impossible to sneak in without anyone noticing. Furthermore, it was currently daytime. There were many people nearby, making it even more difficult. "How are you going to enter?" "Of course, by walking in openly." Jiang He smiled mysteriously. Then, he took out a talisman and handed it to Xiao Chun. "I found this in an ancient grave. I do not know which epoch it is from, but there are only 3 of them. They can temporarily immaterialize your body for 15 minutes. That should be enough for us to enter." After receiving the talisman, Xiao Chun felt slightly shocked. "Your talisman is no less valuable than the folding fan in his hand. Is it worth it?" "That folding fan is the heavenly book scholar's lifeblood. To me, the talisman is just a tool that I can casually give away. There is no comparison between the two." Jiang He stuck the talisman on his body. Then Xiao Chun immediately discovered that Jiang He vanished from before his eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun used his soul energy to activate the talisman and stuck it on his body as well. He thought to himself, using such a precious item like this is truly a waste. Only someone like Jiang He, who did not care about anything, could be so calm. "Let's go." Although Xiao Chun could not see the other party, he could hear Jiang He's voice projection. He pressed forward courageously, passing through the crowd and going through the door. The immaterialized two easily passed through the door riddled with restrictions, not causing any commotion. "Let's be faster." The heavenly book scholar has been performing divination on the 8th floor. The talisman only lasted for 15 minutes. They had to hurry. Otherwise, it would be problematic if they were exposed midway. Whoosh! 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 The two moved quickly, passing through many restrictions and moving under the watchful eyes of many experts. His movements were unimpeded, and he was advancing at a much faster pace than he had expected. This saved them a lot of time and brought them to the 8th floor. "It's in the west. Go straight, turn left, turn right, we arrived." It looked like Jiang He was very familiar with the situation here. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Chen and Jiang He arrived at the room where the Heavenly Book Scholar performed divination. 2 plain wooden doors stood ajar at the end of the path. Strange. Aren't we going to meet an honored guest? Why is there no one guarding the room? Why is there no sound coming from inside? Xiao Chen felt curious. His immaterialized body passed through the wooden doors and arrived at the Heavenly Book Scholar's room. The furnishings in the room gave off an ancient charm, looking very elegant. There was a white piece of paper spread out on the desk, and a maidservant was grinding it. Beside her was a white-robed scholar, who was fanning himself with his eyes closed. There was no one on the opposite chair. Xiao Chen wondered if the honored guest had already left or if the honored guest had never been here. "Sit," the white-clad scholar suddenly said, revealing a smile on his delicate and pale face as he raised his head to look at Xiao Chen. "You can see me?" This startled Xiao Chen when he heard that. There was still a long way to go before the time limit was up. "Why can't I see you?" The white-clad scholar closed the folding fan in his hand and revealed a playful expression. "Ghostly shadow bandit, where are you trying to run?" Whoosh! Whoosh! 10 odd experts suddenly appeared in the originally empty room, blocking Xiao Chen's path. "Humph! You did not expect such a day to come, right? Jiang He? The Heavenly Book Scholar foresaw that you would walk right into our trap today. Hand over my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket, and my Sun Moon Pavilion's Holy Sky Treasure Mirror, and my Jiang Clan's clan head's Jade Underworld Sword. That is the only sole tool of my Jiang clan." The Tenot people all felt indignant at this injustice, their rage unquenchable. The murderous intent in their eyes nearly spewed out as flames. "Damn it! I got tricked." From the start to the end, there were no honored guests. It was just the Heavenly Book Scholar setting up the trap for Jiang He, having predicted that he would come today. However, the one who tricked Xiao Chen was Jiang He. The Heavenly Book Scholar had tampered with the talisman he gave to Xiao Chen. Before the time limit was up, the effects vanished. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I am not Jiang He. I am Xiao Chen." Haha. Who does not know that Xiao Chen is Jiang He and Jiang He is Xiao Chen? "Ghostly shadow bandit, when you stole my clan's Jade Underworld sword, didn't you use Xiao Chen's name?" One of the old men holding a sword looked coldly at Xiao Chen, showing a mocking expression. "With the Heavenly Book Scholar here today, no matter how flawless your disguise is, you can forget about quibbling. Hurry up and hand over the treasures you stole. I can sense that my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket is indeed in his hands." Just at this moment, a pretty woman in her prime looked at Xiao Chen while holding the fairy basket. She could no longer hold back her murderous intent. "Good. This is great. There is no way for me to explain myself. White is black." Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the Heavenly Book Scholar. Then he said, "Since you are known as the Book of Accounts, knowing everything, why don't you make a divination? Am I Jiang He?" Right now, Xiao Chen could only rely on the Heavenly Book Scholar. He hoped that the other party was reliable. From the start to the end, the white-clad scholar did not say anything. However, some doubt appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. "You still need to make a divination? If you are not the ghostly shadow bandit, how are you going to explain the fairy basket in your hand?" "The fairy basket of my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's branch is just a replica. The feeling from the original in my hand cannot be fake." That pretty woman in her prime spoke in an incredibly forceful manner, looking like she wanted to take down Xiao Chen on the spot. When the others heard this, their killing chi intensified. They all looked at Xiao Chen with extremely hostile gazes. "Everyone, there is no need to be in such a rush. Once he enters the Heavenly Mystery Tower, he will be like a turtle in a jar. He will not be able to escape." The Heavenly Book Scholar said slowly, "Whether he is or not, I will know once I make a divination." Right after the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, stars flickered in his eyes. He held the fan in his right hand and performed divination with his left. As the Heavenly Book Scholar executed his divination, the white paper on the table slowly floated up. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He felt like he could no longer hide any secrets before this pair of eyes. A mysterious energy invisibly encased Xiao Chen's body. Stars flickered in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes, looking like the vast and boundless starry heavens. Stars were continuously destroyed before being reborn. It was like the supreme principles of the universe were all in the heavenly book scholar's eyes. It's really him, someone suddenly exclaimed. The white paper floating in the air slowly revealed a portrait of a person. It was the portrait of Jiang He when Xiao Qian first met him. This stunned Xiao Qian. How can this be? How can I not know who I am? That's not right. Suddenly, the heavenly book scholar's expression changed slightly. Someone had secretly tampered with the aura of the person before him. However, the heavenly book scholar was horrified to discover a horrifying existence in this person's fate. It was unfathomable and unfathomable. The heavenly book scholar wanted to stop, but it was already too late. Pussy. The heavenly book scholar vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. Young master. The maidservant at the side showed an anxious expression. The portrait floating in the air burned and turned into ashes. Take him down. He wants to attack the heavenly book scholar. The situation instantly worsened. 10 odd holy venerates launched themselves at Xiao Qian at the same time. Chapter 1846. Even the ledger keeper of the common people can't find my innocence? Xiao Qian felt somewhat speechless. Then, he turned his head to look at the 10 holy venerates surrounding him. What exactly did this Jiang He steal? To think that he provoked a group of holy venerates into being so unreasonable. For one to become a holy venerate, one's mental state and intelligence were clearly high. However, rage clearly got to Jiang He's head now, wanting to kill Xiao Qian first. Jiang He definitely could not defeat 10 holy venerates. He could only defeat them with his wits, not force. Whoosh! Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and he landed behind the unconscious heavenly book scholar. Then, he knocked out the anxious, pretty maidservant with a palm strike. Then, he carried the heavenly book scholar's body and used it as a shield. Shameless! The group of holy venerates immediately held back for fear of harming the heavenly book scholar. Ghostly Shadow Bandit, quickly release the heavenly book scholar, and we can still let you die a quick death. Otherwise it will be hard for you to die. The old man whose clan's soul tool was stolen by Jiang He cursed endlessly, feeling incredibly frustrated. Xiao Qian sensed for a while. Right now the entire heavenly mystery tower was startled. The experts in the tower were rushing over. In fact, there were even a few extremely terrifying auras that were rapidly rushing over. This place was not suitable for them to linger. If they did, they would definitely die. Boom! Xiao Qian could not be bothered with this group of people who kept shouting at him but did not dare to step forward. Xiao Qian turned around and punched the wall. He activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline and infused it with 20 cauldron force. A dragon roar immediately rang out, and the force of his punch blasted a hole in the wall. Whoosh! Nearly the instant Xiao Qian punched, Xiao Qian carried the little monk and the heavenly book scholar on his back and rushed out of the hole. After him. The holy venerates behind were stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat shocked. The force of Xiao Qian's punch actually blasted a hole in the heavenly mystery tower's wall. This was simply incredible. After startling to their senses, the holy venerates quickly moved and gave chase. Stay behind. A mysterious expert leaped out of the top floor of the heavenly mystery tower and chased after Xiao Qian. A will burst out from the center of his brows, which surged forward with the heavenly might. What a fellow! The person who came was a peak late-stage holy venerate expert. Xiao Qian did not dare to clash head-on. He unfurled his blue dragon divine wings, and his speed suddenly soared, allowing him to dodge this holy venerate will in advance. He circulated the heavenly heart art, and the heavenly eye on his forehead opened. Xiao Qian took out the Soul Slayer bow. In the blink of an eye, he condensed arrows with his heart flame and shot out 10 odd arrows. Electric light flickered on the blue dragon divine wings. With a gentle flap, thunder and lightning roared endlessly. He pushed Xiao Qian's Thunder Great Dao to its limits. With his nimble body, swift speed, and the heart's fire arrow. Using his own strength, Xiao Qian blocked the many experts behind him, widening the distance between him and the other party. Who is that person? To think that he kidnapped the heavenly book scholar. Aren't you meeting an important guest? Why did someone kidnap the heavenly book scholar? What's going on? The heavenly book scholar calculated all lives. How could he be kidnapped? Could it be that there is someone that he cannot figure out? This sudden scene immediately caused an uproar among the cultivators below the pagoda. After pulling away before Xiao Chun could catch his breath, he felt many terrifying wills soar up from various directions in Soaring Dragon City. These wills headed in the direction of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The number of hidden experts in the city was truly terrifying. Xiao Chun quickly put on the Death God mask and activated the secret technique on the mask clone. Activating the secret technique on the mask doppelganger, the two doppelgangers landed on the ground. Then Xiao Chun executed the secret technique again. The void mask took advantage of the instant his body immaterialized to quickly hide his true body. He used the mask to create a fake body to attract the pursuers. At this moment, no one noticed that a figure suddenly appeared at the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. This figure smiled faintly as he looked at the huge pearl crystal embedded in the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. This subdivine crystal is mine. This person was Zhang He. While everyone was distracted by Xiao Chun, he appeared silently. Zhang He looked at the Heavenly Mystery Tower experts and the holy venerates being chased by the other factions. Then he said, "Brother Xiao Chun, sorry. I'll explain to you later." Right after Zhang He spoke, he quickly removed the subdivine crystal at lightning speed. The instant the subdivine crystal was removed, the sky suddenly turned dark. The expressions of the experts chasing Xiao Chun's fake body changed drastically. When they looked back, they were startled. The subdivine crystal that had stood in the Heavenly Mystery Tower for more than 1,000 years was actually taken away. The crowd burst into another commotion. To think that someone dared to steal something from the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Was he not afraid of death? After stealing the Heavenly Mystery Tower's subdivine crystal, even if one ran to the ends of the world, one would still be found. One could offend many factions and experts in the Yanwu dynasty. However, everyone acknowledged that the Heavenly Mystery Tower and the Yan Emperor Palace were two super factions that could not be offended. Damn it! That's a fake body. When the crowd finally caught up to Xiao Chun's fake body after putting in all their effort, they all vomited blood in frustration. We let the ghostly shadow bandit escape again. It turns out that his target is that subdivine crystal. It looks like he has an accomplice. This ghostly shadow bandit is becoming increasingly arrogant. He is even targeting the Heavenly Mystery Tower. However, when did the ghostly shadow bandit obtain a pair of dragon wings? How come I have never seen them before? The chain of events was filled with mysteries and strangeness, confusing the group of people chasing after Xiao Chun. The Heavenly Mystery Tower turned chaotic at this moment. The subdivine crystal, which powered the entire Heavenly Mystery Tower, had been taken away. Many of the formations malfunctioned. Some formations that needed to continuously replenish energy were destroyed on the spot. The entire tower turned pitch black. Everyone felt incredibly confused. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Book Scholar, the Pagoda Master, was kidnapped. Without a leader, the situation became even more chaotic. The news of the Heavenly Book Scholar being kidnapped and the ghostly shadow bandit stealing the subdivine crystal quickly spread to the various major factions in the city. Such a major matter had not happened in Soaring Dragon City for a very long time already. The Marquis's residents immediately learned of the news and reported it. Even the Soaring Dragon Marquis himself was startled. Xiao Chun, who could catch his breath for now, immediately brought the Heavenly Book Scholar to Zhang He's hidden courtyard. Xiao Chun had a feeling that Zhang He would return. This was because this place was the safest. The formations he laid could erase the mysteries of heaven, preventing others from divining it. After looking around the courtyard, Xiao Chun thought for a while. Then he placed the Heavenly Book Scholar on a stool at a stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Chun placed the folding fan in his right hand on the stone table with his back to the door. Time passed quietly. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and waited quietly. When the sky turned dark, footsteps came from outside. Xiao Chun quickly opened his eyes. Zhang He, who was in a good mood, immediately felt stunned when he pushed the door open. What entered Zhang He's eyes was the Heavenly Book Scholar's back. He exclaimed hoarsely, "That's impossible. I already laid a heaven-bewildering formation here. You cannot possibly divinate it. You lost." The Heavenly Book Scholar, who should have continued sleeping, suddenly turned around and waved his folding fan. The door behind Zhang He suddenly closed tightly. Flowing light spread out in the entire courtyard, and countless figures flickered. With the Heavenly Book Scholar's fan, the heaven-bewildering formation suddenly turned into a heaven-sealing formation, directly sealing off this space. Interesting. When did you wake up? Originally, Xiao Chan had been prepared to take advantage of Jiang He's stunned state to instantly restrain him and force him to explain what had happened to give him an explanation. If there was no reasonable explanation, Xiao Chun would not hesitate to kill the other party. Who knew Xiao Chun miscalculated, and the Heavenly Book Scholar woke up prematurely. Damn! Jiang He was startled by Xiao Chen's sudden appearance. He was even more shocked than when the Heavenly Book Scholar appeared. Are you not going to explain to me what's going on with this talisman? Xiao Chun asked as he looked at Jiang He, taking out the talisman that had already lost its effect. Jiang He smiled embarrassedly. I'll speak on his behalf. He made a bet with me. He said that he would perfectly extract the Heavenly Mystery Tower's subdivine crystal within 1 month. If he lost, I would help him make a divination. I divined that he would come to extract it today. However, I did not see that you were a variable. I could not tell you because I would know if I did. While I could not divine what happened to you, I could divine what happened to him. However, he did not expect you to be a variable either. Not only did you manage to escape the pursuit of so many holy venerates, but you even brought me here. The Heavenly Book Scholar stood up and spoke leisurely. He gently fanned himself, appearing calm and collected, giving off an aura of being in control of the situation. Hence he still lost. No one can leave my heaven-sealing formation. I have the final say in everything. Hand over the substandard god crystals and the things you stole. Pussy I. However, right after the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, a hole instantly appeared in the heaven-sealing formation in the sky. Xiao Chun put down the Soul Slayer bow, and the heart flame on his finger vanished. Then he looked at the Heavenly Book Scholar and said, "It does not seem as incredible as you make it out to be. A casual arrow can create a hole. Heart force? That's not right. If it were heart force, the heaven-sealing formation would have been destroyed long ago." The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed. He silently circulated his divination skills, wanting to continue attacking. However, the moment the Heavenly Book Scholar moved, he discovered a terrifying aura locking down on him. If he moved rashly, he would die in the next moment. Who has the final say now? Xiao Chun asked indifferently after he switched out the Soul Slayer bow for the God Shadow bow, and aimed it at the Heavenly Book Scholar. You. The Heavenly Book Scholar had never felt so sullen before. After a long time he squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. The Heavenly Book Scholar did not miss anything. Even if a sovereign personage came, that sovereign personage would not show him any respect. Yet, the Heavenly Book Scholar ran into Xiao Chun, who broke his heaven-sealing formation without saying a word. This was a resounding slap to the Heavenly Book Scholar, who had just gained control of the situation. Before he could think of a solution, Xiao Chun took out a soul tool. This was truly unreasonable and extremely tyrannical. Who has lost now? Xiao Chun asked. The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed slightly. However, when he saw the God Shadow bow in Xiao Chun's hand, he said with a sullen expression, "Me." As the saying goes, if one admits a bet, one must be willing to admit defeat. I did not force you, right? A smile appeared on Xiao Chun's icy face. However, he did not put away the God Shadow bow, continuing to lock down on the Heavenly Book Scholar. Xiao Chun Jiang He felt warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun would still help him at this moment. Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Since I was willing to accompany you despite knowing that you wanted to steal his folding fan, I already had the intention of helping you. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will naturally help you to the end. Xiao Chun did not waste any words. He quickly expressed his thoughts and urged Jiang He. Many thanks. Jiang He said seriously. Then, he walked over to the Heavenly Book Scholar and told him about his divination. Chapter 1847. Heavenly Book Scholar. You are known as the Book of Life, able to divine everything in the world. Let me ask you something. Who will be the next Dragon Emperor? Right after Jiang He spoke, Xiao Chun's expression changed. What great ambition! Could it be that Jiang He wants to vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well? When the Heavenly Book Scholar heard that, He revealed a mocking expression. What kind of luck is contained in the words Dragon Emperor? Who would dare to casually divine it? You are also someone who knows divination techniques. To think that you would make such a request. I overestimated you. Even if I use my lifespan to divine it, the results will be cryptic and hard to understand. Jiang He said. Naturally, I know that. I already brought natural treasures to replenish my lifespan. Just do your best to divine it for me. After saying that, Jiang He took out a brocade box from his storage ring and opened it for the Heavenly Book Scholar to see. Pure water white lotus. The Heavenly Book Scholar received the brocade box and no longer hesitated. You are really persistent. In that case, I'll do as you wish. The Heavenly Book Scholar gently flapped his folding fan and looked up at the starry sky. The stars in his eyes seemed to reflect on the starry heavens. Xiao Chun opened his heavenly eye and looked up. He discovered that the star chart above seemed to move mysteriously. The Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes seemed to see through the mysteries of heaven. His soul landed on the mysterious river of fate. After a while, the Heavenly Book Scholar gave off a terrifying aura. It was like he had the mandate of heaven on him. Even Xiao Chen and Jiang He felt a deep fear from the aura that the Heavenly Book Scholar gave off. The God Shadow Bow in the Heavenly Book Scholar's hand trembled slightly. Sensing a threat, it actually took the initiative to draw on Xiao Chen's soul energy. A pair of scarlet wings silently unfurled on the God Shadow Bow's sides. The God Shadow Bow took on a form that Xiao Chen had never seen before. The entire bow flowed with light, and the holy beast carved on it seemed to move. The Heavenly Book Scholar is stronger than I imagined. He is not as weak as he looks. Xiao Chun thought to himself, when I fought the Black Lotus demonic ancestor in the past, the God Shadow Bow did not show such a mysterious phenomenon. Naturally, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor was stronger than the Heavenly Book Scholar. It could only be said that the Heavenly Book Scholar grasped a terrifying taboo energy, but could not casually use it. Hua! The light on the Heavenly Book Scholar's body shattered like glass, turning into countless shards that gathered in the air. What did you see? Jiang He asked somberly, knowing that the divination results were out. Tiance's complexion was pale, and he was extremely weak. He did not say anything, only holding his folding fan and casually swiping it across the stone table. As the saying went, the mysteries of heaven could not be revealed. Naturally, the Heavenly Book Scholar would not reveal everything he saw. It was just a casual stroke, and how much Jiang He could comprehend would depend on himself. This is a saber mark that you simulated. Are you trying to say that the next Dragon Emperor will be a good saber user? Among the outstanding young talents of the dragon race, aside from the willow leaf saber, I am the next best. Jiang He muttered to himself, could it be that the next Dragon Emperor will be Lu Ruyue? In history, the dragon race did have female emperors. With Lu Ruyue's talent and elegance, she did indeed have the potential to become the Dragon Emperor. The Heavenly Book Scholar remained expressionless as he said indifferently, what I want to say is all in this stroke. There is no need for you to continue asking me. Thank you. Jiang He did not bother saying anything else. He took out the subdivine crystal and handed it to the Heavenly Book Scholar. After casually receiving the subdivine crystal, the Heavenly Book Scholar looked at Xiao Chun and said, Friend, you can put away your bow, right? Xiao Chun smiled faintly and put the God Shadow Bow back into his storage ring. Then he walked over to the stone table and looked at the mark, entering deep thought. It was indeed a saber mark. Xiao Chun and Jiang He were both peaked bladesmen. They could tell what mark the Heavenly Book Scholar wanted to simulate with one glance. However, this saber mark might not indicate that the next Dragon Emperor would be a bladesman. After the divination ended, the Heavenly Book Scholar retrieved the subdivine crystal. Then he stood up to leave. When the Heavenly Book Scholar saw Xiao Chun, he paused for a moment before sitting down again. I will give you a word for free. Although I cannot perform a divination for you, I can give you a word. Word reading. Brother Xiao Chun, the Heavenly Book Scholar, first became famous because he read the words of the three princes of the dynasty. Jiang He explained from the side. The Heavenly Book Scholar's word reading was also excellent. Or rather, it should be said that this was his specialty. The Heavenly Book Scholar took out paper, ink, brush and inkstone. Then he said, Please. Xiao Chun picked up the brush and entered deep thought. However, he did not know what to write. After staring for a while, he dipped the brush in ink and did not stop writing. Then he wrote a word without hesitation. Moon. The Heavenly Book Scholar looked at Xiaochen curiously and asked, "What do you want?" "To seek peace of mind." "Haha. In that case it looks like you will not get it. The road ahead is hard to break, and it is hard to find peace of mind." The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled faintly as he fanned himself with his folding fan after looking at Xiaochen's handwriting. Xiaochen entered deep thought. "What do you mean?" "If one wants peace of mind, one has to be upright and bright, without any shadows. Without the moon, how can one's heart be at peace? Now look at your handwriting. The writing is casual, but it is clean, decisive, and straightforward. Your eyes and expressions can lie, but your words cannot. You must have a firm and resolute character, someone who kills decisively. Now look at your final stroke. There should be a hook when you write the word moon. However, there is none. It plunges straight down like a sharp saber, neat and tidy, looking grand and majestic as it falls from the sky, looking like a sovereign descending from the 9 heavens. This moon is like fire, watered by hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments. It burns fiercely, comparable to the blazing sun. This moon is like a saber, dazzling with saber light, pressuring with pride and sharpness. Naturally, the Heavenly Book Scholar would not casually give a conclusion. He had his own reasoning and origins. Zhang He felt somewhat confused. No matter how you look at it, these are all merits. Why is the conclusion so different? The Heavenly Book Scholar replied indifferently. That is because of what he seeks. How can a heart burning without hesitation be at peace? How can a proud and aloof saber be willing to be mediocre, unhindered by the world? If you seek riches and honor, fame or righteousness, they are all good words. However, what you seek is peace of mind. This heart cannot be at peace? As Xiaochen looked at the word moon on the white paper, he felt slightly stunned, not saying anything. However, Zhang He asked on Xiaochen's behalf, "Is there a way to break it?" "Naturally there is. This moon is like fire, burning fiercely, eager to soar into the sky. It does not want to stop for even half a step. Just stay here. As long as this moon does not rise, you will be at peace." The Heavenly Book Scholar seemed to have expected this question. He smiled faintly and casually spoke of a way to break it. As the white-clad scholar waved his folding fan, he looked very graceful. Xiaochen had not expected the other party to see so much from just the word moon. As for whether it was accurate or not, that would depend on whether one believed it or not. "Goodbye." The Heavenly Book Scholar closed his folding fan and performed a cupped fist salute, appearing extremely carefree. "Wait a moment," Xiaochen suddenly said softly. The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed slightly as he asked, "What is it?" "There's no rush. I will not take out the God Shadow Bow again. I want to ask you something. A few months ago, did you receive a young monk with delicate features and divine a fortuitous encounter for him?" "So what if I did?" "Nothing much. It's just that the little monk is not happy and wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you." "The little demonic monk Silver Saber?" Shock flashed in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes. People like him, who were proficient in divination and deducing the mysteries of heaven, were the ones he was most unwilling to meet. After walking the divination path, one would naturally have a deep belief in the heavenly Tao and fate. When a calamity came knocking, nothing good would come out of it. The Heavenly Book Scholar showed a doubtful expression as he looked around and did not see anyone. He smiled and said, "Young master, please don't joke around." Xiaochen smiled and said, "I never joke around." Bang! Right after the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, the little monk leaped out of the bag on Xiaochen's back. Then, his tender little fist instantly landed on the Heavenly Book Scholar's face. "I ended up like this because I listened to your nonsense. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." The little monk's baby-like face did its best to make an angry expression. However, no matter how hard it tried, it still looked incredibly cute when paired with that tender little face. The little monk's tiny fist striking the Heavenly Book Scholar's face looked more like an affectionate gesture. However, the Heavenly Book Scholar was in unbearable pain. He clutched his head and scurried around in a sorry state, no longer looking like an elegant scholar. Upon seeing the Heavenly Book Scholar's appearance, Xiaochen felt somewhat pleased. What he hated the most were people who deliberately mystified others and put on airs. Xiao Chun felt upset, but it was not to the point where he would make a move to teach the Heavenly Book scholar a lesson. The little monk, who had just woken up and received a voice projection from Xiao Chun, was the most suitable person to make a move. However, when Xiao Chun's gaze fell on the white paper on the stone table, the smile on his face slowly dimmed. Out of curiosity, Xiao Chun had not expected to end up with a divination that made his heart uneasy and his future difficult. He hoped that it was just a casual remark. Chapter 1848. Why am I so unlucky? Xiao Chun nonchalantly spat out these 3 words. I don't know. The instant I raised my brush, I thought of the word moon. Perhaps I have a fate with the moon in my life. Many of the martial techniques I cultivate are related to the moon. The person I like has the moon in his name as well. However, such a person actually had the same goal as him. One contained a great horror in the heavenly mysteries, which could not be divined. The other did not need to be divined. He was horrifying in the first place. Xiao Chun's words sounded a little awkward, but his meaning was clear. Not only could they not become close friends, but they might even become mortal enemies. The little monk's tender head appeared on Xiao Chun's shoulder. He scratched his head and said in confusion, Xiao Chun was not such a person. He was very clear on his own heart. He would not hide it from Jiang He even if he did not want to. Interesting. No wonder I got along so well with you the moment I saw you. Aside from the so-called mixed blood dragon bloodline as bladesmen, you actually have the same goal. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. Next time be gentler. Jiang He, who was at the side, gaped in shock. Brother Xiao, aren't you being too calm? Xiao Chen's observation was very meticulous, and he sharply noticed something else. Seeing the little monk's angry appearance, he looked very cute. Jiang He laughed heartlessly. Big brother, are you alright? I want to be the Dragon Emperor. Pussy. Speaking of which, the 2 of you are staring at each other and doing your best to look fierce. However, there is no killing chi or will of soul infused into your auras. Is this the legendary exchange of glances? This little monk doesn't understand. Fate made fools of people. Sometimes it was really speechless when it came to the heavens. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, the 3's expressions suddenly changed. The 2 looked away awkwardly, no longer daring to look at each other. They simply could not accept this. The contrast was too great. I'm used to it. However, Xiao Chun had no intention of stopping there. He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, let's go. He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, not caring about what he said at all. Perhaps. The scene suddenly changed. The infant-looking little monk made the situation somewhat awkward. Xiao Chun gently wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. His expression did not change at all as he focused on the words he wrote. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In the night sky, several powerful auras were rapidly gathering towards this place. Even so, Jiang He was still shocked. Just how much luck did it take to subdue the little monk? The little monk on Xiao Chen's back was like a cat. He patted Xiao Chen's back and stuck his head out like a curious baby. Jiang He felt stunned. Then he smiled and said, It's not that I want to say this, but Brother Xiao, while you have the dragon race's bloodline, you are not one of the 6-colored divine dragons. It's good to have such ideals, but don't take them seriously. Flowing light flickered in all directions, and the heaven-sealing formation dissipated on its own. Then its figure flashed as it flew away. Compared to the slap that almost took his life in the underground world, it was not worth mentioning. Who was it that ascended to the throne of the Dragon Emperor in the end? The Heavenly Book scholar showed a sullen expression as he folded up his folding fan and waved it a few times. That was not possible. If they fought for the position of Dragon Emperor, they would definitely become mortal enemies. As their gazes clashed in the air, sparks appeared. The path of kingship, the Dragon Emperor's throne. The little monk said in his childish voice, choking with emotion. Haha. The little demonic monk Silver Saber, you finally live up to your name. Ha ha ha. It was best to make some things clear in advance. If they were really competitors, there was no need to be secretive. The Heavenly Book scholar, whose face was swollen, stood up in a sorry state. He looked at Xiao Chun and then at the little monk. This was truly an unrivaled combination. Strange. It looked like there was something difficult to say. Along the way, blood dripped from the tip of the saber, leaving behind a long mark. The saber mark vanished, and a saber light soared up like a flame, forming a light screen. However, when the Heavenly Book scholar left the courtyard, he discovered that Xiaoqian, Jianghe, and the little monk completely ignored his existence. Xiaoqian answered honestly, not hiding anything. The two looked straight at each other. At this moment, the two, who were already very close, became somewhat unusual. Xiaoqian picked up the little monk's doo-doo and tied it up like a kitten's bell. The little monk cried out as his limbs flailed about. The combination of these two demonic geniuses was truly unrivaled. Never be surprised when you are with the little monk. Nothing unexpected can happen. This startled the little monk. He quickly stopped flailing about, lying quietly in the bag. Jianghe consoled. Actually, there is no need to mind it. That ledger of lives is not omniscient and omnipotent. I believe that Brother Xiao will be able to achieve what you want and find peace of mind. Go ahead and do what you want to do. There is no need to stop. Jianghe revealed a mocking smile. However, he did not know whether he was mocking himself or Xiaoqian. The moment I switched the Heaven Bewildering formation to the Heaven Sealing formation, it could no longer stop the Heavenly Mystery Tower's great sages from divining. If there is any trouble later, don't blame it on me. When that person turned around, the scene suddenly vanished, and the light screen shattered. This made the Heavenly Book scholar, who felt neglected for the first time, depressed. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. When Xiaoqian heard that, he smiled and said, "It seems like you have an unranked bloodline as well. Get up. Stop stepping on my words." Seeing that Xiaoqian was still looking at the moon character on the paper, Jianghe asked out of curiosity, "Brother Xiao, why are you writing the moon character? That's not right. I am a curious baby in the first place." Xiaoqian felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. So he fell asleep and woke up as a baby. Then, he leaped up and landed on the stone table. The scene of two outstanding talents fighting against each other. The indescribable hatred instantly crumbled. It seemed like Jianghe's words contained something that he could not say. After beating up the Heavenly Book scholar for 15 minutes, the little monk's anger subsided slightly. It was not that Xiaoqian was calm enough. He was really used to it. The little monk felt depressed and frustrated. He swung his fists around, randomly hammering Xiaoqian's back. The situation turned even more awkward. Jianghe's expression changed slightly. His smile faded, and his expression turned cold, turning grave. However, just as Jianghe focused, the scene flickered. In the next moment, he saw only a person's feet walking towards the Dragon Emperor's throne. Even though the Heavenly Book of Life had always been calm and unruffled, controlling the situation with a wave of his fan, the Heavenly Book of Life was not able to do so. What do you think? So what if he vomited blood? However, he still could not change the fate of being tossed into the undergarment by Xiaoqian. There were very few bladesmen that could catch Xiaoqian's eye. There were even fewer that he could befriend. However, Jianghe was undoubtedly one of those few. The trouble that the Heavenly Book scholar mentioned had arrived. The scene on the light screen flickered. An ancient throne sat at the end of the continuous steps. Xiaoqian sat down again and looked at the saber mark that the Heavenly Book scholar left behind. Then he reached out and caressed it. Jianghe said, "I'm different." Xiaoqian grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood, showing a pained expression. However, he could not do anything to these two demonic geniuses, one big and one small. He could only hide far away. Are you serious? However, Xiaoqian was certain that the final contenders were the three bladesmen. Xiaoqian countered. He did not want to see such a situation happen. However, sometimes he could not avoid it. Three blurry figures, each radiating a powerful saber intent, held their sabers, and ran up the steps with all their might. Xiaoqian's sudden question made Jianghe's eyes flicker. After some thought, he asked, "Can we not bring up this topic?" Jianghe felt slightly startled. He instantly recognized the throne and the steps. Then he anxiously looked at the light screen. Jianghe smiled and said, "You really do not know how fortunate you are. Your physical body has been reforged, and your strength has improved further. Your future potential is even more boundless." Who knows how many older generation experts would go crazy with envy when they see you. Perhaps I'm different from you? Xiao Chun looked calmly at Zhang He. Then he enunciated every word clearly. I never joke around. I really want to be the Dragon Emperor. I am very clear about my inner thoughts and my goal. I will also put in a lot of effort to achieve it, even at the cost of my life. I don't care. I want to become bigger. I want to become bigger. The rage on the little monk's face did not diminish. As he looked at the familiar people around him, they all became giants. Xiao Chun put away the white paper, and the saber mark that the heavenly book scholar left appeared on the stone table. Then he looked at Zhang He and asked, You want to be the Dragon Emperor? That's right. That's right. Why? Zhang Shan smiled embarrassedly. Brother Xiao, stop joking. Chapter 1849. The tune was still as gentle as before, as clear as water, as gentle and pleasant as before, as intoxicating as before. There was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death today, and had offended all of these powers. That's it then. What are they doing? To think that they took the initiative to land on the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. Ordinary people would not dare to erase the might of the warship. Visible ripples spread out from the warship, looking like ripples on water, causing space to tremble. Many people with a keen sense of smell sensed an unusual aura. None of the factions behind them were weaker than the Jiang clan. His words were filled with decisiveness, domineeringness, and confidence. With such a background, many experts followed in secret, wanting to see what was going on. What happened? To think that the Jiang clan actually sent out the Purple Thunder warship. The Jiang clan only has 3 of these warships. Practically all these factions had their important treasures stolen. Furthermore, Zhang Chun has been roaming free, embarrassing the various factions long ago. Now that we caught him, we will not let him escape again. With the appearance of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, many of the cultivators in the city, who were watching, could no longer hold back and soared into the air. Who is the ghostly shadow bandit? Could it be that the ghostly shadow bandit has always been 2 people? What countermeasures do you have? All sorts of startled cries rang out endlessly from below. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat at the audacity of the 2 in the air. Many people could already imagine the sound waves tearing the 2 into shreds, their blood filling the night sky. The rage in Jiang Chen's voice made everyone shudder in fear. Jiang He looked at the warship flying over from the west and said softly, The Smiling Daughter Pavilion has the deepest accumulations among these factions. However, this is not the imperial capital after all. A warship sent out by a county city cannot be that strong. Jiang He was startled at first. Then, he realized that the only way was to steal the warship. However, the murderous aura contained within was like raging waves that shook the heavens. It's the Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship. The deep sound of the war drums startled all the cultivators in Soaring Dragon City. It would be very difficult for a person to escape from a warship. However, if one could use the other party's warship, the situation would be different. However, there was no panic or hesitation in his eyes. The little monk was wearing a red doo-doo, exposing his 2 tender buttocks. However, he was not afraid. This lineup is truly grand. It seems that the various clans truly hate the ghostly shadow bandit to the bone. Yes, First Leader. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. To the west of Soaring Dragon City, a fortress ship bathed in a jade light, surrounded by clouds and looking like the stars and the moon, leisurely approached. The night was as dark as ink, and the bright moon hung in the sky. People couldn't help but open their eyes to look, wanting to see her beautiful face. So. No one knew why the Jiang clan was so enraged that they actually dispatched a Purple Thunder battleship. In the night sky in the north, a huge battleship burning with purple light was rapidly flying toward this place through the clouds. Although the Jiang clan is not one of the 8 great clans of our dynasty, it is definitely one of the top 3 great clans in the Soaring Dragon County. No wonder other than him, there's no one else who would dare to offend so many powers. Today he had made a mistake. What was even more horrifying was that they even beat the war drums. This was something that had not happened in the past few centuries. Damn! It really is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. It was as if what he said was just a trivial matter. These warships were all as fast as 7-star pirate ships. They were terrifyingly fast. An ancient Jiang character was written on the warship's bow. War drums rumbled on the warship, shaking the surroundings and sounding deafening. Be obedient and don't cause trouble. However, the expressions of those two did not change, not showing any change in their expressions. Are they sending themselves to death? Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chun looked at the warships flying over from all directions and entered deep thought. It looks like tonight is going to be a tough night. Don't underestimate the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's strength. In terms of accumulations, even the Jiang clan cannot compare to them. Zither strings, flute, pipa, chime bells, guzheng. All sorts of musical instruments rang out at the same time. Ding! Ding! Dong! Dong! The thunderous war drums seemed like they would knock down the lunar palace in the sky. The best part was yet to come. Another 4 or 5 warships appeared in the night sky. It has been many years since I saw the Jiang clan send out the Purple Thunder warship. It was like the two figures fell from the bright moon to the mundane world. Before the surging attacks, they were as insignificant as a lone boat in the vast sea. Humph! 2 sonic booms rang out in the courtyard. Xiao Chen and Jiang He flew into the sky at the same time, traveling 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Normally, if one offended one of these factions, one would not be able to escape death. 2 resplendent saber lights burst out of the two's hands at the same time. Xiao Chun picked up the little monk and tossed him into his backpack, thinking of a countermeasure. Jiang He entered deep thought. It seemed like he had underestimated Xiao Chun. This person was far more terrifying than he imagined. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, I was the one who brought the Heavenly Book scholar here. If we are talking about trouble, it should be me who implicated you. He could not bear to watch. Xiao Chun turned around and looked at Hope. His eyes were like clear water, calm and unperturbed. It was like a startled swan, and everywhere it passed, it left behind a mist of light. In the night sky, he looked like a jade ribbon falling from the sky, drifting in the tranquil night. What exactly happened? To think that a place of pleasure like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would send out its warship. In the past, Xiao Chun had the heaven-bewildering formation, which could erase the heavenly mysteries, so he did not have to worry about being surrounded and attacked. Xiao Chun could vaguely see several young women on the brightly lit warship. They played all sorts of exquisite musical instruments. Their swaying figures reflected hazy jade-green figures in the warship's lights. The problem now was not something that could be resolved by tearing down one warship. Upon hearing this roar, everyone immediately understood why they were here. Buzz! All the cultivators who were paying attention to this scene were completely shocked. This was really frightening. The infant stood on the stone table and looked up at the sky, revealing lofty sentiments on his face. I have to go and take a look. The Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship was like a resplendent pearl, its burning light rivaling the moon. It's the ghostly Shadow Bandit. Of these warships, which one is the weakest? Xiao Chen asked. Jiang He was the one who provoked this enemy. It should not be this weak. Anyone with a good eye could tell that the killing intent and offensive power mixed in the sound waves could instantly kill an early-stage holy venerate. Cultivators might be more agile than warships and have greater explosive speed. However, competing with warships in endurance was just seeking death. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. Standing in the clouds, Xiao Chun looked down at the surroundings. The crystalline jade warship looked like an immortal boat. However, it was actually extremely fast. However, in the next moment, the sound of 2 treasured sabers being drawn was even more intoxicating than the beautiful music of countless musical instruments. This cleared up many people's doubts. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said, Snatch the warship. Xiao Chen thought back to the Heavenly Mystery Tower's divine crystal, and the mysterious kidnapping of the Heavenly Book scholar. Big brothers, don't be afraid. I'll tear down a warship and open a path for you. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from the Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship, echoing in the night sky. 2 people. Ghostly Shadow Bandit, you will definitely die today. Bang! Even from 500 kilometers away, Xiao Chun could feel the strong fighting spirit spreading out from that ancient warship. Jiang He said somewhat helplessly, Sorry I implicated you. I did not expect the matter to blow up so much. Regardless of whether it was the handsome white-clothed young man who gave off a cold and arrogant aura, Or the gray-clothed young man who had a trace of a cynical smile on the corners of his mouth? Neither of them retreated at all. The people who rushed over to watch the commotion looked up. Under the full moon, the two figures looked like they came out of a painting. A cold snort came from the Jade Light Pavilion's warship. A pretty woman on the warship said coldly, "You are seeking death. Just injure them. None of these two people are allowed to die." The warships of the various factions had already locked onto this place and sealed off all the paths. Come, come, come. Let's go over and take a look." Jiang He asked. The Heavenly Mystery Tower, the Sun Moon Pavilion, the Thundercloud Sect, and the Jade Water Mountain Manor. They are all the top factions of our Soaring Dragon Marquis. What happened? The Smiling Daughter Pavilion is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. If there were no experts holding down the place, it would have been overturned long ago. The gentleness was heartbreakingly beautiful. Xiao Chan could not help getting intoxicated. He only slowly opened his eyes when the song ended. What was even more horrifying was that these warships all headed in the same direction. A melodious, clear, and pleasing voice came from the brightly lit warship, sounding like the rumbling war drums. The night was no longer there, only this light illuminating the surroundings. This is just a surprise. A place of romance like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion rarely gets angry. I really wonder who could be so startling as to anger the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Since these people made up their minds, they no longer hesitated. Not to mention whether the little monk could tear down the warship or not. Even if he could, the other warships would quickly seal the gap. There was simply no way to run. It would be difficult to escape from under the noses of others. Chapter 1850. Two strands of saber light swept out. In an instant, the ferocious surging sound wave attacks that tore through the flood did not lose any momentum. The two infused their wills of soul and saber Dao great Dao energy into their saber strikes. Hence, the instant they drew their sabers, the might was terrifyingly strong. The two strands of saber light were like two blazing suns competing in the night sky, lighting up this dark world. Kill! After breaking the sound wave attacks of 100 musical instruments on the fortress ship with one strike, the two's auras flourished as a rainbow as they quickly descended towards the fortress ship. The two's thinking was very simple. The music Dao attacks were not strong in terms of sound alone. If he couldn't interrupt the other party's rhythm with a single strike, then he would lose. If they could not break the other party's rhythm with one strike, they would be in big trouble. Even if the two had incredible means, they would be helpless. In fact, they might even sink deep into it, unable to extricate themselves and unable to escape. Without needing to communicate, the two knew what to do. There was only one choice: end the battle quickly and go all out. The pretty woman in the fortress ship was the headmistress of Soaring Dragon City's Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Her stage name was once Choshua. Now, people addressed her as Headmistress Shue. At this moment, the two strands of saber light already tore through the sound waves and crashed into the fortress ship. Boom! The saber light clashed intensely with the fortress ship's shield. Amid loud rumbling, the entire fortress ship shook. Many musical instruments fell to the ground. The graceful women also felt dizzy and panicked. Ding! At the crucial moment, Headmistress Shue sat on the ship's roof and quickly played her fingers. In one breath, Headmistress Shue played hundreds of melodious tunes at a dazzling speed. The flustered woman in the fortress ship quickly stabilized her emotions. Then, she played the musical instrument in her hand according to Headmistress Shue's tunes. A song of intoxicating beauty. Where can one find a bosom friend? A song of cold autumn waters. Who says that spring surpasses the autumn wind? Fallen leaves fill the sky with hundreds of flowers. A song of heartbreak. Flowers scatter and fill the sky. Who will pity the beauty of the red fades? A song of heartbreak. How can one recall the past from the beginning? Cutting flowers and laughing, the shadow of the lantern grows thin. Now the red conch grows sad. Can one remember the bright moon and beautiful clothes? As hundreds of musical instruments rang out again, Headliner Shue used her heavenly voice to sing an extremely sorrowful song. It's the death of beauty. This is one of Fairy Blue Lotus's legendary divine melodies. Headliner Shue is truly fierce to be able to remain calm in the face of danger. Not only did they stop the ghostly Shadow Fiend duo's momentum, but they also launched a beautiful counterattack. Truly amazing. This song is really nice to listen to. Headliner Shwe is truly worthy of being the imperial capital's courtesan belle of the past. Sincere and skillful, worthy of admiration. As long as I can drag this out, it doesn't matter whether or not the two fiends can break this song. If the warships from other places surround them, the ghostly shadow fiends will die for sure. The ghostly shadow bandit mysteriously turned into two people. The cultivators below had no choice but to change the way they addressed him. Of course it wasn't a good name. Ghostly shadow fiend duo. We can't continue like this. If we do it again, the melody will become even more impassioned, and we will definitely die. The moment Headliner Shwe's zither rang out, she started playing the death of a beauty. Xiao Qin's and Zhang He's attacks immediately stopped. They could not break through and board the fortress ship. On the contrary, he had suffered quite a bit of injury. The sound waves injured both the mind and the body. Their internal organs suffered formless damage from the sound waves containing soul energy. This went without saying for their souls. Their clothes were dyed red with blood in an instant. Their bodies were covered in scars left behind by the sound wave. This showed the sharpness of the sound waves and the density of their attacks. They were extremely horrifying. Headliner Shwe's fingers danced continuously on the fortress ship's high platform, changing unpredictably as she led the tune of the entire ship. Together with the formations in the fortress ship, she brought out the might of the death of a beauty to its limits. Right now, Headliner Shwe not only wanted to stop the two, but also wanted to end the ghostly shadow bandit and retrieve the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's lost fairy basket. While it might just be an imitation, if a competitor obtained it and refined it into a similar treasure, it would be a huge hidden danger. That would be a huge hidden danger to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Just as the tune changed again, Xiao Chen and Zhang He exchanged looks, each having a plan in their hearts. Xiao Chen instantly executed the dragon tone art. The formless dragon might in his body gathered in his chest, forming a huge whirlpool. At this moment, Xiao Chen activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline, increasing the might of the whirlpool of dragon might. The winds and clouds above suddenly changed. A strong wind blew, and the formless dragon Qi formed a gigantic dragon head. The instant Xiao Chen roared, Zhang He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying dragon roar. On the other side, Zhang He roared at nearly the same time as Xiao Chen. However, Zhang He used a different kind of dragon tone secret technique. Compared to Xiao Chen's resounding dragon roar, Zhang He's was sharper and had a smaller range. However, it was more focused. Boom! The two heaven dragon roars merged. Zhang He's dragon roar pierced the fortress ship's shield, and Xiao Chen's sonorous dragon roar followed closely behind, sweeping through the entire fortress ship. Bang! 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 Immediately, the strings of the instruments on the fortress ship broke one by one, and the flutes exploded. The musicians all vomited a mouthful of blood, suffering a huge backlash. Xiao Chen and Zhang He took this opportunity to land on the deck. Whoosh! Cold lights flickered endlessly. The musicians on the ship did not just sit there and wait for death. They drew cold swords from their instruments and quickly stabbed at Xiao Chen and Zhang He. The two faced their enemies on their own. As Xiao Chen circulated his primal chaos veritable essence energy, the Taiji force field appeared, working together with the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure flickered. None of the people who came to block him could last a single move. After the musicians lost their instruments, their combat prowess would definitely plummet. Clearly, they were far inferior to Xiao Chen in close combat. On the other side, Zhang He's figure became even more fleeting. As his figure flickered, he left behind many mysterious and unfathomable black shadows. He was so fast that no one could discover his true body. So, this was how he got the nickname Ghostly Shadow. Not only that, but his saber light became even more tyrannical. A tyrannical aura flowed on his saber, showing no mercy. The musicians that Zhang He injured were all severely injured, instantly losing their combat prowess. After about 15 minutes, the two stood together again. Now, only Headliner Shwe remained among the musicians on the ship, standing high up. As Headliner Shwe looked at the many severely injured musicians on the ship, she trembled in anger. She had not expected such a situation to occur. Not only did she fail to capture the ghostly shadow fiend duo, but the girls on her side were also severely injured. Fortunately, Xiao Chan and Jiang He were not bloodthirsty people. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. However, such a miserable situation still startled headliner Shui. She said sullenly, "All of you have to die." After saying that, headliner Shui took out the fairy basket, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's soul tool. Crack! However, Xiao Chan had long since prepared for this. He knocked an arrow and let go before headliner Shui could. The arrow that flew out of the god shadow bow moved at lightning speed, pinning this holy venerate headliner Shui to the ship. The fairy basket in headliner Shui's hand fell to the ground, no longer having a chance to execute it. Xiao Chen only sought speed in this arrow and did not infuse much soul energy into it. Otherwise, this headliner Shui would not just be like this, she would have died on the spot. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the watchtower on the tall platform. Then he pulled out the arrow. Blood immediately spurted out. Headliner Shui's tender skin drained of all color. She appeared haggard, severely injured both in her physical body and soul. Xiao Chan raised his foot and kicked the fairy basket up. Then, he held it in his hand and returned it to headliner Shui. Startled cries rang out continuously on the ship. Jiang He infused some energy into the many young girls and tossed them off the ship. The girls that he tossed off would not be in any danger of dying, falling to their deaths. Although the ghostly shadow bandit had stolen countless treasures, he did not have the hobby of killing people for fun. He was just somewhat frivolous and heartless. Ha ha ha! Girls are falling from the sky. Catch them! The ghostly shadow bandit laughed as he tossed the girls off the ship, eliciting startled cries from below. Damn! Girls really fell. They are the musicians of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They are all great beauties. Quick! Quick! Pick one up and take her back as your wife. Ha ha ha! What's the rush? They are all musicians of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Do you really dare to force yourself on them? What do you know? Don't you know what it means to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Damn! Don't block me! Ghostly Shadow Fiend Duo. Quick! Quick! Toss a few more down. Such action stirred up a huge commotion among the thousands of cultivators below. Thousands of people soared into the air in the night, waiting for the beauties to be tossed off the ship. Such a scene was rare to see even in 1,000 years. You are all shameless, despicable hooligans. Headliner Shui hugged the fairy basket as she pointed at the two. Tears leaked out of her poorly beautiful face as her entire body trembled as she cursed angrily. However, before headliner Shui finished, she let out a startled cry. Someone had tossed her down as well. Stop playing around. I'll cover the rear. You go to the control room. Xiao Chan said softly from the watchtower. Then, he continued drawing his bow and looked at the warship that was still some distance away. Hee. Got it. Jiang He clapped his hands and tossed the last two beauties down. Then he rushed to the control room. Chapter 1851. As Xiao Chan held the god shadow bow from the crow's nest, he could see every warship within hundreds of kilometers clearly. Ever since Xiao Chan obtained the god shadow bow, he had never brought out even a tenth of its might. Even he did not know how great the potential of this bow was. The earlier arrow only drew the bow slightly. Before the bowstring was drawn, it severely injured a holy venerate on the spot. After advancing to middle stage star venerate, Xiao Chen's soul energy had increased significantly. That earlier arrow had not drained much of his soul energy. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation, so he infused the rest of his soul energy into the bow. He wondered how much might it could bring out. Could it bring out its second form, spreading its divine wings, like when it faced the heavenly book scholar? The fortress ship had already started moving. Under Jiang He's control, it quickly headed out of the city. With this fortress ship, Jiang He no longer had to fear the pursuit of the warships behind. He could compete with them in terms of endurance. Damn it! We absolutely cannot let them get away. After them. The Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship took the lead and gave chase. War drums shook the sky and electric light shot out, illuminating the surroundings in a purple haze. A formation above the warship continuously absorbed the surrounding lightning-attributed energy. The lightning-attributed energy gathered into a resplendent ball of lightning, containing horrifying energy and startling might. The ball of lightning could shoot out at any moment. However, as the fortress ship Xiao Chun was on belonged to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the Jiang clan had some misgivings. If they destroyed the other party's fortress ship, the Jiang clan would not know what to do after this, so they hesitated. Before the very last moment, it was best not to release it. After all, there was still a chance to catch up. You then. While the Jiang clan's people hesitated, Xiao Chun did not. He drew the bowstring and a divine figure seemed to flash in the sky. The moment Xiao Chun let go, that ball of lightning instantly exploded. The speed of the arrow surpassed human thought. It was as if the moment Xiao Chun let go, the huge and horrifying ball of lightning was struck by the arrow. The energy contained in the god Shadow Bow's arrow detonated the ball of lightning. In an instant, the Jiang clan's warship appeared in the air. The warship turned into a resplendent firework, continuously giving off fiery light. Fireworks filled the sky, filling the night sky. Only the damaged main body of the Purple Thunder warship remained, on the verge of collapse. The Jiang clan cultivators on it had fled long ago. Joy and sorrow separated. The Jiang clan's people, who came in ferociously, obtained a result that no one expected. Stop! 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 He has a soul tool in his hand. The other pursuing warships were frightened out of their wits. They were all stunned by the inconceivable scene of the Jiang clan's warship. Just a moment ago, the Purple Thunder warship was still in peak condition. How did it explode? How exactly did he break through the defense? What did he use? How did he detonate the thunderballs? It was truly frightening. The most frightening thing was that the Jiang family did not retaliate at all. Several holy venerates on the warship actually did not discover how the other party attacked and did not make a move to stop them. Tonight was destined to make everyone go crazy. The cultivators in Soaring Dragon City would not be able to forget this for many years to come. Of Chun of the Ghost of the Ling. First, they threw out the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's beauties, causing chaos everywhere. Even now it was still not over. Then they shot out an arrow and detonated the Purple Thunder warship. Everyone could not recover from the shock. Brother Xiao, things are not good. The Marquis' residence's people are here as well. Jiang, he said somewhat anxiously as he controlled the situation. With such a huge commotion, it would be hard for the city guards not to show up. However, given the current situation, it would be difficult for the city guards to control the situation. Actually, the city guards had been observing in secret from the very start. The city lord's residence was optimistic about the various factions of the Soaring Dragon Marquis surrounding the ghostly Shadow Bandit. They did not mind the two sides fighting. To the Soaring Dragon Marquisite's lord, weakening some of the clans and sects in the city would not only be a huge benefit, but it would also be a happy outcome. This would further strengthen the Marquis' residence's control. That was what it meant when the Marquis' residence grew stronger. However, now that the situation was completely out of control, they had to show themselves to stabilize the chaos. Abandoned ship. Xiao Chun looked around and discovered the city lord's residence's warships in every direction of the city gates. He was somewhat surprised that the city lord's residence would participate as well. Such a fight between factions did not affect the interests of the city lord's residence. Normally, the smart people would choose to watch from the sidelines. Xiao Chun and Jiang, he immediately decided to abandon the warship. They chose the most chaotic place on the ground as a foothold. The cultivators below seemed to have gone crazy, fighting in a chaotic manner. They all asked where the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's musicians that the ghostly Shadow Fiend duo had left behind were. Jiang, he felt somewhat rueful and surprised. He just did not want to kill those musicians. Who would have thought that it would create such a chaotic situation? Quick! 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 Everyone quickly give chase. Ku Yejian snatched away a beautiful musician. Don't let him escape. There is someone over there as well. Why can't I catch him? Everyone quickly look. That's Headliner Shui. She got tossed down as well. Headliner Shui, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. No one can hurt you. You bunch of beasts. Don't go and hurt Headliner Shui. When the culprits Xiao Chun and Jiang He landed, they showed somewhat ashamed expressions. Then, the two changed into large cloaks and left in a hurry. They simply did not know what would happen to them after they got caught. Just thinking about what would happen to them if they got caught made them tremble in fear. At this moment, The two only wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave the city quietly. Haha, how interesting. How unfortunate. This little monk cannot break his lust abstinence. Otherwise, I would have tossed one or two pretty big sisters down as well. A small head poked out of the large cloak behind Xiao Chan as he spoke in a childish voice. Jiang he giggled and said, "You are known as the little demonic monk Silver Saber. Why have you not broken your lust abstinence yet? Don't mention this title. If you mention it again, I'll fall out with you." The little monk's baby-like face immediately turned incredibly embarrassed, turning red. Ha ha ha, don't mention it then. Xiao Chan could not help smiling. The little demonic monk Silver Saber was destined to be a pain in the little monk's life. A title ruining a life at this moment. Xiao Chen and Jiang he moved through the chaotic crowd, appearing somewhat relaxed. Trying to find the two who were deliberately hiding was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Speaking of which, Jiang He's casual action created the conditions for the two to escape from a different angle. 1 hour later, Xiao Chan and Jiang He were already far away from the chaos. As the two walked on the empty street, the originally bustling street had long since emptied out due to the commotion caused by Xiao Chan and Jiang He. The street, which could fit 10-odd horse carriages side by side, appeared exceptionally cold and empty. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen's and Jiang He's shadows stretched out on the empty street. The bright moon hung high in the cold, windy night. The two just walked like that, not saying a word. After the commotion, they returned to reality. After this parting, the two might be fighting each other the next time they met. Perhaps this would be the last time the two worked together. The two's hearts felt somewhat heavy. Fate was merciless and fate made fools of people. Who could have imagined that the two had the goal of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Both of them bore a heavy burden that they could not easily show to others. As the wind blew, the fallen leaves on the street danced in the wind. Xiao Chen suddenly stopped walking. As he looked at the drifting fallen leaves, he entered deep thought. Sometimes it felt like a person's fate was like drifting fallen leaves. When a gust of wind blew from somewhere, one's body would involuntarily dance in the wind. At this moment, Jiang He also stopped walking. Fallen leaves should have returned to the dust. However, the merciless cold wind forced one's body to dance in the wind. The two were not sentimental people. Naturally, they could not stop because of the falling leaves dancing in the wind. At the end of his line of sight, there were rows of martial artists wearing the same style of armor, densely packed at the end of the road. These were a group of battle-hardened warriors with strong discipline. They also exuded a horrifying killing chi. The wind blew because of this. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the armor trembled. The city guards in front took the initiative to open a path, and a man and a woman walked out. When the two approached, they discovered that they were the Heavenly Book Scholar and Lan Luo. Chapter 1852. When Xiao Chen and Jiang He saw Lan Luo and Tian Su appear together, it was not difficult for them to understand. Why did the two of them end up here the moment they appeared? This is really a big battle. We've just left the tiger's den and we're already surrounded by a pack of wolves. Jiang He pursed his lips and smiled helplessly. The saber in his hand disappeared, replaced by a treasured saber that emanated a frightening aura. The black scabbard was engraved with dragon race motifs, looking mysterious and ancient. A soul tool. Jiang He also had his own soul tool. Or rather, it was clearly a soul tool related to the dragon race. The supreme treasure he stole from the dragon clan was this saber? However, now was not the time to think about this. Xiao Chun waved his hand to stop him from attacking further. Why, do you know him? Jiang He said doubtfully. After taking a closer look, he realized that there was indeed something wrong with the way the princess was looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded. Sort of. Jiang He's grave face immediately revealed his signature smile. You're quite something. You even have a backer in the Marquis's residence. If I had known earlier, I would have just gone to the Marquis's mansion directly. There was no need to go through all this trouble. Xiao Chun swapped out the mysterious dragon race saber in his hand, and the two chatted in soft voices. On the other side, the Heavenly Book Scholar appeared somewhat helpless. The Cluster Lord had forcefully dragged him to her side. While everyone's attention was on the ghostly Shadow Fiend duo, Lan Luo took the initiative to lead the city guards to block the Heavenly Book Scholar. Helpless, He had no choice but to divine Xiao Chen's and Lan Luo's positions. Princess, it's best not to offend these two. Let them go. In any case, there is no direct benefit to the Marquis's mansion. There is no need for a life and death struggle. Although the Heavenly Book scholar had the bad habits of a Confucian scholar, he was not a sinister and vicious person. Xiao Chen and Zhang He's lives had nothing to do with him, but he did not want them to die because of him either. Who would have imagined that Lan Luo would ignore him? Instead, she headed straight for Xiao Chen. His footsteps were hurried, and he did not look like he was going to attack Xiao Chen and Zhang He at all. The Heavenly Book scholar felt stunned. Then he suddenly understood something. Earlier, when he read Xiao Chen's character, he said that Xiao Chen would feel at ease if he stayed here. So this was the reason. Xiao Chen, you're already here. Aren't you going to ask if I'm here? Lan Luo said softly as she looked at Xiao Chen with some hidden bitterness. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. The little monk came out from under the cloak and immediately blushed. What a beautiful sister! When Lan Luo saw the little monk, her expression changed slightly. Then she said in understanding, so that is the case. No wonder you are not willing to meet me. Xiao Chen, what kind of person do you take me, Lan Luo, for? Even if we're just ordinary friends, there's no need to be so rude. You don't even have to greet me. Xiao Chen looked a little embarrassed. He really didn't know how to explain. Ha ha ha, you've misunderstood, Your Highness. This person is the little devil monk Silver Saber. He mistakenly ate a heavenly treasure and obtained a heaven-sent opportunity to reconstruct his body. The Heavenly Book scholar walked over with a smile, helping Xiao Chen out of trouble. You still dare to mention it? Right after the Heavenly Book scholar spoke, the little monk flew into a rage. He immediately leaped out of the cloak and wanted to beat up the Heavenly Book scholar again. However, Xiao Chen clearly would not let the little monk continue messing around under such circumstances. Xiao Chen grabbed the little monk's little hand in the air and put him back. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, it was Lan Luo's turn to be at a loss. Sorry, Xiao Chen smiled and said, it's fine. Is there any way? Cluster Lord, is there any way to send my friend out of the city? Now that the matter had returned to proper business, Lan Luo's expression recovered. She said softly, it's fine to send him out of the city. However, he has to hand over the treasures he stole in the city. This is what my father instructed me to do. I can't disobey him. No problem. Zhang He smiled carefreely, not bothering with Lan Luo at all. Then, he handed over all the treasures he stole in the city. In reality, a small part of the reason he stole the treasures of the various major factions was due to fortuitous encounters. The bigger reason was his interest and habit. After Lan Luo stated her conditions, Zhang He did not hesitate to do so. In any case, after avoiding this wave, if he really needed it in the future, he could just steal it back. Many thanks for Cluster Lord's kind intentions. Brother Xiao, we will meet again in the future. Zhang He showed a smile on his face as he turned and left, not lingering at all. Now that he turned around, the next time they met, he would be a friend and not an enemy. Lan Luo knew this very well, but Zhang He forced himself to remain expressionless as he drifted away in the night. Zhang He slowly went further away. His cold and lonely figure disappeared into the even lonelier and colder night. Just like that, he vanished. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and sighed in his heart. He felt somewhat rueful, his emotions complicated. At this moment, Xiao Chen could not leave for now. Lan Luo had set up such a large entourage. Hence, he could not pretend that he had never been here. He felt apologetic. The Heavenly Book scholar performed a cupped fist salute and said, there should not be anything else for me to do now. I will take my leave first, lest the Heavenly Mystery Tower's people worry. Xiao Chen, although my words are not pleasant to hear, they are most likely correct. Why don't you think about it carefully? Goodbye. At some point in time, the elites of the city guards had vanished from the empty street. Now, only Xiao Chen and Lan Luo remained under the bright moon. That's not right. The little monk should be included as well. The two chatted casually as they walked along the street. Then, Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of why he came to the Soaring Dragon Marquisate. Back then, Xiao Chen had come to Withered Leaf City mainly because he did not want to cause any trouble and waste time. He could only tell her the only place he knew in the Yanwu dynasty. Since coming here, he had encountered endless trouble, so he did not want to disturb Lan Luo. He only wanted to send the little monk back as soon as possible. After Lan Luo heard that, she felt relieved. However, she also felt somewhat disappointed. In that case, you are going to the Divine Dragon Empire in the end? Xiao Chun nodded. If not for this little fellow, I might have already gone there. Why? Actually, you could have stayed in the Yanwu dynasty. With your talent and aptitude, the 8 noble clans and rank 7 sects would have been willing to accept you. The dynasty is vast. This is the stage for the outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms, the powerful demonic geniuses. You can definitely make a name for yourself and not live in vain. Lan Luo felt confused. Why was Xiao Chun so insistent on going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Clearly, there was still a gap between an empire and a dynasty. Could it be that Xiao Chun feared the competition with the 8 noble clans and the outstanding talents of the royal clans in the dynasty? That was impossible. Given her understanding of Xiao Chun, that was absolutely not the reason. After thinking about it, Lan Luo could only say that the Divine Dragon Empire was an extremely important place for Xiao Chun. Perhaps it was a person or some place he was worried about. Lan Luo's words stirred up a slight ripple in Xiao Chun's heart, making him feel excited. Indeed, the 4 dynasties were the dreams of all the outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms. Only in these places could one reach the peak of cultivation, truly witness the most glorious era of the martial epoch. After several eras of development, the martial epoch was now in its golden age. As for the 4 dynasties, they held the most luck in the central Great Realm, attracting the outstanding talents of the various realms. All the proud people wanted to come and give it a try. As a cultivator, Xiao Chun was naturally no exception. He wanted to see the true outstanding talents and demonic geniuses of this age. However, now was not the time. I will come, but not now. I have to go to the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiao Chun said seriously. It is not convenient to explain the reason now. However, many thanks for Cluster Lord's kind intentions. Lan Luo smiled generously and said, There is no need to thank me between us. Don't treat me as a friend. There is no need to stand on ceremony. No matter what you decide, if you need help, I will definitely help you. Under the cool exterior, there was a trace of affection that could not be concealed. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and did not reply. However, in his heart he added, if Lan Luo runs into any trouble, I will definitely help her without hesitation. The two casually chatted about the past and their experiences as they walked to the city lord's residence. Just as the two were about to enter, Lan Luo turned around and said with a smile, We got too engrossed in the conversation and nearly forgot about proper business. Before Xiao Chun could ask, Lan Luo continued, My father would like to meet you. The Soaring Dragon Marquis wants to meet me? This is somewhat surprising. The Yanwu dynasty had 108 provinces. The opposite sex was conferred Marquis, and the family was conferred kingship. Marquis was already the highest title in the dynasty, aside from the dynasty's king. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was considered a major character in the entire Yanwu dynasty. This was especially so for the Soaring Dragon Marquisate, an important land at the dynasty's borders. The Soaring Dragon Marquis's high status was even more obvious. Xiao Chun did not know why such a major character wanted to meet him. After thinking about it, he concluded that it could only be because of the Cluster Lord. Chapter 1853. What's wrong? You don't want to see my father? Lan Luo asked, purposely showing a stern expression, clearly dissatisfied. Xiao Chun replied softly, No. When do we meet? Tomorrow then. It is already so late, and you must be tired. All right. Under Lan Luo's arrangements, Xiao Chun obtained a rather unique and quiet courtyard in the Marquis's residence. This made sense. This suited Xiao Chun's preferences. This night was indeed tiring. More accurately, he had not rested since he entered the Heavenly Mystery Tower and got chased until now. Xiao Chun placed the little monk aside and lay on the bed. Then he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. However, Xiao Chun did not feel sleepy. As he lay on the bed, leaves fell outside the window, rustling like it was raining. Those were the leaves of the ancient tree in the courtyard. The night wind had blown them off. Falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Why can't I sleep? With something on my mind, I naturally could not sleep. Xiao Chun turned to the side and opened his eyes. Moonlight shone on the ground outside the window. Xiao Chun was no longer in the mood to sleep. He remained expressionless as his thoughts wandered. Xiao Chun was still thinking about what the heavenly book scholar said before he left. Although my words are unpleasant to hear, most of them are correct. Meng Qi sighed. The results of the heavenly book scholar's reading of Xiao Chun's character were not very good. However, it was as he said. If it were not accurate, there would not be so many people lining up to ask him to read them. However, based on the heavenly book scholar's reading of the little monk, regardless of the process, the little monk did obtain a great fortuitous encounter. Is my heart destined to be restless? The path of the Dragon Emperor was destined to be difficult. Xiao Chun did not care. What he cared about was whether he could meet Lu Ruyue. The White Dragon Holy Daughter was a peerless beauty. Even the Dragon God Crown Prince was captivated by her. In the dead of night, if one did not feel sleepy, one would inevitably let one's imagination run wild and feel frustrated. Jiang He's words also appeared in Xiao Chun's mind. For some reason they disrupted Xiao Chun's thoughts. Whoosh! Unable to sleep, Xiao Chun got up and put on his clothes. Then he picked up his saber and casually walked out. Big brother Xiao, what are you doing? The little monk asked in a daze as he opened his eyes. Practice your saber. Go to sleep. The moonlight shone on the courtyard like water, adding a hazy veil to the scenery in the courtyard. Xiao Chun drew his tyrant saber and swung it casually. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He was a little anxious, a little violent, and also a little resentful and unwilling. However, the more it was so, the more exquisite and gentle the saber light he swung out became. Have a tiger in your heart, sniffed the rose. Xiao Chun controlled his mental state very well, not letting his saber technique lose its finesse and order. Even if it is difficult to find peace in my heart, I just want to have a clear conscience. Hua! As the saber light swept out, Xiao Chun gently flicked it up. The perfectly straight tyrant saber condensed the moonlight in the garden into one beam and soared into the clouds. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and soared into the air. His white hair and robes fluttered in the wind. As he danced, boundless moonlight emanated from Xiao Chun's body. For a time, the moonlight in the courtyard was like flying snow, but also like flower petals dancing in the wind. The garden was filled with fallen flowers like a beautiful painting. Xiao Chun hovered in the air, using his saber as a brush. His body was in the painting, but his heart was outside. If it is difficult to find peace in my heart, then who can understand me? Who can understand my many years of lonely persistence? Who can understand the heavy burden of reviving the blue dragon that I have to shoulder? Who can understand my determination to seek the moon? The moon was like hundreds of flowers dancing in the wind, filling the sky with falling flowers. No one appreciates this beautiful painting. No one in the painting understands me. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The painting shattered, light and shadow scattered, and the moonlight scattered. It was like a withered willow. No one pitied it, no one loved it. If it is difficult to find peace in my heart, and I cannot find someone who understands me, what is the point of having a clear conscience? The night deepened and the chill intensified. Who pitied me for wearing thin clothes and facing the moon alone? Accompanied by the withered willow and the overflowing saber light, there was an indescribable sorrow. However, this sorrow did not turn into rage or hatred. One could be sad, one could be worried, but one could not be angry or hateful. Furthermore, one used the saber to create a dream, dreaming of fine wine and beautiful women. Beautiful women drank with me, beautiful women laughed with me. There was no sorrow or worry. When the flowers fell in the dream, someone admired them with me. If one did not understand the beauty of dreams, how could one use the saber as a dream as a dream? Under the mottled moonlight, an illusory scene appeared in the courtyard. There was someone drunk, someone laughing, someone dancing in the sky with the moon. One could not tell if this was real or fake, a dream or reality. If one could not find peace in this heart, then let one enter a dream and sleep forever, never opening one's eyes for 10,000 years. However, one had to wake up from a dream. The moment one opened one's eyes, it was not the beautiful dream disappearing but the entire world slipping away from one's hands. A boundless disappointment filled one's heart. Could one continue to tightly grasp the saber in one's hand? Buzz! Suddenly, a boundless saber hum rang out in the courtyard. The saber in Xiao Qin's hand burned with a purple flame. When the purple flame scattered, the pitch-black saber turned a dreamy purple. Like this was the true color of the tyrant saber. Xiao Qin tightly grasped the saber and swung it casually. The night that filled the courtyard scattered, and the purple saber light spread out like water. Xiao Qin's expression suddenly changed. Under the purple saber light, a black-clad man on the wall was forced out. Who is it? Whoosh! Xiao Qin thrust his saber, and the purple light that filled the courtyard gathered into one beam and shot out. That person cried out in shock. His figure flashed, but the saber light still pierced through his shoulder. That person gave Xiao Qin a strange look. Then, his figure flashed a few times as he quickly left. The night turned hazy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was like that person had never appeared. Only the lingering purple saber light in the air proved everything that happened earlier. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and frowned slightly. However, he did not give chase. This person could appear silently, only appearing unexpectedly after Xiao Qin activated the true form of the tyrant saber. This proved that this person was far stronger than Xiao Qin. However, he did not make a move. Clearly, he did not have any malicious intent. The Marquis's residence was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were at least 10 people with such strength. If Xiao Qin gave chase and caused trouble, it would not be good. Now that Xiao Qin stopped thinking, he naturally could not continue brandishing his saber. Xiao Qin went to the stone table in the courtyard and gently placed the tyrant saber on it. Then, he took out the 1,000-year flame and drank by himself. After brandishing his saber, Xiao Qin's restless emotions calmed down. After a few cups of fine wine, moonlight unknowingly enveloped him, and he fell asleep in a daze. When Xiao Qin opened his eyes again, piercing sunlight shone in, and his neck stiffened uncomfortably. This time, he found himself resting his chin on his hand as he slept for the entire night. Young Master Xiao, sorry for the disturbance. The Marquis has prepared a family banquet and would like to invite young Master Xiao over. The cluster lord specially instructed me to entertain you. A slender and pretty maidservant stood outside the courtyard doors, speaking in a charming voice. Xiao Qin recovered his wits and replied, "Wait for a while. I'll go over after I wash up." After tidying up, Xiao Qin carried the little monk on his back and went to attend the family banquet under the maidservant's lead. Generally speaking, the grander family banquets were usually held in the evening. Since there was a family banquet in the morning, it meant that not many people would be invited. Aside from the Marquis's residence's heirs, there might be only Xiao Qin and the little monk. The Marquis's residence was very large, with winding corridors, fake mountains, and flowing rivers. It was like a maze crisscrossing each other. Without anyone to lead the way, one might really get lost in the maze wandering around. On one of the corridors, Xiao Qin discovered a group of people marching in front. Their destination seemed to be the same as Xiao Qin's. However, Xiao Qin could tell that many of them were just attendants and guards. The true master was the youth in embroidered clothes leading the group. That youth was very handsome and easygoing. Xiao Qin could see a smile on his face. When this youth spoke to the maidservant leading the way, he did not put on an overbearing air at all, making that maidservant feel embarrassed. Aside from this, that youth also exuded a pressing air of nobility. However, his easygoing air covered up this air of nobility, making others feel close to him. Xiao Qin stopped and entered deep thought. There is nothing to mind about this person. Xiao Qin stopped because he discovered a relatively pure dynasty's luck on the other party's body. The 4 dynasties occupied the main dragon veins of the central Great Realm. All those with dynasty bloodlines could receive protection from the dragon veins. The purer one's bloodline was, the greater the dynasty's luck one received. With the protection of the luck of the Yanwu dynasty's vast territory, one's luck would be much stronger than that of ordinary people. Aside from that, the nobles conferred titles by the dynasty would also receive the protection of the luck of the dragon veins. For example, the soaring dragon Marquis was conferred the title of Marquis, second only to the imperial prince. After all, kings with different surnames were extremely rare in any dynasty. Normally Marquis was the highest rank. The soaring dragon Marquis also had this luck. However, whether one could discover it or not was another matter. That is Monarch Yu. He was also invited to the clan banquet this time. I heard that he came specially for the young miss, wanting to invite her to join the rank 7 Divine Sword Pavilion. The maidservant leading the way stopped and smiled when she saw Xiao Chen's gaze. The maidservant seemed to understand this Monarch Yu very well. With just a casual question, she revealed a lot of information. Based on the maidservant's eyes, it seemed like she was very fond of this Monarch Yu. Rank 7 sects already stood at the peak of this world. Even in the entire Great Thousand Realms, the number of rank 7 sects could be counted on one hand. Even in the vast Yanwu dynasty, there were probably only a few. The competition was exceptionally intense. Even the royal family would not receive any special treatment. For Monarch Yu to be so confident in inviting Lan Luo to join the Divine Sword Pavilion, his strength should not be weak. Without overthinking, Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "Continue leading the way then." Chapter 1854. After some delay, Xiao Chan arrived at the Marquis's residence's main hall about 7 minutes later. Many people gathered in the main hall. Aside from the Soaring Dragon Marquis's children, there were also many Long clan disciples, all of whom were from the Long clan. It was clear that the Long clan was flourishing and had many people. This made sense. As a marquis, it would be strange if the clan was not flourishing. Monarch Yu's attendants and guards were scattered outside the main hall, standing together with the Marquis's residence's guards. Monarch Yu showed grave expressions, not letting down his guard just because he was in the Marquis's residence. The family banquet in the main hall had not started yet. Monarch Yu was the son of a duke, possessing the royal clan's bloodline and a noble status. However, he was easygoing and polite. His bearing and boldness were praiseworthy. Currently, Monarch Yu was chatting with a youth. That youth looked somewhat similar to Lan Luo and was also older. He should be Lan Luo's older brother. The Long clan disciples surrounded the two, chatting happily. However, Monarch Yu dominated the spotlight. Most people's gazes landed on him. This was especially so for the many women. Their eyes gleamed with admiration, not hiding it at all. "Young Master Xiao, we have arrived." The maidservant leading the way bowed obediently. Before the maidservant left, she gave Monarch Yu a bashful look before taking her leave. The little monk lay on Xiao Chen's shoulder, looking around curiously. He looked very cute. One adult and one child entered the main hall. This immediately attracted countless gazes. Many people showed curious expressions. Aside from Monarch Yu, why was there an outsider at the Long clan's family banquet? "You are." The youth chatting with Monarch Yu asked from afar without standing up. Whoosh! Many gazes immediately focused on Xiao Chan. The bustling hall turned quiet. "Big brother, he is Xiao Chan, the person I told you about. Father specially invited him here." Without waiting for Xiao Chan to reply, Lan Luo stood up and made the introductions, leading Xiao Chan over. "To think that you dare to enter the Dragon Marquis's residence. Long clan guards, take him down." A familiar figure appeared among the Long clan disciples. This person could not hide his murderous intent as he pointed at Xiao Chan. "Longbow?" Xiao Chan recalled that this person was the young Marquis, who had sent someone to assassinate him in the Soaring Dragon Great World. He seemed to be Lan Luo's 7th brother. Xiao Chan remembered that he had clearly killed him. However, it was not strange. At that time, he had left in a hurry and did not finish him off. With the resources of the princess's residence and the presence of some experts, it was not surprising that they were able to save him. Swish, swish, swish. A group of guards appeared outside the door and surrounded Xiao Chan without any explanation. However, Xiao Chan did not make a move. He only looked at the youth beside Monarch Yu. Clearly, Lan Luo's eldest brother was the one with more prestige here. "Let's go. There's nothing here." Lan Luo's first brother waved his hand and dismissed the guard. Then he said indifferently, "7th brother, young Master Xiao is an honored guest that Imperial Father specially invited. Watch your words. Otherwise, I don't mind kicking you out." Longbow's expression was quite sullen. His enemy was right in front of him, but he was his father's honored guest. He couldn't even take down Xiao Chan in his own home. "Don't be arrogant. Sooner or later I will teach you a lesson." Longbow waved his hand and withdrew with a resentful expression. Xiao Chan said indifferently, I don't mind killing you again. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chan spoke, a huge commotion immediately broke out, shocking the Long clan disciples. Then the shock turned into enmity. For Xiao Chan to say such words in front of the Long clan in the Marquis's residence was somewhat mocking. Even Lan Luo's eldest brother felt somewhat embarrassed, stunned for a moment. It looks like I am not very welcome. Goodbye. Xiao Chan had always been a decisive person. When he saw the expressions of the others, he was not willing to remain here. Had he known that this Longbow would be here, he would have rejected him from the start. However, it was clear that someone was not willing to let Xiao Chan leave. Young Master Xiao, please wait. Since you received the Marquis's residence's invitation, you will be too disrespectful to the Marquis if you leave now. The Marquis's residence rarely invites outsiders to its banquets. Young Master Xiao, please think about it. Monarch Yu said slowly as he held a cup of tea. Immediately, the many Long clan disciples burst into an uproar. It turned out that this person was protected by the Marquis's residence. He was truly too arrogant and unreasonable. Monarch Yu's simple words instantly isolated Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan thought for a while. If he left the banquet, it would indeed be disrespectful to the Marquis whom he had not met yet. This put Lan Luo in a difficult position. Then Xiao Chan turned around and found a corner to sit beside Lan Luo again. When Lan Luo saw Xiao Chan sit down, she heaved a clear sigh of relief. Xiao Chan, it has been hard on you. Lan Luo sent a voice projection. She had good intentions, but she had not expected things to turn out like this. It's fine. I did not handle it well. There was indeed no need to get angry at an existence like Longbow. Xiao Chan already felt much more at ease. Haha, everyone is here. At this moment, a middle-aged man with white hair at the temples walked in. He was wearing armor and strode in. Father. Third uncle. Lord Marquis. Everyone at the table stood up and greeted this person. Needless to say, this person was the overlord of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Soaring Dragon Marquis. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis looked ordinary, only exuding the might of a general. There was nothing special about him, which was rather strange. I have been busy with military matters and rarely eat with everyone. Today there are 2 honored guests coming to the banquet. Come, let me offer a toast to the 2 of you. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was rather straightforward. After indicating for everyone to sit down, he stood up and offered a toast to Xiao Chan and Monarch Yu. Xiao Chan and Monarch Yu did not dare to be slow. They stood up at the same time and drained the wine in their cups in one go. Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your hospitality. The 2 took their seats and put down their wine cups. The banquet officially began. Delicacies that were not sumptuous but had great value were served up. At the table, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not pay any attention to Xiao Chan and Monarch Yu. As they chatted, they only talked about family matters and other minor matters. Your father does not put on any airs, Xiao Chan said to Lan Luo, who was beside him. However, Lan Luo replied somewhat helplessly, in my impression, he has always been like this. He is neither warm nor cold to everything. You will never be able to see the true thoughts in your heart. I can't see through them either. For example, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had clearly called Xiao Chan over on purpose. However, he did not say anything to Xiao Chan during the banquet. This disappointed Lan Luo, as well as a faint sense of disappointment. I heard that Monarch Yu wants to invite you to join the Divine Sword Pavilion. Xiao Chan missed this topic and changed the topic. A bright light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. What's wrong? Are you interested? Let's go together. The Divine Sword Pavilion is one of the few rank 7 sects in the Yanwu dynasty. Many of their disciples are powerful demonic geniuses who can rank on the martial monarch ranking. Xiao Chan smiled and said, I am a bladesman. How can I go to the Divine Sword Pavilion? That's true. I nearly forgot about that. Lan Luo frowned, appearing somewhat vexed. In that case, I won't go either. On the other side, Monarch Yu looked at Lan Luo, who was conversing intimately with Xiao Chan. A hard-to-detect cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon, someone suddenly stood up and offered a toast to Xiao Chan. Young Master Xiao, you came from afar. Long Yun offers you a toast. Since someone offered him a toast, He naturally had to return the favor. After a cup of wine, Long Yun asked, "Young Master Xiao received second uncle's invitation at the same time as Monarch Yu. I believe you also come from a prestigious clan, right?" Xiao Chun replied indifferently, "No, I am just a loose cultivator. This is my first time in the Central Great Realm." These words caused another uproar. It was actually a rogue cultivator without a sect or sect. Furthermore, he had only just arrived in the Central Great Realm. In their eyes, such a person was simply a country bumpkin. When the others thought of themselves, they couldn't believe that they were sitting and eating with someone of such status. Their expressions couldn't help but turn a little weird. Monarch Yu revealed a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, one of the ghostly shadow fiend duo, who caused a commotion last night, has just arrived in the Central Great Realm. The ghostly shadow fiend duo. Monarch Yu's casual words successfully caused the expressions of these Long clan disciples to change again. This fellow did not speak much, but his words were filled with thorns trying to isolate them. When the Long clan disciples thought about it, they found it somewhat funny. The so-called monarch's breadth of mind and boldness were only so. Chapter 1855. The seemingly ordinary family banquet was actually surging. Monarch Yu succeeded in setting the tempo. This made everyone in the Long family view Xiao Chun with hostility and coldness. Xiao Chun found it a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. In the banquet, when Lan Luo's big brother saw the situation develop to this point, he shook his head and did not say anything. "Long Yen, while I'm not around, have you neglected the cultivation of the Long family disciples?" When the family banquet was about to end, the soaring dragon Marquis looked at Lan Luo's eldest brother and asked in a serious tone, "My Long family has been famous for our bravery since the founding of the dynasty. We have never dared to forget the teachings of our ancestors. Father, you can check at any time. The disciples of the Long family have never slacked off, nor do they dare to slack off." Long Yen answered calmly and confidently. Draco nodded his head in satisfaction. A person's innate talent and comprehension are different from birth. Comprehension cannot be forced. I will never force it. My Long family can have trash bodies, but we cannot have lazy people. The soaring dragon Marquis's gaze shifted to Long Yen as he continued. After the family banquet, I will conduct an inspection at the drill grounds. Anyone who passes my eyes will be rewarded. On the contrary, I will not punish you. I will only punish you, Long Yen. Long Yen gladly accepted the order, not caring about these somewhat demanding conditions. The Long family disciples heard the soaring dragon Marquis's words. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Everyone had a competitive heart. Coupled with the fact that he would receive a reward from his father, it was hard for him not to be excited. "Monarch Yu and Xiao Chun, come along as well," the soaring dragon Marquis invited as he looked at Xiao Chun and Monarch Yu. His tone was relaxed and seemed easygoing, but there was a hint of irrefutability in it. "My pleasure. My father has always told me that the soaring dragon Marquis has a strict upbringing. After standing in the north for so many years, I definitely have to take a good look." Monarch Yu smiled faintly and dealt with the situation easily. Xiao Chun thought for a while. He was prepared to leave after the family banquet. The soaring dragon Marquis's invitation put him in a difficult position. "Xiao Chun, Luor told me about your matter. I contacted the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot last night. They will send people to bring little monk Yenshin back. At the same time, they will convey my thanks to you. The Hidden Spirit Temple owes you a favor." The soaring dragon Marquis seemed to have guessed what Xiao Chun was thinking. Hua! These words immediately shocked the disciples of the Long family, and they revealed expressions of extreme disbelief. Monarch Yu's words had already caused their impression of Xiao Chun to plummet. They now felt that he was just a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the Central Great Realm. He didn't belong to any sect, so there was no need to treat him too well. There were too many people like this. In the entire Great Thousand Realms, everyone took pride in being in the Central Great Realm. This was the center of the martial epoch. The 4 dynasties and the many empires dominated the direction of the entire martial epoch. As the descendants of the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon Marquis, they were very proud. There was no need to criticize them. After all, they had the capital to do so in the first place. After leaving the central Great Realm, no matter where they went, they would receive the highest treatment. However, the soaring dragon Marquis's casual words made them flabbergasted. The abbot of the Buddhist sect's hidden spirit temple, who did not care about worldly matters, actually said that the hidden spirit temple owed Xiaochun a favor. Not to mention how strong the abbot was, the hidden spirit temple itself was an existence that surpassed rank 7 sections. Its history was even longer than that of a dynasty. To think that such a holy land owed Xiaochun a favor. How could they not be shocked? At the same time, they felt dissatisfied in their hearts. How could such a person make the hidden spirit temple owe him a favor? Everyone here was a proud person. When they suddenly heard these words, they could not help feeling competitive. Even Monarch Yu's calm expression changed slightly. As he looked at Xiaochun, his expression turned strange. Master is coming? This is really great. The little monk had been looking at the good wine and dishes on the table but could not eat them, only salivating. When the little monk heard this, he felt pleasantly surprised and excited. Under such circumstances, Xiaochun could not refuse, so he could only agree. The family banquet came to an end. The group arrived at the Marquis's residence's drill ground. The drill ground required an extremely vast area. It was normally used for the army to gather soldiers, so it was a military location. It would be more accurate to describe the drill ground of the Marquis's residence as a drill ground. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis guarded this area. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was not only a marquis, but also a general appointed by the royal clan, guarding the borders. Everyone in the Long clan was used to calling this drill ground a drill ground because of the Soaring Dragon Marquis's character. During this time, Long Yan purposely slowed down his pace, walking together with Xiaochun. Xiaochun, do you know why my father specially invited you to the family banquet? Xiaochun had long noticed that something was strange. If Xiaochun wanted to meet him, it would have been better if they met in private. There was no need to meet at the family banquet. However, Xiaochun did not care, so he did not ask. Now that Long Yan was willing to answer, it was naturally for the best. Brother Long, please enlighten me. Long Yan's gaze fell on Monarch Yu. At this moment, Monarch Yu was saying something to Lan Luo. Monarch Yu's expression looked very sincere. However, Lan Luo did not respond warmly. Monarch Yu. That's right. It is Monarch Yu. He is the son of a duke, a relative of the royal clan, and holds a noble status. His comprehension ability is even more incredible. He has an amiable character and a good reputation. After that, there is no after that. Long Yan smiled faintly and did not say anything more, leaving directly. This made Xiaochun feel even more suspicious, causing him to frown slightly. Big brother, this fellow must be doing this on purpose, leaving things halfway. Is there anything more annoying than this? The little monk said, feeling aggrieved. Xiaochun said softly, do whatever you want. I'll deal with it when it comes. I won't be staying here for long. After sending you off, I'll leave immediately. Xiaochun was very open about many things now, not caring about them. When Xiaochun arrived at the drill ground, the Long clan disciples eagerly searched for suitable weapons and started practicing. Long Yan accompanied his father, watching the performance of the Long clan disciples below from the tall platform. The Long clan disciples were indeed extraordinary. Xiaochun looked around. The weakest was an early-stage star venerate. Many of them were even late-stage star venerates. As for that Long Yan, Xiaochun guessed that he had already broken through the shackles of a star venerate due to his older age. After becoming a holy venerate, he would be an outstanding talent among the outstanding talents of the Long clan. While in the drill ground, Xiaochun surprisingly discovered a shooting range. Several Long clan disciples were drawing their bows and shooting arrows. The setup of this shooting range was very complicated. There were formations on the ground, either increasing gravity or creating a weightless environment, testing the strength of the archers. In the depths, one could easily simulate all sorts of harsh environments. The starry heavens, a forbidden sea, a land of lava, and a 5,000-kilometer-long glacier. Excellent archery. He reached the 10th ring again. Incredible. Third brother truly lives up to being the top archer of our Long clan disciples. His archery skills are becoming increasingly exquisite. Even under 20-fold gravity and 10 kilometers away, he can still firmly hit the 10th ring. The Long clan disciples surrounded a youth, praising him. Just at this moment, Monarch Yu and his subordinates walked over. The group immediately egged on Monarch Yu to shoot an arrow as well. The royal bloodline requires one to be proficient in the 6 arts from a young age. Monarch Yu's archery skills must be extraordinary. Right, Monarch Yu, let us broaden our horizons, Long Hua said. Long Hua, Lan Luo's third brother, also said in admiration. Monarch Yu said softly, my skills are insignificant. How could I dare to embarrass myself? Feng Tian, show the Long clan disciples what you are capable of. Yes. A subordinate walked out from behind Monarch Yu and took a bow from Long Hua. Then he stood still and casually shot an arrow. A piercing sound soared into the clouds, kicking up strong winds that swept through the entire drill ground, attracting everyone's attention. Boom! With this arrow, the target, which was made of divine material, was directly shattered. The tail of the arrow continued to buzz as it landed 10 kilometers away. The second target also hit the 10th ring. This small display of skill immediately shocking everyone. Sorry, I damaged your Long clan's target. Feng Tian appeared somewhat arrogant as he returned the bow to the somewhat distracted Long Hua. As he held the bow, he felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Earlier, Monarch Yu said that Feng Tian's skills were insignificant. How could he dare to embarrass himself? However, a random subordinate easily defeated Feng Tian. Wasn't Feng Tian saying that Feng Tian's skills were insignificant, yet he dared to embarrass himself? The other Long clan disciples could not empathize with Monarch Yu. They only felt even more admiration for him. For a follower to have such archery skills, it was truly amazing. Monarch Yu smiled faintly and headed to the other areas of the drill ground. The group of Long clan disciples quickly followed. Long Hua was the only one left in the empty shooting range with a bitter expression on his face. Just as Long Hua felt somewhat depressed and wanted to leave, he discovered that another person had appeared at the shooting range at some point in time. Xiao Chan held the Long clan's special goose dragon bow and drew the bowstring, testing it out. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chan was not an expert archer. He had not learned it properly either. His skills were all unorthodox. This was Xiao Chen's first time at a proper shooting range, so he was not used to it. When Long Hua saw Xiao Chen's skills, he smiled. With one look, it was clear that Xiao Chan was a novice. Indeed, when Xiao Chan shot his first arrow, the gravity pulled it down midway, causing it to wobble and fall to the ground. To think that you dare to embarrass yourself with such skills. Long Hua mocked and turned to leave. However, just as Long Hua was about to leave, he heard a dang sound. This was the sound of an arrow hitting the bull's eye. Long Hua was very familiar with this sound. Long Hua immediately turned around and discovered that Xiao Chen's second arrow had hit the bull's eye. The little monk stood at the side, clapping and cheering. Ding! 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 After familiarizing himself with the Long clan's special goose dragon bow, Xiao Chan hit the bull's eye with every arrow. The first arrow stuck to the tail of the second arrow, piercing through it before hitting the bull's eye. All 10 arrows hit the bull's eye smoothly. When Long Hua saw this scene, he said with a sullen expression, "Disgusting. Your archery skills are clearly excellent, yet you pretend to be a novice before me. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, making fun of me. You are indeed narrow-minded and extremely shameless. Haha. Little benefactor, you are really stupid. The person who defeated you was the one who hit his strength. What does that have to do with my big brother? This is just my big brother's first time at the shooting range and is not used to your Long clan's standard bow." The little monk said with disdain. "What do you mean?" Long Hua asked, feeling confused. Chapter 1856. Facing Long Hua's confusion, the little monk smiled and said, "You are indeed stupid. Look, who are the 2 people by his side now?" Long Hua looked at Monarch Yu doubtfully and saw that the 2 people by Monarch Yu's side had changed. The place where the Long clan disciples practiced their spear techniques was where Monarch Yu came. With Monarch Yu's arrival, that place immediately became the most bustling place in the drill ground. Not only did the Long clan disciples gather there, but even the guards of the Marquis's residence went over to join in the excitement. Another busybody encouraged Monarch Yu to show off his skills. Monarch Yu said a few humble words but still did not make a move, letting his follower show off his skills. That follower did not look shocking. However, his spear techniques were amazing. Even the best spear technique among the Long clan disciples did not last more than 10 moves against that follower. Many of the Marquis's residence's guards were itching to challenge him. However, they could only show off that follower's exquisite spear techniques. Long Hua exclaimed in shock. What incredible spear techniques! This is… Monarch Yu simply could not figure out what was going on. Given his intelligence, it was indeed somewhat shocking for him to figure this out. The little monk's baby-like face showed disdain as he said, "Can't you tell? This monarch has many capable people under him. That person who competed with you earlier is someone with excellent archery skills, much stronger than you. He must have prepared this. Otherwise, do you think that just anyone's archery skills are that scary?" "Why?" Long Hua asked, feeling confused. Monarch Yu found an expert archer to trample on him for no reason. Initially, Long Hua did not believe it. However, when he saw Monarch Yu casually walking around the drill ground, he inadvertently displayed a strong follower. The little monk frowned and looked up at Xiao Chun, who was beside him. Then he asked in a daze, "Big brother, why?" Dang! Xiao Chun hit the bull's eye again. He felt that this drill ground was rather useful. If he were to cultivate here for a month, his mediocre archery skills should be able to improve by leaps and bounds. If he found a good teacher from the Marquis's residence to teach him, he might even become an expert archer. "Little brat, it turns out that you don't know either," Long Hua muttered. Long Hua mumbled to himself as he came to Xiao Chen's side and asked, "Why exactly?" Xiao Chen placed the goose dragon bow on the table at the side and glanced at Monarch Yu. There was a hubbub of voices on the other side, and it was extremely lively. Cheers could be heard from time to time. "Anticipation, I guess." "What?" Xiao Chen explained. "There are thousands of people on the drill ground, including the Marquis Mansion's family warriors and the disciples of the opposite sex. When everyone wanted to see Monarch Yu's strength, he did not make a move. It's better to let your followers attack to shock the crowd and lure them away. The more you want him to make a move, the more he refuses to make a move. He's only letting his follower provoke everyone's interest. What do you expect in your heart now?" Long Hua replied without even thinking. "Naturally, I want to see Monarch Yu's own strength. Even his followers are so powerful. As the master, he must be even stronger." "That's right. Right now, he's trying to create this kind of anticipation and provoke your expectations to the extreme. Actually, do you have some other kind of anticipation in your heart? Since your follower is so powerful, you might not be as powerful. You want to see him make a fool of himself." Xiao Chun remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. However, he seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Long Hua said somewhat embarrassedly, "Indeed, a little. I lost so miserably. Naturally, I feel somewhat unconvinced." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Don't think that way. Otherwise, when he makes a move later, you will feel even more despair. This is the effect that he wants. When everyone's emotions are at their peak, he will pretend to make a move reluctantly. When he makes a move, he will shock everyone and make the others' respect for him reach new heights. It might even make them despair of being undefeatable, feeling respect in their defeat." "That's impossible." Long Hua felt somewhat incredulous. Xiao Chen's words had a huge impact on him. His pure heart could not accept this. This was simply too complicated. Right now, Long Hua felt somewhat dizzy. The little monk, who was not even taller than Xiao Chen's calf, rubbed his chin and nodded to himself. Big brother is really smart. He immediately figured out the crux of the problem. This Monarch Yu is also incredible. I can try using this move in the future. Long Hua's expression did not fade. He still did not believe it, or perhaps he was unwilling to believe it. He said, "Just to stand out, he wants to trample on all of us first? Why not? In the same era of the martial epoch, only the most resplendent star will be remembered by the later generations. The other stars can only adorn the night sky, making it even more resplendent and dazzling, making people feel even more respect and admiration. This is how the path of the martial epoch is. Isn't it the same in reality?" Xiao Chan said indifferently, "Right now, you are just unlucky to be in the same drill ground as him. However, will there really be people who think that way and then do it?" Long Hua thought about it carefully. If that was really the case, this person was too shrewd and scheming. Even after being purposely used as a stepping stone, he was still willing to worship the other party. A general's success is built on 10,000 bones. This has been the case since ancient times. While this sentence seems very far away from us, in reality it is happening all the time. To achieve one's goal, a few tricks and a few stepping stones are nothing. Every day, every hour, every moment, there are people who become stepping stones for others. Dang! Xiao Chan drew back the bowstring, and the arrow struck the bullseye again. Then he revealed a faint smile on his face. I can increase the gravity now. With my veritable essence energy, I can control the gravity by 20 times. If it were the Soul Slayer Bao, Xiao Chan would have no problem reaching the level of the archery expert under Monarch Yu. When Long Hua heard what Xiao Chan said, he felt his hair stand on end. Is this world really that scary? However, what is his purpose? Why is Monarch Yu doing this? Long Hua could not help asking. He already doubted Xiao Chen's words, so he could not help asking. Xiao Chen looked at the tall platform. The Marquis Long Yan and the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence could not help looking at Monarch Yu. Could not be helped. Nearly all the thousands of people in the drill ground gathered where Monarch Yu was. Monarch Yu looked very handsome and valiant. He held a noble status, but he was neither arrogant nor proud. Just his subordinates could make people applaud and praise him endlessly. If the people in the drill ground did not pay attention to him, who would they pay attention to? Could it be those lonely, lost, or disappointed stepping stones in the corners? Compared to the cheerful Monarch Yu, who had a gloomy expression and was dispirited and full of negative energy, who would they pay attention to? The answer went without saying. Xiao Chan thought about the excited Long clan disciples at the family banquet. At this moment, the outstanding talents among them were all like Long Hua, dispirited and dissatisfied. It was not that they were not outstanding enough. It was just that they ran into the even more outstanding Monarch Yu. This was originally a drill prepared for them. With Monarch Yu's means, the main character changed, becoming Xiao Chan himself. This allowed the soaring dragon Marquis and the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence to focus their gazes on him. They had somewhat forgotten the original purpose of this drill. After Long Hua heard what Xiao Chan said, he could not say that he understood everything. However, he understood Xiao Chen's words. However, Long Hua still felt dubious in his heart. He felt that what Xiao Chan said was too shocking, somewhat unrealistic. Brother Xiao, your archery skills are pretty good. Suddenly Monarch Yu, who was in the crowd in the distance, seemed to have discovered Xiao Chan by accident. Following Monarch Yu's gaze, the gazes of the drill ground immediately shifted to Xiao Chan. As Monarch Yu spoke, he walked over naturally, and the others quickly followed. Monarch Yu, show us your skills. It was unknown who shouted that, but the cultivators following Monarch Yu instantly erupted. Right. Monarch Yu, you possess the royal clan's bloodline. You are definitely skilled in the 6 arts, and your archery skills must be extraordinary. Show us your skills. Let's see how exquisite the royal clan's archery skills are. Show us your skills then. After watching Monarch Yu's subordinates make a move several times, these people were already anticipating Monarch Yu to truly show off his strength. Monarch Yu thought for a long time. Then he said with some difficulty, archery is indeed not my specialty. If I make a fool of myself, please forgive me. Good. The crowd was excited. Monarch Yu was finally going to make a move. The many Long clan disciples and generals all felt excited. Brother Xiao, if you don't mind using the bow in your hand, right? Monarch Yu asked softly, showing a humble attitude. Xiao Chan showed a calm expression as he casually handed the goose dragon bow to the other party. Then he slowly pushed it away. Only Long Hua's heart was surging with waves. He was incomparably shocked, completely stupefied, unable to say a single word. It really was as Xiao Chen said. This was the exact same script. It looked like there were no openings. Under the crowd's instigation, Monarch Yu appeared somewhat helpless and unwillingly made a move. I am not trying to show off on purpose. You all force me to. What kind of cultivation realm is this? This is simply inconceivable. However, Xiao Chan had seen through everything long ago. Long Hua felt curious. If Monarch Yu knew that Xiao Chen already knew everything he did, what kind of expression would he have? Chapter 1857. Monarch, you receive the bow and arrow from Xiao Chun. Then, he said indifferently, increase the gravity to 40-fold. Hua! His casual words immediately caused everyone to exclaim in shock and suck in a cold breath. Long Hua was slightly surprised. He had practiced archery for many years and naturally knew the difference between 40 times gravity and 20 times gravity. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was far more than just double. 20 times the gravity was already exaggerated enough, and it was the strict requirement of the Marquis's residence. The other clans and powers generally only had 10 times the gravity for their basic training. If Long Hua's archery skills were placed anywhere else, he would receive unanimous praise. However, Monarch Yu's actions were truly terrifying, especially for such an expert. Archers who knew the difference between 20 times gravity and 40 times gravity would be even more shocked. Even some of the generals who followed the soaring dragon Marquis on the high platform felt slightly startled. They said softly, Lord Marquis, if Monarch you can hit the 10th ring with this arrow, his archery skills will rank within the top 10 in our army. Most importantly, he is still so young. It is indeed terrifying. You are a relative of the emperor and enjoy a hereditary title of nobility. To be able to not be arrogant or rash, and to be able to settle down and cultivate, that's the rarest thing. Monarch Yu's performance won praise from the Marquis's residence's upper echelon. Lan Luo, who sat beside Long Yin on the high platform, looked over with some dissatisfaction. Xiao Chun felt that this Monarch Yu seemed to be purposely making life difficult for Xiao Chun. When he saw Xiao Chun shooting arrows, he purposely wanted to outdo him. Lo, what do you think of Monarch Yu? The soaring dragon Marquis did not reply to his subordinate. Instead, he turned his head and spoke to Lan Luo, a doting look in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lan Luo replied simply, there is nothing to say about his strength and talent. What does father think? The soaring dragon Marquis smiled faintly but did not say much. Just keep watching. The show has just begun. Long Yin pondered over his father's words in his heart. He was somewhat unable to grasp and did not quite understand. Monarch Yu drew his bow on the drill ground, holding his breath and focusing. Let go. The arrow was invisible, and under 40 times the gravity, it hit the bullseye that was 10,000 meters away. Wang, the tail of the arrow trembled. Monarch Yu successfully made his debut, stunning the entire place. Under 40-fold gravity, late-stage star venerate experts would find it hard to bring out their advantage in speed. Even holy venerates would inevitably be affected, unable to bring out their full strength. However, even so, Monarch Yu used the ordinary goose dragon bow to firmly hit the bullseye 10 kilometers away. Monarch Yu handed the bow to Xiao Chun. Then he smiled softly and said, Brother Xiao Chun, are you interested in competing? For Brother Xiao to obtain the Hidden Spirit Temple's favor, you must have something extraordinary about you. Yes, one round. At this moment, Monarch Yu had just received cheers from everyone. Many Long clan disciples immediately seconded his suggestion. During the family banquet, the Long clan disciples had already been hostile to Xiao Chun. Now Monarch Yu was willing to stand up for them. Being able to improve further and see Monarch Yu's strength was indeed a good thing. What's wrong? Are you scared? Longbow seized the opportunity to mock Xiao Chun wantonly. Xiao. Instantly, countless gazes in the drill ground landed on Xiao Chun. Some of these gazes were filled with disdain, some with mockery, and some with cold smiles. This made one feel unbearably lonely. Monarch Yu had already succeeded in isolating Xiao Chun in the Marquis's residence. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun's mental fortitude was far beyond what this group of people could imagine. He said indifferently, It is not impossible to compete with me. How much do you have to bet? Bet? Monarch Yu rejoiced in his heart. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he said, If I lose, I will agree to any one of your requests. Deal. Xiao Chun had his own plans. After thinking for a while, he chose to agree. Seeing Xiao Chun agree, Monarch Yu could not help laughing maniacally in his heart. I finally got this opportunity to make you agree. What do you want to compete in? Just say it. As long as you can win in any one of them, it will be considered my loss. However, if you lose, you have to agree to one of my requests. Monarch Yu exuded strong confidence as he exuded the might of a ruler. The formless dragon luck covering monarch Yu's head spread out together with this dragon might. The tyrannical might of a ruler immediately turned ancient, distant, and noble. It was like an epic, shocking everyone. It was like in that instant, everyone felt like they were not facing monarch Yu alone but an insignificant corner of the ancient dynasty. The aura that monarch Yu gave off was incredibly horrifying. The sudden appearance of the dynasties might force the people near monarch Yu to move back, not daring to look at him directly. The might of the dynasty. In the end, monarch Yu is the son of a duke, possessing the royal clan's bloodline. When he gets serious, he looks completely different. Many people felt extremely shocked in their hearts. Now they looked at monarch Yu with some respect. As Xiao Chun observed in secret, he deeply felt the vastness and ancientness of a dynasty. This monarch Yu had used less than a 10,000th of it, and he already had such a terrifying deterrence. The accumulations of a dynasty were indeed horrifying. At the same time, Xiao Chun thought to himself, this monarch Yu is overly serious. Could it be that everything he did was to trample on me before everyone? In what way did I provoke the other party to be so wary? With this thought, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave, and he could not help getting serious. If this monarch Yu wanted to use Xiao Chen as a stepping stone for himself like the others, then he would have found the wrong person. In that case, he would have found the wrong person. Xiao Chen's expression turned slightly cold as he said indifferently, I think that monarch Yu's archery skills are pretty good. Let's compete in archery. Let's see whose archery skills are better. This person really overestimates himself. Monarch Yu showed off a little earlier. Even under 40-fold gravity, he could still easily hit the bullseye. Clearly, he was holding back. Yet he took the initiative to compete with monarch Yu. Did a donkey kick him in the head? He is really stupid. Haha. All sorts of disdainful voices could be heard. Many of the Long family's disciples and the Marquis' mansion's guards looked at Xiao Chun. They all felt that there was something wrong with Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chun had already casually mentioned monarch Yu's strong suit. Competing with me in archery? Monarch Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, as you wish. Men, increase the gravity tenfold. Boom! In the shooting range, the gravity reached a frightening 50 times, and the space around them began to distort. Under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to hit the bullseye. What was even more difficult was that the slightly distorted space. If the arrow wanted to pass through it, it would have to hit the bullseye. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. What a great monarch Yu! If he can still hit the bullseye under 50-fold gravity, his talent in archery is truly terrifying. Monarch Yu's actions startled everyone. Under 50-fold gravity, even a holy venerate would find it hard to escape easily. If he could hit the bullseye in this situation. In other words, monarch Yu possessed the strength to kill a holy venerate. Monarch Yu held up the goose dragon bow and shouted. Then, he drew the bowstring, and the dynasties might soared continuously. Boom! The dynasties might eventually turned into a golden dragon chi and soared into the sky. In an instant, all the clouds in the sky were swept away. The clouds no longer existed, and a sky full of stars suddenly appeared in this bright and clear world. When one looked up, one could see a sky full of stars. Using the dynasty's might to support himself, monarch Yu cleared away the clouds in the sky. This resulted in a mysterious phenomenon of flipping day and night. Countless stars flickered in the clear sky. The sky full of stars looked exceptionally bright from the central great realm. What is the center? I am the center of the universe. The great thousand realms originate from me. The boundless astral regions all revolve around me. At this moment, monarch Yu on the drill ground gave off a light that said, I am the only one in the vast sea of people. Everyone regards me as the center. Whoosh! Monarch Yu suddenly let go, and the stars in the sky gave off a bright light. Boundless starlight descended and drifted down. The arrow that monarch Yu shot out was like a rainbow piercing the sun, turning into a resplendent beam of light. The arrow swept everything in its path, undefeatable. The twisted space did not affect it at all. Boom! In the next instant, a deafening sound rang out. The target made of precious divine materials was shattered. The target made of precious divine materials shattered without any suspense. The entire drill ground trembled slightly under the aftermath of this arrow. Many of the weaker cultivators were horrified by the remnant might. Monarch Yu's entire body shone with resplendent light, looking like a sovereign. His long hair fluttered and starlight surrounded him. Monarch Yu smiled coldly and tossed the goose dragon bow rudely at Xiao Chan. Then he said coldly, "How are you going to compete with me in archery? I want to see how you can defeat me." Whoosh! Xiao Chan caught the bow. The force contained in it shook the surroundings and kicked up a strong wind. Everyone felt Monarch Yu's rage and disdain. At this moment, Monarch Yu's aura reached its peak since he entered the Marquis's residence. Clearly, it was Monarch Yu who was being rude. However, everyone felt that Xiao Chan should not have provoked him. Monarch Yu's archery skills were already very strong. Yet, he purposely challenged this. He was simply seeking death. "How can I defeat you?" Xiao Chan smiled coldly in his heart. Naturally, he already had a plan on how to win. Chapter 1858. Since Xiao Chan was the one who suggested archery, he naturally had absolute confidence in defeating his opponent. The light from Monarch Yu's body slowly faded, and the clouds in the sky slowly gathered. The scene of the blazing sun shining together with the stars disappeared. Everyone stared at Xiao Chan, who had retrieved the goose dragon bow. They wanted to see how capable he was to defeat Monarch Yu. Of course, aside from Lan Luo and the soaring dragon Marquis, no one else in the drill ground felt that Xiao Chan could win. Even Long Yan, who thought highly of Xiao Chan, shook his head in his heart. Xiao Chan was of the royal bloodline, the son of a Grand Duke. The moment he made a move, he would receive the protection of the dragon's luck. Furthermore, he could enjoy the resources of the royal clan. Monarch Yu's conditions and starting line were truly enviable. Even though Long Yan was the eldest son of the soaring dragon Marquis, he could only be envious and could not compare. More importantly, the arrow that Monarch Yu shot was indeed startling, inspiring lingering fear in everyone. Even a regular holy venerate would not dare to take this arrow lightly. Long Yan, who knew why Monarch Yu wanted to trample on Xiao Chan, could not help worrying for him. "What's wrong? Do you not dare to, or are you too ashamed to make a move?" Joy flashed in Longbow's heart. When he thought about how Xiao Chan would embarrass himself in front of everyone, he could not help mocking him. "Haha, if you really can't do it, just admit defeat. Losing to Monarch Yu is not embarrassing. After all, he is a relative of the royal clan. A country bumpkin like you cannot compare to him." That's right. To think that he really dares to compete with Monarch Yu. If it were me, I would just admit defeat. Given Monarch Yu's demeanor, he would not make things difficult for him. Just admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Suddenly, cheers rang out in the drill ground. Most of the Long clan disciples had already been subdued by Monarch Yu's demeanor. Now that they saw Monarch Yu's stunning display, they already felt great admiration for him. Furthermore, Monarch Yu left a good impression on everyone. Nearly everyone stood on Monarch Yu's side, smiling as they told Xiao Chan to admit defeat. The voices of people surrendering rose and fell like waves in the sea. If it was an ordinary person, under such intentional isolation, a flaw would have appeared in their mental state a long time ago, and it would be difficult for them to maintain their calm. However, Xiao Chan was very intelligent. Furthermore, he had seen through Monarch Yu's tricks long ago. In the end, the person he would trample on would be himself. Naturally, there was no change in his expression. He said softly, "If there is really an undefeatable enemy, it is not a big deal to admit defeat and admit one's inadequacies." When Monarch Yu heard that, he smiled faintly. Then, he said in a gentlemanly manner, "Brother Xiao is rather tactful. Since you already admit defeat, then the bet is voided. Just do something small for me." "Are you deaf or are you out of your mind? My big brother is laughing at you for overestimating yourself. It's far from enough to make him admit defeat. You can't even tell this? You really have a low IQ. What kind of *T royal prince are you?" He, the little monk who was lying on Xiao Chen's shoulder, rolled his eyes and said with disdain. Monarch Yu's harsh words, coupled with the little monk's mischievous face, angered him somewhat. This was especially so when Monarch Yu said he at the end. He nearly lost control of his demeanor. Just as Monarch Yu was about to say something, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. An arrow silently pierced through the distorted space and struck the bull 10 kilometers away. Compared to Monarch Yu's arrow, which had a huge momentum and vast monarch might, the one that could reverse day and night, the arrow shook the world. Xiao Qian's arrow appeared rather ordinary. He drew the bowstring, released it, and the arrow flew out, hitting the bullseye. It was like the distorted space in front of him and the 50-fold gravity were just decorations. How can this be? The group of Long Clan disciples was stunned. Someone shouted in disbelief. The gravity field is definitely not turned on. I want to give it a try. Right, you must give it a try. No one could accept such a result. They all made a move, drawing their bows and shooting arrows. In the end, the arrows that they shot either landed in the distorted space or went off to some other place. Not to mention hitting the bullseye. None of them could hit the target. The cruel truth stunned the group of Long Clan disciples. Their faces revealed even more incredulous expressions. How could an outsider be so much stronger than them? This was simply unacceptable. They could accept and understand that Monarch Yu was stronger than them. Monarch Yu was a relative of the royal family, the son of a duke, blessed by the luck of the dragon. It was natural for Monarch Yu to be stronger than them. However, what did Xiao Qian have? He had nothing. Compared to them, he was completely worthless. However, this worthless person managed to hit the bullseye, something that they could not even touch. It's useless. It's useless. Monarch Yu's arrow shook the world, shaking the surroundings and reversing day and night. How can your arrow compare to it? So you still lost. That's right. That's right. You still lost. Your arrow is far from comparable to Monarch Yu's. That's right. Monarch Yu's arrow was so startling. How can you compare to it? The Long Clan disciples who felt somewhat unbalanced all spoke up, bringing up Monarch Yu to suppress Xiao Qian. They refused to admit that Xiao Qian's archery skills were better than Monarch Yu's. Only the expressions of the Marquis's residence's upper echelon on the tall platform changed slightly. The might of Xiao Qian's arrow was indeed not comparable to Monarch Yu's arrow. In fact, it was a far cry from it. Monarch Yu's arrow had used the dynasty's might. It could already threaten a holy venerate, even severely injuring one. However, experts had their own judgment. In terms of practicality, Xiao Qian's arrow far surpassed Monarch Yu's. Xiao Qian's arrow was astonishingly fast, no different from how he normally shot. As for Monarch Yu's arrow, while it looked startling, in reality it was storing up power. Although it could threaten a holy venerate, it was impossible for a holy venerate to get hit in a real fight. Unless a holy venerate was held back, it was practically impossible for a holy venerate to get hit. If it were Xiao Qian, the scene that appeared in their minds was Xiao Qian using his movement technique to flash in the air, continuously shooting arrows. On the other hand, the sky full of arrows was more likely to injure a holy venerate. If such an archery team could be created in the army, they would be able to eliminate the threat at the borders. They could be said to be unrivaled. Lord Marquis, the generals behind all felt incredibly excited, calling out involuntarily. Naturally, the soaring dragon Marquis knew what they meant. He waved his hand indifferently to stop them from speaking. While the experts knew the ropes, the Long Clan disciples and the Marquis's residence's generals were not convinced. In any case, Xiao Qian's arrow was ordinary and not comparable to Monarch Yu's. You lost. You can't do it. You are just trash. A bunch of fools. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you are that capable, then go ahead and try. If that monarch or whatever is not convinced, he can come up and try as well. See if he can be like my big brother, calm and unruffled. The little monk was a straightforward person. He focused on defending Xiao Qian, loudly rebuking those people. Haha, I'm not convinced. I'm not going up. What can you do to me, little brat? Since no one could do it earlier, naturally no one could do it now. They would not really go up. However, relying on their numbers, they were not convinced and started mocking the little monk. Dang! What answered them was Xiao Qian's second arrow. Xiao Qian circulated the heavenly heart art, and the heart flame at his fingertip merged with the arrow. This arrow pierced through the tail of the previous arrow and struck the bullseye again. Boom! However, because Xiao Qian increased the heart flame, the might of this arrow was significantly higher than the previous one. The loud noise was deafening, instantly suppressing the noise of the Long family disciples. Boom! The third arrow flew out. This time, Xiao Chun increased the heart flame by another 10%. When the arrow struck the bull's eye, the resulting tremor was even more terrifying. It was like a clap of thunder resounding in all directions, shaking the entire drill ground intensely. What was even more terrifying was that Xiao Chun's control of the heart flame had reached a very ingenious level. Xiao Chun did not shatter the target. Instead, he sent the energy of the heart flame through the target. The fourth arrow, the fifth arrow, the sixth arrow. The energy of the heart flame that Xiao Chun sent out increased in intensity each time. The resulting sound waves were increasingly terrifying. When the seventh arrow flew out, the terrifying sound waves spread out. Even the buildings in the Marquis's residence shook intensely. Many of the beams were directly blown away. As for the Long Clan disciples on the drill ground, although they did their best to block, they still could not endure it. The shock waves caused them to vomit blood and roll around endlessly. They covered their ears and wailed in pain. After the seventh arrow flew out, no one dared to say that they were not convinced anymore. Only horror appeared on their faces as they looked at Xiao Chun. They felt angry but did not dare to say anything. They were both afraid and fearful. At this moment it was already clear whose archery skills were superior. What if someone was not convinced? Xiao Chun used the simplest and most direct method to respond to those who were not convinced. Who still dared to say that they were not convinced? Monarch Yu, who had been silent all this while, appeared ashen. Then he said, "Bring my white feather bow." "Yes, young master." Soon, a subordinate brought a treasure bow that was as smooth as white jade and placed it in Monarch Yu's hand. A peak-inherited Dao tool. For a moment, the faces of the Long family disciples changed. Although the bet did not stipulate what bow to use. Although there were no rules on what bow to use in the bet, Monarch Yu's actions were clearly inappropriate, even somewhat shameless. However, due to Monarch Yu's status, no one said anything. With the peak-inherited Dao tool, the white feather bow in hand, Monarch Yu drew the bowstring and fired an arrow at the sky. Boom! In the distant sky, a ferocious beast flying in the clouds instantly exploded, turning into a clump of blood mist. That clump of blood mist looked exceptionally eye-catching in the clear sky. Whoosh! 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 Monarch Yu's figure turned illusory as he fired 6 arrows in a row. Each arrow killed a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast from a great distance. Taking the lives of ferocious beasts from 5,000 kilometers away, such a terrifying scene deeply shocked everyone. Whoosh! Monarch Yu fired his startling 7th arrow, and the phenomenon of flipping day and night appeared again. Starlight shone from his body, and the might of the dynasty spread out. The arrow shot out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. A miserable shriek rang out in the air. Bang! After a while, an arrow struck a ferocious beast with an extremely terrifying aura, infinitely close to that of a holy venerate, and it landed on the drill ground. That severely injured ferocious beast could not move at all. However, its ferocious aura scared the Long Clan disciples far away. While Xiao Chun fired 7 arrows, Monarch Yu did the same. Furthermore, he shot at the extremely fast ferocious beasts in the sky. No, it was not an immovable target. Clearly, he wanted to defeat Xiao Chun. After firing 7 arrows, Monarch Yu appeared somewhat fatigued. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "This white feather bow is a reward that I obtained with my military merits. I obtained it with my own abilities. Naturally, it is also a part of my strength. If you have any treasures, you can use them as well. Don't say that I, Monarch Yu, am bullying you." Monarch Yu's words sounded righteous, flabbergasting everyone. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a shameless person bullying Xiao Chun in such a dignified manner. He did not have an illustrious clan or a strong sect. Monarch Yu smiled coldly and said, "I am the son of Duke Yuan, a relative of the royal family. You are far from being comparable to me. Let's see how you are going to defeat me. I only need 1 arrow to defeat you." When the cloud spread out and the mysterious phenomenon of flipping day and night vanished, Xiao Chun snorted coldly. He activated his blue dragon bloodline and released his divine eyes. His dragon might soared into the clouds. Without relying on the dynasty's might, he used his own dragon might to recreate the flipping day and night mysterious phenomenon. That pair of divine eyes swept through the surroundings, looking unparalleled. No one dared to look directly at them. Amid the crowd's startled cries, Xiao Chan took out the god shadow bow and infused all his soul energy into it. Then he drew the bowstring and shot an arrow at the sky. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, and the bowstring trembled slightly. Cracks immediately appeared on the drill ground, spreading out like a spiderweb. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone focused on that startling arrow. That arrow flew increasingly farther until it vanished from everyone's sight. Then, a loud sound startled the entire soaring dragon city. A resplendent and dazzling light, even more dazzling than the sun, burst forth in the starry heavens above the city. A star exploded in the air. The resplendent light disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, countless star fragments turned into meteors filling the sky and quickly fell to the ground. With this peak arrow, Xiao Chan exploded a star. The remnant might of the god shadow bow knocked everyone to the ground in the drill ground. Only Xiao Chan remained standing proudly. His dragon might was unparalleled, dominating the world. The moment this arrow shot out, there was no need to say who won or lost. You are just an insignificant duke's son. Yet you dare to compete with Xiao Chan in terms of status and bloodline? Xiao Chan had an unparalleled rank, 8 blue dragon bloodline. Even the princes of the dynasty might not be strong enough before Xiao Chan if they were not related. No matter what Monarch Yu's purpose was, he had chosen the wrong target to use Xiao Chan as a stepping stone. Chapter 1859. Meteors fell from the sky. Xiao Chan held the god shadow bow in his hand, shocking the surroundings. This arrow directly blew up a star the size of a city. In the starry heavens, even a powerful holy venerate could achieve such a feat with their full power. He had only destroyed a city with a single sword strike, but the problem was that he was not in the starry sky but in a city. Even at such a high altitude, he was still able to shoot down a formation with one arrow. This was a little exaggerated and shocking. This was especially so for Xiao Chan, who was also a star venerate. Above the Marquis's mansion, the upper echelons who had seen much of the world were all moved, feeling slightly shocked. The only one who could remain calm was the soaring dragon Marquis. Up on the drill ground, Monarch Yu watched all this in a daze. Suddenly, his expression twisted. He glared at Xiao Chan and said, "You bitch! No wonder you wanted to compete in archery with me at the start. Turns out that you have a soul tool. What a good lowly commoner, to actually dare scheme against this king." Xiao Chan held his bow and said indifferently, "You can think whatever you want. However, you lost. You lost. Monarch Yu, you can't be this shameless. Previously, everyone was using the same bow and arrow, and your archery skills were obviously at a disadvantage." Long Hua, who had seen everything that had happened, couldn't help but angrily explain everything to Xiao Chan. The other disciples of the Long family had the same thoughts as him, but there was still a grudge in their hearts. He was too embarrassed to speak up for Xiao Chan. Even now, they still wanted to argue about who would win. Actually, it was already pointless. Even a fool could tell that Monarch Yu had lost. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, he had lost. Furthermore, he had lost miserably. In terms of face, he had lost everything in this battle. The aloof, dazzling Monarch Yu had fallen to the mundane world. Although his strength still surprised them, it was not enough for them to worship or respect him. He was just a mortal, and he was even somewhat shameless. First, he broke the rules and took out an inherited Dao artifact. Now he refused to admit defeat. He even cursed with a face full of unwillingness, losing all of his poise. Monarch Yu had turned into a stranger that they did not recognize. Scram, this king didn't lose. This king is best at sword techniques. Defeat the sword in my hand first. Monarch Yu snorted coldly. In that instant he drew his sword. The sword will was like the wind whistling out. Long Hua's expression changed slightly as he quickly dodged. Monarch Yu's sword intent nearly injured him. Xiao Chan gently pushed off with his feet and put away the god shadow bow. Then he moved back. Monarch Yu's sword intent was exceptionally strong. It contained an unimaginably tyrannical monarch's might. The surging sword intent was like a tsunami of flames surging over. This king will not lose. Monarch Yu showed a sullen expression as he leaped into the air and thrust his sword. On the tip of the sword, a scorching radiance burst out, as glaring as the sun. This was the famous heavenly flame sword technique of the Yanwu dynasty's royal court. The royal bloodline of the Yanwu dynasty's royal family, had a strong affinity for fire-attributed energy. Aside from a few exceptions, most people would choose to cultivate fire-attributed cultivation techniques. With the addition of their bloodline, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort and cultivate much faster than ordinary people. Their comprehension and usage of fire-attributed cultivation techniques would also be much stronger. Monarch Yu's sword strike brought out the explosive power of the fire-attributed energy to the fullest. The instant the tip of the sword lit up, the sword intent filling the air spread out like sparks. Sword intent filled the air before Xiao Chun, bursting forth. There was no way to dodge at all. The two had already exhausted their soul energy. They could only use veritable essence energy, martial techniques, and their own techniques to fight. This was the first time Monarch Yu faced such a strong fire-attributed sword technique. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. He could not find a suitable way to deal with it. Holding the tyrant's saber, Xiao Chun retreated as he fought. Once Monarch Yu erupted, he showed no signs of stopping. The flames in the surroundings rumbled endlessly. The drill ground, which was protected by an array formation, was blasted into terrifying pits one after another. Heavenly Flame Sword. 9 dragons soaring. Monarch Yu roared ferociously, and all his veritable essence energy surged. Then 9 lifelike flaming dragons filled with Monarch's might appeared in the surroundings, continuously circling him. This move. When the Marquis' residence's upper echelon saw this move, they were mildly startled. They felt that things had spiraled out of control. The moment the 9 terrifying flaming dragons appeared, the entire drill ground started burning under the horrifying heat. No moisture remained in the air, making it incredibly dry. What a terrifying temperature! At the same time, the moisture in Xiao Chun's body evaporated rapidly. Before this move was executed, it already felt like it could kill. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation, and his entire body became like ice. Thin ice feathers drifted in the surroundings, looking like heavy snowflakes. The temperature in the surroundings dropped a little. Monarch Yu, who executed 9 dragons soaring, had already soared into the sky in front. Monarch Yu looked dazzling in the sky. The flames blazed, looking like the blazing sun. Monarch Yu and the true blazing sun in the sky complemented each other, competing for glory. Monarch Yu angrily pointed his sword at Xiao Chun. The surrounding sky suddenly turned dark, leaving only the sun shining brightly. This light shrouded everyone's senses, preventing them from distinguishing the sun in the sky. Was it the true blazing sun or Monarch Yu with 9 dragons around him? This was somewhat inconceivable. Whoosh! As Monarch Yu pointed his sword, a dragon-like sword light flew out of the sun, burning up all the light. As the sword light shot towards Xiao Chun, it contained Monarch Yu's peak sword intent, the dynasty's might, and a terrifying fire-attributed energy. The addition of Monarch Yu's cultivation technique allowed that fire-attributed energy to rival the might of the fire great Tao energy. How fast? The sword light was scarily fast. In nearly a flash, it arrived beside Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun executed the Thunder Dragon art to its limits. Electric light flickered as he dodged. Boom! Who knew? This sword strike was just the beginning. There were a total of 9 sword strikes, each one faster than the one before. The final sword strike nearly forced out Xiao Chun's blue dragon divine wings. With such power, it still didn't contain any soul power. If it contained soul energy, the might of these 9 sword strikes would undergo a qualitative change. After the 9 sword strikes, the entire drill ground no longer existed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The ground split apart, and countless huge rocks flew into the sky. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Xiao Chun died. When Monarch Yu saw that Xiao Chun managed to dodge his move, he became enraged. Monarch Yu's star venerate will swept out from his forehead with a vast dynasty's might. Indistinct ancient war drums and the singing of epic poems appeared in the surroundings. That was the boundless accumulations of an ancient dynasty. Monarch Yu's star venerate will stirred up some of it. This was the protection of the dynasty's luck for the royal clan disciples in its territory. If Monarch Yu's royal clan bloodline was pure enough, he might be able to truly uncover the tip of the iceberg of the ancient accumulations of this dynasty. Boom! Monarch Yu's star venerate will contained an ancient might that looked solid. Everywhere the star venerate will passed, The huge rocks in the way instantly turned to ashes and vanished. Not to be outdone, Shao Chun flashed with the dragon seal in his soul pool. The will of soul containing the divine might of the blue dragon clashed fearlessly. Bang! 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 The two wills of soul clashed intensely, producing intense explosions. The entire Marquis residence shook intensely, spreading to the city. The buildings that were not protected by formations like the Marquis residence crumbled. The two's auras surged in the air. The shock waves caused countless rocks to explode. This no longer looks like a fight between star venerates. What a terrifying aura! This is simply a fight between two holy venerates. However, there is no holy venerate will. This Shao Chun is really incredible. To think that he did not lose to Monarch Yu in a clash of wills in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. His dragon might is really unfathomable. What exactly is it? However, up until now, Shao Chun has been passively defending. If he does not counterattack, Monarch Yu might wear him down to death. The many hidden experts in the Marquis residence all flew out. They carefully watched the two fighting intensely in the air. Surging sword intent and saber intent clashed everywhere on the drill ground. The two's figures flashed, so fast that they did not even leave afterimages. Dang! 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 The saber and sword clashed. Every time they clashed, a loud melodious sound rang out, stirring up fluctuations in the clouds in the sky. The sky changed color, winds blew and clouds churned. In the dynasty's territory, those of the same generation would have an innate disadvantage when fighting with the royal clan's bloodline. Not only did Shao Chun endure this disadvantage, but he also made up for the disadvantage of his cultivation being one grade lower than Monarch Yu's. After all, Monarch Yu possessed outstanding talent, a demonic genius who could challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Monarch Yu was not an ordinary star venerate expert. Along the way, Monarch Yu had used all sorts of resources to stabilize his cultivation. His accumulations were deep, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Along the way, the royal clan's bloodline lacked everything except resources. However, they were shocked to discover that this sexless loose cultivator seemed to possess deep accumulations. His accumulations seemed even stronger than Monarch Yu's. At first, when facing Monarch Yu, Shao Chun still found it hard to hold out. Now, he became increasingly calm and unruffled. I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose to a mixed blood dragon like you. Monarch Yu glared furiously, appearing crazy as his long hair fluttered about. The more Monarch Yu fell into a disadvantageous position, the crazier he became. He sent out many sword moves without any regard for his life. Shao Chun did not want to fight to the death with such a person. It was not worth it. Let's see how crazy Monarch Yu can be. Shao Chun silently executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation first move, dreamlike mundane world, which he comprehended from breaking the mundane. As Monarch Yu retreated, he swung his saber. When the strange purple saber and the swaying saber light entered Monarch Yu's eyes, they turned into illusions, creating a dream. I am a relative of the royal clan. I absolutely will not lose. Monarch Yu turned increasingly irritable. It seemed like he wanted to risk his life, executing a risky move that would injure both sides. Shao Chun snorted coldly and made the first move. Using dreams as a saber, Shao Chun withdrew the saber light in the air and turned it into a beautiful purple saber light. Then he instantly broke through Monarch Yu's sword move. Ka! 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 Crisp sounds rang out, sounding like treasure swords breaking. The beautiful purple saber light looked both real and fake, like a dream or illusion. When it appeared before Monarch Yu's eyes, it activated the dream that Shao Chun left in his heart. Monarch Yu showed a confused look, standing there in a daze. However, the purple saber light did not show any intention of stopping. It pierced through Monarch Yu's exquisite armor. Furthermore, there was a defensive technique that an expert left in Monarch Yu's body. The saber light pierced through Monarch Yu's chest. It was like a solid spear hung Monarch Yu in the air, preventing him from moving. Chapter 1860. Monarch Yu showed a pained expression. That strand of saber chi pierced his chest, making him feel incredible pain. However, Monarch Yu could not move at all, feeling extremely sullen. You are seeking death. How dare you injure Monarch Yu? Kill him. Seeing Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, Many of his guards became enraged and charged at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! 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 Figures soared into the air. These people were star-venerate elites with extraordinary strength. When Xiao Chen drew the god Shadow Bow, he already drained his soul energy. Then he fought a huge battle with Monarch Yu. Xiao Chen exhausted a lot of his strength. He could only bring out about 50% of his strength. Clearly, he found it hard to deal with so many enemies. You bunch of trash. How dare you bully me with numbers? No way. Just as Cluster Lord Lan Luo cried out and was about to get her big brother and father to make a move, a figure came out of Xiao Chen's back. It was the little demonic monk Silver Saber, Yan Chan. He pointed at the air and sent out the Heavenly Heart Finger. The Heavenly Heart Finger that the little monk created by merging the Heavenly Heart Art with the Buddhist sect cultivation technique was extremely mighty. When the little monk pointed, he knocked back the group of people at the very front. After those people fell to the ground, they suffered severe injuries and vomited blood, fainting from the pain. The few people at the very front were in even worse states. Not even their corpses remained after this finger strike. Whoosh! 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 It was not over yet. The little monk's figure flashed, and he punched with his dainty fist. Aside from holy venerates, everyone could block one punch from the little monk. Soon, only the few holy venerates that came with Monarch Yu could block the little monk on the shattered drill ground. However, the little monk had already undergone a rebirth, his physical body reconstructed. Furthermore, he had obtained the Heavenly Heart Art that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. His comprehension ability was even more monstrous than Xiao Chen's. The Heavenly Heart Finger that the little monk comprehended was boundlessly strong. Back then, it was not that Xiao Chen had not thought of merging the Heavenly Heart Art with his sharp spirit finger. However, after trying, he discovered that it was not that easy. There were simply too many difficulties involved. He could only settle for the next best thing, merging the Heavenly Heart Art with his archery skills. Furthermore, with the god Shadow Bow, Xiao Chen managed to carve out another path. Monarch Yu's two holy venerates led a few late-stage star venerates to fight the little monk. The little monk had the advantage of a physical body, making him incredibly nimble. The little monks of Shao of. This was especially so for the Long family disciples who had looked down on the little monk when they were arguing with him and looked down on him for being a brat. He felt a slight chill run down his back. With this kind of strength, if a punch landed on his body, thinking about it, the consequences were truly terrifying. Even a holy venerate was not a match for Xiao Chen. If it were them, they would probably explode with one punch. Xiao of Monov. Xiao. Monarch Yu howled in the air. Several of his subordinates went over, trying to neutralize that purple saber light. Ming Yun say of Chan of Ming King. The strand of extremely devilish violet-colored blade light seemed material, yet carried a dreamlike, ethereal feeling, causing them to feel at a loss for how to deal with it. Nothing he had learned in his life could explain how such a saber technique was formed. Young master, wait a moment. Wait a moment. The might of this saber light is slowly weakening. A few old men surrounded Monarch Yu. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, appearing incredibly anxious. I can't wait anymore. Monarch Yu roared ferociously. Then he grasped that strand of saber chi with both hands and used all his strength to pull it out. Every time he pulled out an inch, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. It looked like only this saber light stabbed into Monarch Yu's chest. In reality, Xiao Chen had used creating dreams with the saber earlier. Unknowingly, the saber light had already penetrated deep into his sea of consciousness. The saber lights that had entered deep into the sea of consciousness and body were formless and invisible. At this moment, they were about to be pulled out. However, there were tens of thousands of them and they were like hooks. The pain and damage caused by them were extremely terrifying. The wailing Monarch Yu revealed a decisive expression as he clenched his teeth and forcefully pulled out this saber light. Xiao Chen, I want you dead. Monarch Yu's hair was disheveled, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. His eyes were sunken, and he no longer had his earlier grace. Monarch Yu roared ferociously, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire drill ground. The boundless figure of a dynasty appeared indistinctly in the sky, appearing illusory and real. The terrifying might of the dynasty spread out from above, causing everyone present to feel a great pressure. Their legs turned soft, and they could not stand stably. It's over. This monarch is going all out. He wants to use his bloodline to forcefully shake up the dynasty's accumulations. He wants to use the Supreme Dynasty's might to crush Shao Chun. He is trying to perish together with Shao Chun. He can only truly move the dynasty's accumulations if he is a king or has an oral order from Yen Huang. As a monarch, he is still far from sufficient. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Monarch is crazy. The expressions of the Long clan disciples and the Marquis's residence's guards all changed drastically as they fled. Whoosh! However, just as that terrifying dynasty's accumulations were about to materialize into many ancient cities, a sovereign will appeared on the tall platform. The moment this sovereign will appeared, everyone within 5,000 kilometers felt an urge to kneel and worship it. Boom! The terrifying dynasty's accumulations in the sky crumbled in one strike from this sovereign will. Men, treat monarch Yu's injuries. The soaring dragon Marquis, who had remained silent on the tall platform, spoke for the first time after dispelling monarch Yu's crazy attack with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! 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 Many experts immediately rushed out of the Marquis's residence. They restrained monarch Yu without saying anything and brought him away. All of you disperse. This practice ends here. The soaring dragon Marquis stood up. Without even looking at Shao Chun, he led the Marquis's residence's upper echelon away. On the other hand, after Long Yen stood up, he gave Shao Chun a deep look. Today, Long Yen was truly shocked by this white-robed bladesman's elegance. Perhaps even the prince's would not be as impressive. That's not right. Perhaps the prince's cultivations are higher than Shao Chen's. However, the number of princes who could compare to Shao Chen's elegance and tyranny could be counted on one's fingers, as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. When Long Yen saw Shao Chun look over, he quickly turned around and left with his father. Whoosh! Lan Luo did not have any worries. She gently drifted over and landed beside Shao Chun. Lan Luo frowned and asked, "Are you all right? I don't know what got into this monarch Yu, but he targeted you like that. I really misjudged this person. Earlier, I was still considering whether to join the Divine Sword Pavilion together with him." Shao Chun looked to the front and replied indifferently, "Fortunately, the little monk helped me block these people. Your father also stopped monarch Yu from risking his life. I'm fine." After monarch Yu was brought away, his guards were no longer in the mood to fight. However, they could not leave just because they wanted to now. The little monk wanted to teach this group of people a lesson, so he did not let them leave. "Little ancestor, we were wrong. Let us go. Stop hitting them. You little child, why are you so unreasonable?" The two holy venerates held on bitterly. However, the late-stage star venerate old men were beaten into submission. When the little monk's tender little fists struck his body, he felt so much pain that he wished he were dead. His old bones felt like they would fall apart. "You are allowed to bully my big brother with numbers, but I am not allowed to bully you? Is there still any law or justice? I will not stop until I beat you up." The little monk spoke righteously, but he had a mischievous smile on his baby face. Actually, the little monk's hands were simply itching. He had held back for so long and had not made a move. This time he could not stop himself. Such a scene flabbergasted the Long clan disciples. This was indeed a bona fide little ancestor. Anyone who saw it would have a headache. This father-son combination of Shao Chun and the little monk was somewhat unrivaled. Each was scarier than the other. Who could imagine that the harmless-looking, incredibly cute little monk was actually even more violent than Shao Chun? To think that they were even more violent than Shao Chun, inspiring fear in others. When Lan Luo saw this somewhat strange situation, she also felt shocked. However, when she thought of something, she suddenly showed worry on her face. "Oh no! You offended monarch Yu. The Duke Yun behind him will definitely not take this lying down. If he turns you into a wanted criminal of the dynasty, it will be problematic." However, Shao Chun did not care. He said softly, "This is what your father wants to see." Ah! Lan Luo's expression changed drastically. Her chest heaved up and down in shock. Chapter 1861. What? Clearly Lan Luo's shocked expression was not feigned. It looked like she did not know many things. Actually, Xiaochen did not know either. However, he could guess it. From the start until now, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had a firm grasp of the situation. As long as he wanted to, he could stop the bet between Xiaochen and Monarch Yu at any time. However, he did not silently agreeing to the bet. Even when Xiaochen pierced Monarch Yu with his saber, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not stop it. He allowed Xiaochen to defeat Monarch Yu in front of everyone, causing Monarch Yu to lose face and end up in a sorry state. In the end, when Monarch Yu went somewhat crazy and wanted to execute a killing move that would end in mutual destruction, the Soaring Dragon Marquis easily stopped him. Such a scene verified some of Xiaochen's guesses. However, it did not matter. Xiaochen did not care about all this. Now, he was more open-minded about many things. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Soaring Dragon Marquis held high authority and horrifying strength. In Xiaochen's heart, he treated the Soaring Dragon Marquis as an equal. He did not feel that there was a need to be cautious or cautious. All he needed was to maintain respect for the strong. Xiaochen, are you saying that my father purposely framed you so that you would suffer Monarch Yu's rage? Lan Luo asked quickly when Xiaochen remained silent. Perhaps. However, it was not intentional. He was just going with the flow. Most of the reason is that Monarch Yu sought death himself. Otherwise, I would not have opposed him after noticing that something was off. Xiaochen consoled. Don't dwell on this. Your father is in the dynasty. Most of the time, he cannot directly offend the royal clan. He is in a high position and has many implications for the interests of the entire dynasty. He cannot express his stance casually. If an outsider appeared at this moment and could share his burden, that would naturally be for the best. Furthermore, I do not mind doing him a favor at little cost. After all, he is your father. Xiaochen placed more emphasis on the word you, expressing Xiaochen's opinion on this matter. As you are Lan Luo, I do not care even if your father is in the wrong. Xiaochen's meaning was not obvious, but Lan Luo could still make it out. Thank you. Feeling warmth in her heart, Lan Luo expressed her thanks and quickly took her leave. She had some doubts in her heart that she wanted to clarify. After Monarch Yu left, Xiaochen glanced at the little monk, who was still trembling with Monarch Yu's subordinates. Then he said softly, "You've played enough. Let's go." Roger that. The little monk giggled and used the heavenly heart finger to sweep away the 4 late-stage star venerate old men. He leaped into the air and landed in the bag on Xiaochen's back. The remaining people immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they felt much more relaxed. Only the 2 holy venerates looked at Xiaochen with some displeasure in their eyes. He didn't want to let Xiaochen go so easily. With Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, these attendants and guards would definitely be held responsible. None of them could escape punishment. Xiaochen glanced at them indifferently. Then he ignored these people and left. Marquis' estate, within the study of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Father, this Xiaochen is really incredible, even though he is just a star venerate. Although he is still a star venerate, I can tell that his potential is even greater than those princes. He is completely worthy of 8th sister. Inside the room, Long Yan continued excitedly to the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Furthermore, 8th sister truly likes him. I think he really can do it. At this moment, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was reading a book. After he put it down, he said, "Never mind. When the Hidden Spirit Temple's people arrive, we'll let him leave. It is best not to get involved in this mess." Long Yan exclaimed in surprise. "Father, isn't this the plan you thought of? Let Monarch Yu, who brought the marriage certificate, fight with Xiaochen, lose, and take the initiative to leave. Now that we have achieved our goal, why do we not agree to 8th sister and Xiaochen being together?" Xiaochen guessed right. From the very start, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had everything under his control. Monarch Yu had brought the marriage certificate of his father, Duke Yun, to propose to the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Duke Yun was a person with authority in the dynasty. He was very close to the 8th prince's bloodline. When the throne changed, the emperor had to abdicate every 100 years unless there were special circumstances. Then, the most outstanding prince would be chosen to inherit the throne. That was to say, the emperor of the Yanwu dynasty could only hold the throne for 100 years. Then the emperor would have to abdicate and let his descendants enjoy the resources and the luck of the dynasty, as well as the supreme imperial authority. This was for the sake of providing the dynasty with fresh blood, ensuring that the dynasty maintained its vitality. This was to maintain its combat prowess in the competition with the surrounding empires and dynasties. Otherwise, the dynasty would become rigid, and its luck would decline. The nation's luck could fall at any moment. Once the ancient dynasties became rigid, the nation's luck would decline, and there would be the risk of destruction. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of such examples. Even the strong Tianwu dynasty of the past nearly perished due to the decline of the nation's luck. Hence, the rulers of the various dynasties and empires would not remain in power for too long. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant they were, the dynasty's system would inevitably become rigid. This was something that could not be avoided. Hence, the dynasty had to change every 100 years to maintain its vitality and vigor. Now, the Yanwu dynasty's 100 years were almost up. The competition between the various princes was intense. Strong people from all walks of life all took sides. The Soaring Dragon Marquis did not want to get involved with Duke Yun, because he did not want to get sucked into the whirlpool of power struggles for the throne. However, Duke Yun was strong, and the Soaring Dragon Marquis could not directly reject him, not giving him face. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun appeared at this moment. The Soaring Dragon Marquis thought of using Xiao Chun to defeat Monarch Yu, making him take the initiative to withdraw. He had no choice but to do this. Even if he offended Duke Yun, it would just be a fight between the younger generation. Duke Yun would not be able to find a reason to seek trouble for Xiao Chun. This matter looked flawless. Even Monarch Yu himself would not have expected it. Monarch Yu was an intelligent person. Everything was within his calculations. How could he fall for the Soaring Dragon Marquis scheme? However, this was the truth. At this moment, the unconscious Monarch Yu had already been carried out of the Dragon Marquis's residence. He would not have the face to bring the marriage certificate to propose again. The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked at his eldest son in confusion. The Soaring Dragon Marquis asked softly, "Why do you think I am so certain that Xiao Chun will defeat Monarch Yu?" Long Yan smiled and said, "Father, as a sovereign personage, your eyes are naturally extraordinary. How could you not see it? With a comparison, you can easily tell who is stronger and who is weaker." When the Soaring Dragon Marquis heard that, he laughed. Then, he removed the armor on his chest and the heart-protecting mirror, revealing an eye-catching wound on his shoulder. Even now, this wound had not healed completely. One could see the festering wound. "Father, when did you get injured? Did an assassin come in?" Long Yan's expression changed drastically as he stood up in a fluster. The Soaring Dragon Marquis put on the armor and the heart-protecting mirror again. Then he said indifferently, "This was left by Xiao Chun last night." "Ah!" Long Yan's expression turned even more shocked. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said, "I'm fine already. Don't worry. It's just somewhat difficult to heal." That night, the mysterious black-clad man who watched Xiao Chun brandish his saber was the Soaring Dragon Marquis himself. Originally, the Soaring Dragon Marquis wanted to make a move himself to test out Xiao Chun's strength. Who knew on that night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, a white-clad man danced alone to the moon. With just one look, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was shocked, intoxicated by that exquisite saber technique. Amid the mottled light and shadow, the exquisite and gentle saber light hit a roaring heart. The Soaring Dragon Marquis forgot about his original target and quietly watched Xiao Chun's saber technique, his horizons broadening. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had not expected Xiao Chun to discover him. By the time he startled awake, the saber light had already struck him. The Soaring Dragon Marquis quickly fled, not paying much attention to it. However, when the sky brightened, he discovered how startling this saber light was. Even the Soaring Dragon Marquis could not completely remove it. This was simply shocking. After Long Yan heard that, he felt a chill. Xiao Chun's potential was far greater than he had imagined. To think that even his father could not quickly heal his wound. This Xiao Chun was truly a demonic genius on a monster level. The Soaring Dragon Marquis's gaze was deep as he said indifferently, "Now do you know why I sent him away? It is not that he is not outstanding enough but that he is too outstanding. My marquis's residence cannot afford to raise such a large true dragon. I understand. However, eighth sister. Long Yin frowned slightly. When he thought of his beloved eighth sister, he felt somewhat sad. Chapter 1862. At the mention of Lan Luo, the soaring dragon marquis appeared somewhat sorrowful. Just at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Lan Luo rushed in. Eighth sister! Long Yin exclaimed in some fluster, appearing somewhat shocked. When Lan Luo saw the two's expressions, she said, "Indeed, it is as Xiao Chan said. You two are hiding something from me." The soaring dragon marquis exchanged looks with Long Yin. After a moment of silence, the soaring dragon marquis said, "Speak the truth then." Long Yin organized his thoughts and told Lan Luo about the cause and effect of the matter. "This monarch Yu is really despicable. I absolutely will not marry him." Lan Luo revealed a disgusted expression. When she thought of Monarch Yu's actions, she felt repulsed. Long Yin asked, "Earlier you said that Xiao Chen already knows. What's going on?" Lan Luo did not hesitate to tell the two everything that Xiao Chen told her. After the soaring dragon marquis heard that, he smiled bitterly and said, "I already gave him such a high evaluation. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated him. Let's leave this matter at that. When the little monk's master arrives, I will personally send him off and apologize to him." Night arrived as scheduled. Xiao Chan treated his injuries in the courtyard, thinking about the gains and losses of today's battle. After the battle with Monarch Yu, Xiao Chan had a good estimate of his own strength. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to join any 7th grade sect. However, Monarch Yu was not considered a powerful expert of the dynasty's younger generation. He had not even joined a rank 7 sect. In terms of strength, Xiao Chan should still be a distance away from the core disciples of a rank 7 sect. However, the gap was already rather limited. Xiao Chan recalled that when he first entered the Great Thousand Realms, he was not even comparable to a rank 3 sect disciple. In just a few short years, he gained his current strength and accumulations to enter the Central Great Realm. This was already very rare. In this battle, Xiao Chen's greatest comprehension was that he now knew how mighty his peak move was. After activating his Great Desolate Ian bloodline and using his soul energy to drive the god Shadow Bao, a holy venerate would die for sure if they were caught off guard. The other was the purple saber chi that Xiao Chen executed at the end. Dreamlike mundane world. Using a saber to create dreams, using a saber to enter a dream, using a dream as a saber, he could wield them freely. The next step was to enter the dream and let this saber art penetrate deep into his bones and soul. With a casual swing of his saber, he could send out the boundlessly strange purple saber chi that seemed both real and fake at the same time. As for its weakness, it was still in its cultivation. Before this monarch Yu joined a rank 7 sect, he was already a late-stage star venerate. One could imagine how formidable the cultivation of the disciples of the 7th grade sects were. Actually, Xiao Chen's vision was too broad. Within the 4 great dynasties, rank 7 sects were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and their numbers were extremely few. A 7th grade sect was already standing at the peak of this world. For an ordinary person, being able to join a rank 6 sect was already extremely amazing. Xiao Chan could obtain a place for himself in the dynasty and make a name for himself in the entire Central Great Realm. Furthermore, there was a limit to how many disciples a rank 7 sect could recruit. Many of the rank 6 sects were true inheritors. In reality, they weren't much weaker than the disciples of the rank 7 sections. It's time to start cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Chan opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Xiao Chen's cultivation had already stagnated for some time. He needed to dual cultivate the demonic and martial veritable essence energy to raise his cultivation. Cultivating any one of them alone would not allow his cultivation to improve. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art had a total of 9 layers. Each layer was extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring vast resources and a corresponding demonic tribulation. While cultivating, Xiao Chen also had to guard against the corrosion of heart demons, which was even harder to cultivate than the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. This was another challenge for Xiao Chen. It was also a difficulty that he had to face while dual cultivating the demonic and martial veritable essence energy. During the Great Desolate Aeon, ferocious beasts ran amok. The world was in chaos and logic no longer existed. Only the strong could survive. Among the many ferocious beasts, there was a huge bird that could hold up the sky called the demonic cloud. At first, it was just a demonic cloud born in the primal chaos. Although it had the bloodline of a god-demon, it was still incredibly weak. The title page recorded the origins of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. This cultivation technique was born from the demonic cloud bird, a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. After the primal chaos demonic scripture, the demonic Tao's primogenitor grade cultivation technique was lost. This cultivation technique became one of the top 10 demonic Tao cultivation techniques. Ever since the Scarlet Blood Pirate King fell, this cultivation technique had not appeared for 10,000 years. Now, people knew very little about it. Xiao Chun carefully read through the book, entering deep thought. If one wanted to cultivate this cultivation technique, one had to condense a demonic cloud seed in one's body. Otherwise, one would not be able to cultivate it. With this thought, Xiao Chun stood up and left the room. Then he looked at the night sky. After some thought, Xiao Chun soared into the air and soared up. After a while, he arrived in the clouds. Condensing demonic clouds was not a difficult task in the Forbidden Sea. However, in the Yanwu dynasty, a nation ruled by the righteous Tao, it was not easy. The environment with spiritual energy was different. The spiritual energy of the Yanwu dynasty was astonishingly pure. There was practically no need to purposely temper it. The spiritual energy was already very dense. From the moment one was born in the Yanwu dynasty, one would have a higher spiritual energy than the people of the outside world. It is not enough. The clouds here are too thin. I have to find a place with exceptionally dense clouds. Xiao Chun casually grabbed a cloud and analyzed it for a while. Then he looked higher. Whoosh! As Xiao Chun's figure continued upward, he slowly felt a huge pressure. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire dynasty's territory. When Xiao Chun looked up, he seemed to see a huge, invisible dragon glaring at him. It was the imperial dynasty's dragon luck that was protecting this ancient dynasty. When it reached a certain point, it would offend the dynasty's might. Flying upward would become increasingly difficult. However, Xiao Chun already saw an extremely dense cloud layer 10 kilometers above. It was very suitable for condensing demonic clouds. Xiao Chun released his dragon might and forced his way through, heading for that dense cloud. Boom! 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 Xiao Chun's dragon might seem very insignificant when compared to the dynasty's luck. As the dragon might clashed, lightning tore through the sky, spreading in all directions. The clouds below clashed, and thunder roared and lightning flashed, followed by heavy rain. I've arrived. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief and entered that terrifyingly dense cloud layer. The cloud layer was pitch black. It was a terrifying thundercloud. Xiao Chun could not even see his fingers. The extremely dense lightning-attributed energy within interfered with Xiao Chun's spiritual sense. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chun could not send out his soul energy at all. What soul energy feared the most was this kind of naturally occurring lightning. With just a touch, soul energy would scatter. Xiao Chun could only open his heavenly eye and barely explore the cloud layer, advancing carefully. This thundercloud was unfathomably vast and boundless. It was several times larger than the entire soaring dragon Marquis 8, looking exceptionally startling. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crystalline ferocious beast flickering with electric light appeared in front, flying towards Xiao Chun. Thunder essence! Xiao Chun recognized this ferocious beast. It was a spirit born from a peak attribute. It happened to be a lightning-attributed spirit. It had a cruel nature, a fiery temper, and an extremely aggressive nature. This was a 100-year-old thunder essence with the strength of a star venerate. Its entire body was made of energy, which was exceptionally problematic for ordinary people to deal with. However, Xiao Chun had his own methods. He took out the wedding funeral bow and fired 10 arrows before the thunder essence arrived. Then he infused the heart flame in the arrows and fired 10 arrows in a row. When the thunder essence was only 1 kilometer away from Xiao Chun, it finally crumbled, turning into bolts of lightning that looked like electric snakes slithering out. It left behind a resplendent crystal floating in the clouds. This crystal was known as a thunder crystal rock. Its value varied according to the age of the thunder essence. To lightning-attributed cultivators, it was very valuable. Experts specialized in hunting thunder essences in thunderclouds to obtain thunder crystals. Xiao Qian casually put away this 100-year-old thunder crystal rock and continued forward. As Zhang Xian traveled further and further away, he encountered more and more thunder spirits. There were all kinds of thunder spirits. Sometimes they were snakes, sometimes huge trees, and sometimes humans. The only thing they had in common was that they were energy bodies. After dealing with a batch of more than 100 thunder essences, Xiao Qian stopped advancing. If he went any further, he would end up in danger given his strength. These thunderclouds were much more horrifying than he had imagined. However, it was enough to stop here. He could absorb the cloud energy and condense demonic clouds. Xiao Qian released the demon blood vulture to protect him. The demon blood vulture screeched and hid in the clouds, flying around happily. Xiao Qian sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then he lit up his 9-star primal core. As Xiao Qian infused his demonic-attributed veritable essence energy into his hands, Xiao Qian continuously formed hand seals. As Xiao Qian's hand seals changed, his demonic-attributed veritable essence energy drained continuously. A terrifying aura slowly spread out from his body. This aura caused the clouds to churn, rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Then Xiao Qian formed the heaven-swallowing seal. A huge demonic cloud bird image appeared behind Xiao Qian. As the heaven-swallowing seal formed, the demonic cloud bird opened its beak and sucked. The demonic nature hidden in the unfathomably deep demonic clouds turned into thousands of tiny black lines that entered Xiao Qian's body. Those black energy lines gave off a demonic glow. As they danced around, they stirred up demonic clouds. The process